this, how were you feeling?
As I was sitting there, I just was really trying to keep my professionalismness and make sure that I speak out for Floyd's life, because I felt like he was in very much danger, and I seen another man like me, you know, being controlled in a way where.
Yeah, let me just.
This is.
Yeah. Stop. That answers the question. We'll ask another question.
And were you scared for yourself?
Yes, I was totally scared for my safety and people around me, you know, and that's.
And so, did you feel like you could intervene in the situation more than verbally, more than speaking?
Not as much, no. As much as I wanted to, my energy didn't let me, and I was controlled on the curb. So I did as much as I can.
Now you, at some point, learned the name of the officer Tao who was standing there, correct?
Correct.
So you know when I ask about that, you know who I am referring to.
Correct.
And at some point, did you step off the curb and have an interaction with Officer Tao?
Yes, I did step off the curb and had an interaction with Officer Tao.
And what did Officer Tao do?
He proceeded to push his hand in my chest. I swiped down, put my hands up, and I stepped back on the curb.
And did you make any further moves towards Officer Tao?
No further moves.
At some point, did a person come up and identify herself as a Minneapolis firefighter?
That is correct.
Did you know her before that day?
No, I did not know.
And I think you said earlier she asked that they check his pulse.
That is correct.
And were there, other than you and her, other bystanders on the sidewalk there?
Yes, there were other bystanders on the sidewalk.
Did you hear any of them threatening the safety of the police officers?
No, I did not.
And at some point, did you help, in fact, restrain some of those individuals?
Correct. Once the situation got a little intense with someone was going on behind me, I spoke to one of the gentlemen and told him that this is not the time or place for this right now, and then he proceeded to go back into the building.
So did you know that individual?
No, I did not know the individual at all.
Did you recognize him or know where he was from?
No, I did not.
Okay. At some point, did you ask him to go back in the store?
That is correct.
So you thought he had come from the store.
That is correct.
And after you told him to do that, what did he do?
He proceeded to go back in the store, and I believe he might have been escorted as he was crying back to the store.
So he never made another move towards the police officers?
That is correct.
Mr. Williams, the jury has heard some audio and video of this incident already when you were there, and you were using some pretty strong language.
That is correct.
You were raising your voice.
That is correct.
Why? Why for those, both of those?
For the fear of myself and fear of the people around me, and trying to just be able to talk to the officer and let him know that, you know, this should not happen. You know, just from being around different officers and working in that industry, I just never seen that, and I felt like I should speak on it, and I vocalized it.
What were the kind of emotions that were causing you to speak like that?
No feeling or no remorse or no response from the officer.
Hold on. Objection is
Non-responsive.
non-responsive is sustained. Jury will disregard the answer from the last question. If you could be a little more precise in framing your question, Mr. Frank, I think that would help.
I certainly could, Your Honor. The emotions that you were feeling that caused you to use this kind of language and that tone of voice.
Yeah, the emotion that caused me to use this language in this voice was non-responsive from the officer.
Non-responsive.
Sustained. Disregard the answer.
So let me ask you this way. were there things that you were seeing about the officers that also caused you concern?
Correct.
And what was that?
The non-response from an officer.
So that was something that was also affecting how you were feeling about the incident.
That is correct.
And so then that led into part of why you were raising your voice and using the terms used.
That is correct.
Were you present when the ambulance arrived?
That is correct.
Now, at any time during this interaction, did you see Officer Chauvin take his knee off of Mr. Floyd's neck?
No.
Okay. When the ambulance arrived, did he do that?
No.
And did you see a paramedic, an ambulance personnel check for Mr. Floyd's pulse?
Repeat the question.
Yep. When the paramedics arrived, did you continue to watch when the paramedics got out of the ambulance and checked on Mr. Floyd?
Yes, I did watch.
Did you see if they checked for Mr. Floyd's pulse?
I believe that they were attempting to go check for the pulse, and the knee was still, he was still on top of him. Did he check the pulse? I cannot recollect. I don't remember if he was able to even check his pulse, but I remember that.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no question.
What kind of the answer there? It was responsive to that point.
I think you've
Next
answered
question.
the question. Thank you. Now, when the paramedics loaded Mr. Floyd into the ambulance, were you still there at the scene?
That is correct.
And after that happened, did you see what the officers did? Well, let me back you up a little bit. At some point, did you learn that there were more than those two officers at the scene?
That is correct.
When did you learn that?
Once the ambulance have arrived, I did notice that there was more than one officer, more than two officers on the scene.
And so where did you see, or how did you see these other officers?
Once they started to load Mr. Floyd onto the straddle, to not know the technical name of it, but they put him onto the little bed thing.
The gurney or the stretcher?
The gurney, correct. Yes, Your Honor.
And then when they did that, you saw these other officers?
Correct. That's right.
Where had they been, or where did they come from?
They were on the bottom side of Floyd, or trying to get his feet on to the gurney, and yeah.
Then you were able to see them?
Correct.
All right. And after Mr. Floyd was put into the ambulance and the ambulance left, did you stay at the scene for a little while?
That is correct.
Okay, so right after the ambulance left, did you see where the officers went?
That is correct.
Where did they go?
They proceeded to cut to the other side, front of the store, which is 38th, Chicago this way. So they proceeded to go towards 38th and proceed to go away from the scene.
And were you still in that same emotional mindset?
Yes, I was very lost at the moment, and I was very nervous and not knowing what to do. And yes.
And did you, in fact, stay around at the scene for a little while?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At some point, did you make a 911 call?
That is correct. I did call the police on the police.
All right. And why did you do that?
Because I believe I witnessed a murder.
And so you felt a need to call the police.
And I felt the need to call the police on the police.
Now, there were police there, right?
There were police there.
Okay. Why didn't you just talk to them about it?
I believe that they didn't. We just didn't have no connection. You know, I spoke to them, but not on a connection of a human being relationship.
Did you, believe that they were involved?
Yes, totally.
And so when you made that 911 call, about how long after the ambulance left was that?
Time recollection, I don't know.
Was it a matter of minutes?
Minutes, seconds. Not too long after they retreated to the other side of the street, I proceeded to call the police.
And prior to today, have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of that 911 call?
Can you please repeat that question?
Prior to coming to court today, did we play for you a copy of that 911 call, a recording of it?
I will not say yes or no. I cannot remember at this moment.
Okay. If you heard that today, would you be able to recognize it as the 911 call that you made?
That is correct.
We have now marked that as Exhibit 20, and Your Honor, we would ask that it be, well, we are offering it now as Exhibit 20.
And 20 is received.
All right, so if we can at this point, then play Exhibit 20.
May 25, 2020.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
Officer 987 killed a citizen in front of a Chicago store. He just pretty much just killed this guy that wasn't resisting arrest. He had his knee on the dude's neck the whole time. Officer 987, the man went stopped breathing. He wasn't resisting arrest or nothing. He was already in handcuffs. They pretty much just killed the dude. I don't even know if he's dead for sure, but he was not responsible when the ambulance just came and got him. And the officer that was just out here left, the one that actually just murdered the kid in front of everybody on 38th in Chicago.
Okay. Would you like to speak with the sergeant?
Yeah, like that was bogus what they just did
Hold
to
on.
this man. He was unresponsive. He wasn't resisting arrest or any of it.
Okay, let me get you over to the desk. You can request to speak with the sergeant, okay? Stay on the
Yeah, and I'm sitting here talking with another off-duty firefighter that just sat here and watched it in front of us as well. And
Okay.
she told him to check the man's pulse, but they wouldn't even check the pulse.
Okay, 1 second.
I have reached the city of Minneapolis to reach someone in our property crimes division.
Y'all murderers, bro. Y'all murderers, Kyle. You gonna kill yourself. I already know it. 2 more years. You gonna shoot yourself. Murderers, bro. Y'all niggas is murderers, bro. Minneapolis Third Precinct.
Hey, it's dispatch.
Yeah, man. So
Hold
I
on.
want to speak to a supervisor.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he wants to speak with a supervisor relating to 320's called Cup Food.
So they just killed that man in front of the store. The police.
2033-46, May 25, 2020.
Is that then an accurate recording of the call you made?
That is correct. I
And
think so.
at the beginning, you referred to Officer 987. Where did you get that number from?
Honestly, it was just visually popped in my head.
Okay.
Like I looked at his badge, and that's what I read on his badge.
And so whose badge, which officer were you referring to?
The officer sitting over there.
Okay. And was that also the officer that had his knee on George Floyd's neck?
That is correct.
And for the record, when your previous answer, you were pointing to the defendant, Mr. Chauvin?
That's correct.
And so the purpose in making, what was the purpose in making that 911 call at that time?
I just felt like that was the right thing to do. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. But
And-
call.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
But call.
And the response then was to transfer you to a sergeant, correct?
That is correct.
And then at some point the call, it sounds like you're talking to Officer Tao. Do you recall if you were actually talking to Officer Tao at that point?
That is correct. I was, because I think at the moment, or I don't think at the moment that I was making the call, he proceeded to like intimidate me and stick his camera in my face, his body cam, and
Okay. And the call sort of ends abruptly. Did you hang up and terminate the call?
I'm not 100% sure, but I may have because I felt threatened once our interaction happened in front of the store with me and Tyler.
And then from there, after hanging up, did you stick around for a while and talk to some other people there?
Yeah, I wanted to do my own investigation.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Nelson.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can I ask what you're looking at?
Just notes, that's all.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you put those to the side, okay?
Cool, thanks.
All right. Thank you for your patience yesterday. Thank you for being here this morning. I just have some follow-up questions for you, all right?
Yep,
You testified yesterday that you started wrestling in the 7th grade. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And over time, you were talking about how you learn how to control your body weight, right?
That is correct.
And one of the things that you kind of talked about was when early in your instruction in wrestling, you call it, I think, flow wrestling.
That's correct.
And as I understand that, and correct me if I'm wrong, flow wrestling is kind of learning how to kind of keep your center of balance, learning how to, sometimes it may feel you should use your arm when you should really use your leg. Kind of just learning how your body works, right?
Yeah, correct. Less resistance.
Less resistance. So sometimes less resistance is actually better in certain circumstances.
Repeat that.
Sure. I mean, if you're on the mat, right, and your instinct is to push your arm out to the side to try to use your body weight to roll, you may want to actually use your leg to roll the other way, right? Kind of like flow.
Kind of, but not really.
Okay, how would you describe just the flow of wrestling?
Flow is less. Flow is more, I'm flowing with you without using my strength. I'm flowing with you going 50, 60% of it. I'm flowing with you, letting you get into a half Nelson, and you feel the half Nelson, you're in it, and now you're flowing, your partner's letting you flow off your back and get into a position where you get into a stand-up, into escape. Flow is where my partner's letting me get in on a double, and I'm letting him finish the double, and now I'm flowing into my offensive or my defensive position of getting away. So
Right.
different positioning.
Right, so you're learning how to use your body weight against the weight of the other person. You're learning how to just get in and out of moves, right?
Flowing.
Flowing, right. And that's something that you learned, at a young age in the sport of wrestling.
Correct.
And as you continued your wrestling career, you testified that you wrestled all the way through high school and then into college for a couple of years as well.
That is
right?
correct.
And you would agree that wrestling is a sport,
Wrestling's a lifestyle.
okay? There are rules, there are points, there are referees. So there's a sport to wrestling, right?
Correct.
And I understand as a wrestler, it's a lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
But to the kind of the casual observer, maybe it's just a sport, right?
Correct.
All right. But you're learning how to keep your center of gravity lower and grapple with people,
Correct.
right? And then you testified that after you kind of got out of college or finished your career in college, that you started moving more towards the mixed martial arts, right?
Correct.
And so you were training in jiu-jitsu, I believe you said?
That is correct.
All right. And again, jiu-jitsu is a form of martial arts, right?
Correct.
Lots of forms of martial arts, right?
Correct.
Judo, karate, Krav Maga. These are all various forms of martial arts that you have some general familiarity with, right?
Correct.
But your training is specifically in jiu-jitsu, correct?
No. I'm a martial artist. I train jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, stick fighting like I'm a martial artist. I don't just train jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
I stay in boxing. Wrestling all is put into one. So as a fighter, you're not just working on the ground game. You're working on your stand-up. You're working, your Muay Thai, your kickboxing, things like that. That's what a martial artist is.
Okay. So you incorporate several forms of martial arts into what you study.
That is correct.
All right. And again, the notion of a chokehold is very common within the martial arts community, right?
That is correct.
Submissions. And there are many forms, right?
Correct.
Like the triangle or the rear naked chokehold, all sorts of different types of chokeholds or submission holds that apply.
That is correct.
All right. And again, I understand that martial arts is a lifestyle, but there is a sport to it as well, right?
That yeah, competitive side too. Yeah, sports.
Right.
Correct.
And I'm just talking generally. I'm not talking about the MMA fighting yet, but just even as a martial artist, there are competitions with rules and referees and things of that nature.
That
right?
is correct.
All right. And whether you wrestle or you compete in the or in the martial arts, there are weight classes, right?
That is correct. Well, yeah, that's correct. MMA has weight classes. Jiu-jitsu tournaments, there's open weights. So you win your weight division, you have a chance to wrestle in open division. Which usually if I'm competing in just a tournament, I'll do it in open division, which is open weight.
All right. So again, generally, like looking at your career as a wrestler, what weight did you wrestle at?
I wrestled anywhere from 106 to 141 in college.
Okay. And when you would competitively wrestle, you would wrestle with other people who were in that same weight class, right?
Correct.
And then in the martial arts, in the competitions for the martial arts, there are weight classes, but there's also this open weight class, right?
That's correct. For jiu-jitsu.
In jiu-jitsu. And so you, as a 141-pound guy, may wrestle or may grapple with someone who's 180 pounds.
Or 220, 210.
Right. Or 100.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, okay. But then about 10 years ago, you testified that you started with mixed martial arts.
Just repeat that, please.
I believe that you testified yesterday that about 10 years ago, you began training in mixed martial arts.
Correct. Martial arts.
Yep.
Yeah, with like tennis.
MMA.
MMA, mixed martial arts. Yeah.
All right. And maybe I'm confused, like, of your progression? So you go from wrestling to boxing to mixed martial arts?
So I went from wrestling in college to training in a martial arts school,
Okay.
which covers martial arts.
Okay.
Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, boxing, mixed martial arts,
Okay.
wrestling.
And that's because there are some, there are some businesses or gyms that will train in a specific form of a martial art, right?
Correct. You have some that just do You have boxing gyms, you have Jiu-Jitsu gyms, you have Muay Thai gyms.
Or Krav Maga
Or
whatever.
Yeah, whatever, anything, stuff like that. You have different specialty of martial arts for different schools. But some schools, one of the schools I was at, the Academy under Greg Nelson, he taught a variety of martial arts. It was a martial arts school.
Okay. I'm understanding now that you went from the wrestling to the mixed martial arts. Right. And about 10 years ago, was it that you started competing in a mixed martial arts?
I started competing right away. I went from wrestling in college to being one of the top amateur fighters in the Midwest to finish, just growing as a martial artist. So I started, at a different gym before I got to the academy. I was a wrestler. I didn't know anything but wrestling, at the time. So I take people down and ground and pound. And then I switched to gyms under Greg, and I learned more jiu-jitsu. I learned more kicking. I learned different elbows. I learned, different martial arts techniques, chokes, submissions, arm bars, things like that, spinning back fists, flying knees. I learned that.
Right. Okay. When we talk about an MMA fight,
correct,
right? All of those various methods of fighting are employed in those fights, right?
Correct.
So if I am a boxer and I'm in a boxing match, right?
Yeah.
I can't kick you, for example.
No.
But if I'm in an MMA fight, I may punch you, I might kick you, I might choke you, short of biting, right?
Correct.
And the point of a mixed martial arts fight is to actually knock the person out, render him unconscious, right?
That is correct. Control the cage, things like that.
You referenced the cage match, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we kind of think about when we think about mixed martial arts fights.
Is you got cage fighting, which you see UFC, Bellator, LFA, all things like that, and then you have martial art tournaments where it's just strictly jiu-jitsu. Your gi, you have blue belts, black belts, white belts, purple belts. They all compete at a level. No striking, just all grappling. Then you have like the ones that are us in the cage. We do everything: punch, kick, all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And I believe, according to your professional record, because you had an amateur career, and then you had a professional career, right?
Correct.
And you had 11 professional fights?
Possibly. I don't even know how many fights I technically had. So.
Yeah. Well, you know the internet exists, right?
Yeah.
You know your statistics are saved.
Yeah.
All right. And so if I say that your professional record was 5 wins, 6 losses in 11 fights, would you disagree with that?
I think I might be 66. I think I'm actually 66.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you fight in an MMA fight, in these kind of open freestyle fights, you fight in a weight class, right?
Correct.
All right. People who are similar in terms of their weight, they may be taller, they may be shorter, but they're in the same weight class.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And again, I mean, there's a referee, right?
Correct.
And certain fights, when you get someone into a submission hold, the referee may come and lift up the person's arm to see if they're conscious or unconscious, right?
That's correct.
That's a way of determining whether or not
That's
the
if
fight
they're
is
not moving. I mean, if they're not, that's if they're not moving. If they're not fighting and stuff like that. Yeah, the referee has to make sure that the person is conscious. So he might say keep moving. If they're not moving, he might check. And sometimes the opponent will know that person's out. So the opponent, if you look at the ref, like, look, he's out. Like he's out.
Right.
Things like that.
And sometimes you don't know that they're out, and that's why the ref comes and picks up the arm, right?
Most opponents know when they put their person out.
But it's possible, right? It's a yes or no question.
It's possible.
All right.
How about that?
As a part of your training in the mixed martial arts, you voluntarily submitted to being put into chokeholds, correct?
At practice.
At practice, right. And you also practiced these moves, right?
That's correct.
Rendering other people in practice unconscious.
That's
right?
correct.
And in your professional career, you were also at times have rendered people unconscious and been rendered unconscious yourself.
Correct.
Through one of these chokeholds.
Correct.
All right. Now, you described these chokeholds generally yesterday. These chokeholds, like you described an air choke and a blood choke.
Correct.
You remember your conversation about that yesterday?
Yes, correct.
All right. So when you use these forms of chokeholds, whether it's an air choke or a blood choke, they use those in various forms of martial arts, right? Like judo, Krav Maga. A chokehold is sort of across the board in terms of martial arts,
Correct.
with the exception of maybe the stick fighting, right?
Correct.
All right. And you testified that you, at your academy, you train with a lot of law enforcement officers, military people, and law enforcement from both state and federal levels, right?
That is correct.
And you said sometimes you don't even know that that's what they do, right?
That's correct, depending on what level.
And sometimes you get to know these guys because you're fighting with them, right?
Yeah.
You're training with them, and they tell you a little bit about their lives, right?
Sometimes, I mean, we just build a brotherhood of the gym. Some people interact outside with personal life. Some people just interact in the gyms, and build a relationship. So I see you on an everyday basis. Like at work, I go in, I see you every day. I interact with you there. Then I'm going to interact with you outside of work,
Right.
And then there's some that I interact with outside of
Okay.
the gym.
But I just want to make sure, you've never officially been invited to go to like the Minneapolis Police Academy to train law enforcement in the use of the force
No.
or the use of these chokeholds.
No.
and or any other police academy for that reason?
No, I witnessed my sensei, Greg Nelson.
I'm asking
training.
about you, sir. Have you ever officially been asked to train police officers specifically in the use of chokeholds?
No, just witnessed it.
Okay. Now, air chokes. You described air chokes yesterday. Air chokes are from the front, correct?
Correct.
And that's because what you're doing is you're actually cutting off the air
Correct.
to the trachea,
Correct.
right? So you can render someone unconscious by coming from the front of the neck and cutting off their airway, which renders them unconscious.
Repeat that.
Sure. An air choke is a front choke, agreed?
Yep.
And what you're doing in an air choke is you're cutting off the air supply or the oxygen supply from the front of the neck, correct?
Correct.
And in doing so, you can render a person unconscious, correct?
On an air choke, I'm not a medical person, so I won't answer that.
Okay. On a blood choke, right, what you're doing is you're cutting off, and you described yesterday, the blood supply to the brain, right?
Okay. Side choke. Correct.
A side choke. And you described several different types of chokeholds, like the reverse or the rear naked chokehold, I think it's called, or the triangle. What you're doing is you're actually cutting off the blood supply to both sides of the neck in those.
Repeat that.
When you do a blood choke, what you're trained on generally is to limit the blood supply to both sides of the neck.
No, a blood choke is attack one side of the neck.
It's just one side of the neck. Okay?
The blood choke is attack the side of a neck. So my choke's from here, side of the neck.
Right, but you're using your weight and you're actually cutting off both sides. You're using your body and your arm, right? And you're actually protecting the trachea or the airway in the crux of your.
You're mixing chokes, so you're mixing your air chokes and your blood chokes together. Air choke is to attack the trachea. A side choke is to attack the side of the neck.
So if I have someone in a chokehold, right, and a blood chokehold using my arm, I may have my hand behind that person, right? No,
it's not. I'm attacking the side of the neck, not the trachea. You're attacking the trachea. I'm attacking the side choke.
I'm saying that the trachea is protected by the crux of the elbow. And so you're using the forearm and the bicep to cut off both sides of the blood.
Correct. From here to here. Right. You're cutting off one side of the neck on the choke.
Okay. How long does that usually take in your experience to render someone unconscious?
You go unconscious on a blood choke within seconds. Some people don't even know that their body goes unconscious.
Right. You were interviewed by the FBI, right?
That is correct.
Right. I believe it was Agent Garvey of the FBI, right? Are you looking at some notes to refresh your recollection?
I have it in front of me. That's correct.
Would that help? Would that help you refresh your recollection?
I mean, yeah, that's why I was just opening it up.
Yeah.
That's correct.
It's kind of weird. We have rules in court. You have to testify from your memory, not your notes. But if
It's
you need
not notes. I'm just the name is on the front of the page.
What I'm saying is, if you need to refer to your whatever it is you have in front of you to help you refresh your recollection, we need to get permission from the court to do that.
Correct.
It's a weird procedure that we
I
have
don't
to
know his name, so I looked to see what his name was.
Okay.
Correct.
Would it help you remember his or her name if you looked at your paper in front of you?
That's correct because it's in the paper. The same paper.
Your Honor, may he refer his notes?
And Mr. Williams, refer to your notes silently,
Correct.
and once it's refreshed your memory, then close the notes back up and testify
Correct.
from your memory.
Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
What was the name one more time, sir?
I believe there were two agents
Correct.
there, right? One was from the BCA named Angela Garvey,
That one's correct.
and then Eckert is the last name of the other.
I believe that. Yep, that is correct.
Okay. And you were interviewed by those agents on May the 29th of last year, correct?
Correct. I believe so.
All right. You wouldn't, we have a transcript of that statement and the reports about it.
Yeah.
Would you dispute me if I told you it was May 29th?
I don't recollect the dates.
Okay, fair enough. And do you recall them asking you about blood chokes and how long it takes to choke someone out?
Correct.
And you told them 3 to 5 seconds.
Correct. Just like I just told you, within seconds.
Right. And an MMA round is 3 minutes, right?
No, that's for amateurs. MMA round is 5-minute rounds.
Okay.
3 minutes for amateurs, 5 minutes for pros.
All right. So 3 to 5 minutes are per round of an MMA fight.
Oh, MMA fighter.
Right. Okay. Have you ever, whether it be in your training after you have rendered someone unconscious, where they come back to and they start fighting again?
Inside of a fight?
Mhm.
Have I choked someone out and they came back to? No.
Okay.
Like, it's finished fighting, the referee will...
Have you
stop.
seen that happen in practice?
Rephrase it, or please repeat the question.
I will do so. Well, you rendered someone unconscious, right? You're fighting with them, they've gone unconscious, you've released your chokehold from them. Have you ever experienced someone coming back and starting to fight you again right away?
Yes, and personally, no. Have I seen it? Yes.
Okay, fair enough. So you've seen after someone is unconscious, they come back to consciousness and they start fighting right away again. You've seen that happen.
I've seen it on the UFC multiple times where when someone gets choked out, they come back to and they continue to try to fight, and the referee has to explain to them that they've been unconscious. I've been knocked out and I had to come back conscious, and the first thing I wanted to do was continue to fight. And then when I was in the locker room, they told me that the fight was already over, so I have no recollections of what happened in that moment.
Okay, great. Now, you testified that one of the things that you do and have done in your career is to work as a security guard, right?
That is correct.
And you've worked as a security guard in a variety of contexts, right?
That's correct.
So you've done some personal security for people,
Correct.
and you've done some like kind of doorman stuff, right?
That's correct.
Bouncing, I guess, is what
Correct.
you would call it. And you said that you have worked alongside the Minneapolis Police Department in those club-type situations with off-duty officers and on-duty officers.
That is correct.
Okay. The in that capacity, have you ever had to deal with a crowd of people?
That is correct.
Have you ever had to deal with a crowd of people that was upset?
Definitely.
Is it easier or harder to deal with a crowd that is upset?
Each person is different. Me, I'm able to deal with the high capacity of distractions, different things going on, and still be able to be professional and focus on what's going on in front of me.
Okay. And have you ever been involved in a situation where there's a crowd that's upset and you were afraid of them?
Correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to the incident on May 25th of 2020 that you've testified about. You were shown an exhibit yesterday that shows that you arrived at the Cup Foods on the 38th Street side of Cup Foods at 8:23 and 12 seconds.
Don't recollect the time, sir.
Okay. Would you like me to show you that exhibit, or would you agree that that's probably correct? I can show you the
Yes,
exhibit.
show me. Is it?
Okay. I am showing you Exhibit 18. Yeah, You can see that?
Yeah, correct.
This was already admitted into evidence yesterday. You would agree that Exhibit 18 shows you walking along 38th Street on May 25th, 2020 at 8:23 and 12 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. So, I'm not trying to trick you, all right?
That's fine.
All right. And it's fair to say that prior to your arrival there, you had no idea what had been going on in the area.
No, not at all. Like I said, I just seen squad cars and didn't know what was going on.
Right. And you testified that as you kind of came around the corner, your energy sort of pulled you towards that incident, right?
Yeah, that's totally correct.
So you would have absolutely no idea that an ambulance was called 3 minutes before you arrived.
Don't know anything about that.
You would have had no idea that an ambulance was stepped up to code 3, which means get here quick, 2 minutes before you arrived.
No recollections of any of that.
You weren't there, you wouldn't possibly know, right?
Wouldn't know at all.
You testified that kind of based on your experience as a security guard, your first inclination is to just sort of observe everything that's going on, right?
Totally correct.
And that's what you did.
That's why I felt like I did, correct.
What's going on, right?
Totally correct.
And that's what you did.
That's why I felt like I did, correct.
So it's fair to say that you had not observed any prior contact between the Minneapolis Police Department and Mr. Floyd.
Only what I seen.
You would have no idea that they had been dealing with him for 15 minutes prior to your arrival.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not mine.
No, right?
He can still answer that question?
You can still answer it.
Oh,
If you'd like me to state it again.
repeat that question.
Sure. You were not aware that the police had been dealing with Mr. Floyd for 15 minutes prior to your arrival.
Not at all.
Now, you testified that as you were observing Mr. Floyd on the ground, you observed blood coming from his nose or mouth area, right?
Correct. And someone actually stated that if you watch the video.
Right. I've watched the video. But you would not have been aware that 3 minutes prior to your arrival, an ambulance was called specifically because he was bleeding from the mouth.
That had nothing to do with me, sir.
But you made certain assumptions.
What was your answer again?
That didn't have nothing, recollections of that, nothing to do with me.
Sometimes the court reporter can't hear, so that's the only reason for this.
No, definitely, Your Honor, appreciate you, man.
Okay.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Nelson.
Thank you. But you yesterday testified that you assumed that the blood coming from Mr. Floyd's nose and mouth area was from his face being pushed into the cement.
I didn't say that. I don't. Can you hear?
There's no question.
Yeah.
You answered my question.
Right, it's blood coming through his nose. I said blood's coming through his nose. I didn't say how I got there or where.
I'm going to ask you. That's non-responsive objection. You've answered my question, sir.
All right.
Stop. Objection is sustained. Jury disregard the last remark. That was not in response to a question. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. You testified that after the ambulance came, you saw 2 additional officers, right?
Correct.
And you, prior to that happening, had no idea that those 2 officers were back there, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to assume that you did not hear any of the conversations between the officers, correct?
Tower didn't let me get close enough. Correct.
The question is, did you hear any of the conversations between the officers? Yes or no?
Please repeat that because you said it different the first time.
Sure. Did you hear any of the conversation occurring between the 3 officers with Mr. Floyd Yes or no?
No.
It's fair to say that as you were there, you grew angrier.
Correct. That's what you perceive.
Pardon?
I said, is that what you took from the video, correct?
Right. As you were there and interacting with Officer Tao and Officer Chauvin, you grew more and more upset. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
You grew angry, right?
I grew control and professionalism.
Okay. Again, you made a statement to Agents Garvey and Eckert and in that statement you said,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this form of cross-examination.
Overruled.
Which one, Your Honor?
Overruled. Proceed.
Proceed.
in that statement you said, like, I really wanted to beat the shit out of. You said that.
Yeah, I did. That's what I felt.
You were angry.
No, you can't paint me out as angry. I was in a position where I had to be controlled, of control professionalism. I wasn't angry because I stayed on the curb.
Object is non-responsive.
Well, I'm objecting.
Overruled. Overruled.
Answer will stand.
Next question.
Thank you. You started calling them names. Yes?
You heard that? Yeah, you heard the
Right?
video.
You call him a tough guy, right?
You watched the video.
You call him a real man, right?
You watched the video.
Okay.
You do have to answer the question yes or no based on what he's asking.
I'm going to ask you that again, so your answers should be yes or no, okay?
Yes,
You called him a tough guy.
I did.
You called him a real man.
I did.
You called him such a man.
I did.
You called him bogus.
I did.
You called him a bum at least 13 times.
That's what you counted in the video?
That's what I counted.
And that's what you got, 13.
And that was early on, right? Those terms grew more and more angry. Would you agree with that?
They grew more and more pleading for life.
All right. After you called him a bum 13,
That's what you heard?
did you say that?
Is that what you heard?
I'm asking you, sir.
I'm pretty
Did
sure
you
I
say
did.
that?
You heard that, I'm pretty sure. That's what you heard. I'm sure that's
I'm
what I did.
asking you, did you say that?
If that's what the video recorded, so I did. If that's the video you heard from the video,
It's
that's
a
what I
yes or
did.
no, sir.
If that's what was heard in the video, yes, I did.
And at one point, you said that Officer Tao pushed you.
That's correct. He didn't. He put his hand in my chest, is what I said.
And you observed Officer Tao push someone else, right? Or feel like he pushed someone else.
I didn't let him touch anyone else.
Do you recall saying, I dare you to touch me like that?
Yeah, I did. I meant it.
So again, sir, it's fair to say that you grew angrier and angrier.
No, I grew professional and professional, and I stayed in my body. You can't paint me out to be angry.
You were not standing, you were walking around, right?
Correct. Control.
And at times, you would go forward towards where Officer Chauvin was, right?
Correct.
And at times, you'd walk to the side, correct?
Well, I didn't really get too close to Officer Chauvin, actually. Tao did not allow me to get close to Officer Chauvin.
You
So,
attempted to walk closer
I stepped off the curb and I stepped back on the curb.
because Officer Tao didn't permit you to go forward.
He said, step back on the curb.
Your voice, right? You weren't just saying you're a bum. Would you agree with that?
You said I wasn't just saying.
Right.
He was
The
a bum.
tone of your voice.
Tone of my voice was loud, so people could hear me,
And it grew louder and louder.
so I could be heard.
And after Mr. Floyd was taken by the ambulance, you continued to interact with Officer Tao as well as other people on the scene, correct?
It's correct. After they retreated, I know they had to retreat. I said what I said. I know they can say more to me.
And you continued to yell these types of things after Mr. Floyd was gone, right?
Me and Mr. Tao had words back and forth. Correct.
And I think you said something about hoping he would shoot himself.
No, I didn't say I hope he's going to shoot himself. I said within the next 2 years, you will shoot yourself in your head for what you did. I didn't say hope. I don't hope death on anyone. The Bible doesn't allow that.
So again, you continued to engage with these officers, right?
Tao,
And your voice was loud, right?
and he tried to intimidate me. So
The officers, most of the officers were on the other side of 38th Street.
me and Tao was standing in front of each other.
At one point, Officer Tao goes across the street as well, right?
They both had to retreat. Correct.
And you continued to yell these same types of things.
Probably would. Correct. Yeah. Wasn't being heard.
And it was over and over and over and over again, right?
Because I wasn't being heard.
It's a yes or no question, sir. Was it over and over and over again?
Yes, because I wasn't being heard.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Williams. I have a few more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
In MMA fighting, do you ever have a situation where your opponent is handcuffed behind the back?
Never.
Do you ever have a situation in MMA where there are three people fighting against one?
Never.
And when you were on the scene at 38th and Chicago on May 25th of last year, when you were watching this interaction between these four Minneapolis police officers and Mr. Floyd, were you watching a cage match at the time?
Well, I only seen two of them, the animals. So I was watching more of a humane shit show.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
This is Dave.
And
Sorry about what you said.
That's okay.
Okay.
so you weren't watching a sport that day, were you?
Not at all.
Mr. Nelson asked you a couple times about this kind of blood choke around the throat. Are you, based on your training, your experience doing this yourself, can you apply a blood choke to one side of the neck?
Correct.
And is that done in mixed martial arts?
That is done. Correct.
So whether Mr. Nelson wants to ask you about doing it on both sides of the neck, you've seen it done on one side of the neck.
Correct.
All right. And when you were on the street there at 38th and Chicago on May 25th of last year, watching Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd, was it that kind of blood choke you thought you were seeing on one side of the neck?
Objection, leading.
That is correct.
Overruled.
Mr. Nelson asked you about seeing times when somebody has been unconscious in a mixed martial arts fight and come to and try to wrestle again or fight again. When an opponent is rendered unconscious through something like a chokehold in a mixed martial arts fight, is the fight stopped?
Right away, immediately, medical attention, right away.
Mr. Nelson asked you about dealing with crowds that are upset in your experience as a security guard. When you're dealing with a crowd that is upset, are there ways to try and de-escalate the situation without using force?
That is correct.
Like what kinds of things can you do?
Really staying calm, being humane, talking to the person, trying to talk them down, just getting the person away from the situation, just being humane with the person. What worked for me in downtown Minneapolis as a security guard and with drunk people that I'm babysitting pretty much. Like I have to come to and try to figure out a way how to solve this problem without putting physical force to them unless they are trying to physically enforce on me.
So while you were on the street there on 38th in Chicago on May 25th of last year and watching Mr. Chauvin hold Mr. Floyd down, did you see Officer Tao try to de-escalate that situation at all with the crowd?
Objection, Carl.
Sustained.
Well, based on your training and experience as a security guard and your testimony just now about ways to de-escalate the situation, did you see Tao doing anything like that while you were there on that scene?
Same objection.
Sustained. Sidebar.
And just a reminder for our viewers, when these conversations go into sidebar, they do mute their microphones, so we aren't able to hear them. They are a private conversation, but we are listening in again to this live trial of Derek Chauvin, who you are seeing there on the right-hand side of your screen, next to his attorney, Eric Nelson, who just finished questioning here, our third witness in this trial. Now, again, we are watching this all live, raw and unfiltered on NewsNOW from Fox. Just want to say thank you again to all of our viewers who are here with us. And audio will resume as soon as this private sidebar does finish up. Now, earlier this morning, Judge Peter Cahill did rule testimony of state's 4 teenage witnesses will be audio only.
When you're dealing with a crowd as a security guard,
Overruled. He hasn't finished the question.
and you have, as Mr. Nelson described them, a crowd that's upset, would it help in your situation as a security guard to have other security guards present?
Yes, it does. More presence, the better.
Move on, Mr. Frank.
During your cross-examination, you were asked about the time that Officer Tao touched you, put his hand on your chest.
Correct.
And your reaction was what?
Immediately swiped his hand because I felt threatened, and then I stepped back and I put my hands forward, and I really was threatened by his presence. So again, I put my hands up, didn't know what else was going to move forward, and I proceeded to step back.
So,
I know you backed up to demonstrate, but if you could move back up.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Oh, no problem. I think we heard you, so you're fine.
just got to stay close to the microphone. So you didn't want Officer Tao touching you,
Not at all.
and other than pushing his hand away, you didn't touch him.
Not at all. We kind of just,
And then you went back up on the curb.
that's correct.
During your cross-examination, you used the term the officer's retreat.
Correct.
What did you mean by that retreat?
What I mean is I'm not a law enforcement or by any means, but I know I see when certain cases happen when it comes to certain things like this, most of the officers retreat away from the scene until all the right authorities come on scene to take care of everything. And that's what I noticed that they did. They retreated away from the scene to the other side of the street, and that's where they stayed until whoever came and deal with them.
Okay. Also, during your cross-examination, Mr. Nelson asked you about things that happened before you got to the scene.
That's correct.
You weren't at all trying to tell the jury in your previous testimony that you knew things that occurred before you got there.
Nah, not at all. I was deer in the headlights.
But when you got there, for that time period after you arrived and saw Mr. Chauvin with his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck on the ground there, until the ambulance took him, you watched that entire time.
I watched. Yeah, I watched everything.
And so during that time that you were watching, did you see anything that you thought justified holding Mr. Floyd down that way?
No, at all.
Sustained.
Answer is stricken.
Did you see Mr. Floyd fighting back to the officers?
No.
Did you see whether Mr. Floyd lost consciousness while you were there watching?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Yep. No argument on objections. I'll ask for sidebar if I want objection or if I want argument. The objection is overruled. You may proceed. Ask the question again so Mr. Williams knows what it is.
While you were there watching, was there a time when you saw Mr. Floyd lose consciousness?
That is correct. We refer to this.
That's
Yeah.
You were asked multiple times about being angry,
That's correct.
and more upset as time went on.
Correct.
So why? Why did you get angry and more upset as time went on?
Because again, they were not listening to anything that I was telling them. I felt like I had to speak out for Floyd because he was speaking out to the officer, and there was no feedback, no emotion, no nothing. Like I literally looked in his eyes and had, as I'm talking to him.
I'll just stop you there.
We're going to stop the answer there. Next question.
What did you think was happening to Mr. Floyd?
He was under distress.
That answer will stand, but move on from that.
You felt he was in danger?
Correct.
In danger of what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Counsel sidebar.
And just a reminder, as we're having the audio temporarily disabled here for this private sidebar, there will be 4 teenage witnesses who will take the stand here during this trial. Again, Judge Cahill did rule that their audio will be played and it will be public, but their names, how to spell their names, that kind of information that they give in the beginning will be have the audio turned off, and also there will be no video of them over the broadcast here on this live feed. Again, this is a very unique case that Minnesota doesn't usually have videos and monitors and live feeds from the courtroom. We are listening in here to Donald Williams, who is an MMA fighter trained in mixed martial arts. He did witness Floyd's death as he was on the sidewalk trying to talk with officers. He was yelling at them to get off of Floyd. And he said he believes he was witnessing a murder. And so we do have him still on the stand here today. Again, he was on the stand yesterday as things kind of wrapped up for day 1. And so he is our first witness we're hearing here on day 2 of the Derek Chauvin trial. And as we've been listening in, Williams has described watching Floyd struggle on the street under Officer Chauvin's knee, saying he saw Floyd's eyes roll back into his head. He saw him struggling, gasping for air, and saying that he believed he did witness a murder. He had also called police on these officers who were arresting George Floyd, saying he believed that they had not done the right thing here. They weren't listening to his cries for help to get off of George Floyd. And again, these private sidebars we don't get to listen into. These are private conversations, and the audio will be brought back up as soon as they are done speaking with the judge.
Mr. Frank.
So, Mr. Williams, why did you think it was so important that you were not being heard?
Because I felt like with the side choke, he lose consciousness, and I felt like he was in the process of losing consciousness, also from the condition of my fish in the bag.
So
Is it overruled?
You can continue.
So, like I said before earlier, he reminded me of my fish in the bag.
So let me ask it this way then.
The last no will be stricken about the fish in the bag.
And so then, I'm sorry, Your Honor. So you were concerned about Mr. Floyd losing his life?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
And you recross.
Very good.
You were asked a series of questions on redirect about your experience in mixed martial arts, if you recall.
Correct.
Can you tell me about any of the conversations that you had as you were being rendered unconscious in any of your fights?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. You're saying...
What did you just ask me? What did you do?
No, just wait. Let me rule on the objection first. The objection is overruled. You may answer if you have a recollection as to any time. Ask the question again, but don't answer until I say so.
When you were engaged in mixed martial arts, in your fights, in your competitive fights, can you tell me, were you able to have a conversation with your opponent as you were being rendered unconscious? Yes or no?
We're going to talk to each other, so no.
Nothing further.
Yes, Your Honor. You said earlier you're not a medical doctor.
That's totally correct.
If Mr. Nelson is asking you whether a person can...
Objection, Your Honor.
Stop. You're not allowed to give a medical opinion. Mr. Frank is going to ask you about your personal experience. If you have such a personal experience, you can talk about your personal experience. Nothing more. Mr. Frank, please phrase it in terms of his personal experience, not an opinion.
I will, Your Honor. In a mixed martial arts fight, when you are being rendered unconscious in a chokehold, you tap out, correct?
Correct.
And that's to prevent it from going too far.
Correct, losing conscious.
And the tap out is the communication you use to your opponent to say, hey, let up.
That is correct.
And your opponent has to follow that communication.
That's correct.
That's the rules of the fight.
That's the rules of the fight.
And so when you tap out, they know it's done and it stops.
Correct. And only time you can verbally...
That's an answer to the question.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
And further recross. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, you are excused. Thank you. Members of the jury, our next 4 witnesses are going to be persons who, because of their age, I am allowing them not to be on the video broadcast. Obviously, you will be able to see them in the courthouse. But just so you know what is going out beyond this courtroom, their video will not be shown. Further, when they give their name and spell their names for the record, that will be off the audio that is being broadcast outside this courtroom. Just so you know what the general public is seeing, you will of course see and hear everything. I'm also allowing, contrary to what is often in the rules of decorum that we operate under, that they can refer to other people who are at the scene by their first names, as opposed to Mr. or Ms. So that's with court permission. They're not violating anything by doing so. So with that, the state will be bringing in its next witness. There will be 4 in a row probably. We're not going to get to all of them before we take a break, probably 1 at most. Okay, thank you. Okay. Five minutes? Okay. Well, why don't we just take our morning break for now, and if we have to take another one, we can do that as well. Let's break for 20 minutes. We'll be back at...
We are ready.
Okay. Change of plan. All right. We're ready to go with our first witness.
And just a reminder, audio is disabled while the first of these 4 teenage witnesses does take the stand. And while they're being sworn in, giving their legal name to the court, let's take a quick 2-minute break.
And it sounds like you've got a nice loud voice that we'll be able to hear with the microphone. If there's any problem, I'll maybe move you up or back, but it seems like you're doing just fine. So I'm going to turn it over, going back on audio, to Mr. Blackwell.
Good morning, Darnell.
Good morning.
Are you a little nervous up there?
Yes.
It's understandable. I'm just going to take a few minutes this morning to talk with you and give the jury a chance to hear from you about what you saw, how you reacted, and what happened on May 25th, okay?
Yes.
First of all, Darnella, would you tell us how old you are?
I'm 18 years old.
And 1 week ago, were you 18 years old?
No.
So you just had a birthday?
Yes.
And so when we talk about May 25th of last year, you were?
17.
Are you a student?
Yes.
Tell us, where do you go to? Are you in high school?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
9th through 11th, I went to Roosevelt High School. Then made the decision to switch to Augsburg Fairview Academy for my 12th grade year.
So you most certainly remember the date of May 25th of last year.
Yes.
I want to take you to a certain time period on May 25th at around 7 o'clock p.m. on May 25th. Do you recall walking to Cup Foods?
Yes.
And were you by yourself?
No.
Were you walking with a cousin of yours?
Yes.
Do you recall how old your cousin was?
Maybe 12, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Maybe 9?
Maybe.
Now you're walking to Cup Foods. Where were you walking from?
Home.
So you live nearby?
Yes.
Would you describe Cup Foods as a neighborhood store?
Yes.
Now the jury may have heard something about this being a dangerous neighborhood. Were you concerned for your safety in walking with your cousin to Cup Foods?
No.
If you had to estimate, how many times would you say you walked to Cup Foods from your home in the neighborhood?
Hundreds to maybe even thousands.
So you and your cousin walk into Cup Foods. What were you going there for? Do you remember?
I was taking her to get some snacks.
Your cousin loves snacks?
Yes.
So let's go to May 25th of 2020, and I want to show you a couple of things just to set the scene for our discussion. I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, for our purposes, as Exhibit 13. Your Honor, I think I need a handler. Okay, I got one. Now in Exhibit 13, do you see two people in that, in what is a photograph?
Yes, but I also see 2 people back there, if that counts.
Right, you see 2 people in the front of the photo and 2 people in the back.
Yes.
Is this photo a true and accurate depiction of you and your cousin in the front of the photograph on May 25th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll offer Exhibit 13 in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
13 is received. Would you like me to publish?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, now the jury can see it too. Now this is a screen that you can actually mark on. And so if we see the 2 people that are right here in the front of this picture, there's a little girl with the word love on her sweatshirt, and there's another person next to her. One of those persons you?
Yes.
And which one, the bigger one or the little one?
The bigger one.
And this is your cousin next to you?
Yes.
And is this as you walk into to Cup Foods?
Yes.
I want to show you what we've marked as Exhibit 16 for the trial. If you could pull that up, right. Now, is this a video that you've seen before?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of the scene that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Is this video a true and accurate depiction of the scene as you saw it on May 25th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers Exhibit 16 in evidence.
Objection. 16 is received.
Right. So, Mr. Eltiste, if you could play this a little ways, I want to ask you some questions about it. So we can see with the jury, 2 people walking from the left to the right. There's a little girl in the green shirt, and there you are. Do you see him?
Yes.
And is this as you all were approaching Cup Foods on May 25th?
Yes.
Now see there, your cousin goes into the store. Why did she go into the store and then you turned around and then came back toward the squad cars?
I wanted to make sure she got in.
You stop there, Brad, for a second. When you walked past the squad car there, did you see anything happening there on the ground as you were walking towards Cup Foods with your cousin?
Yes, I see a man on the ground and I see a cop kneeling down on him.
Was there anything about the scene that you didn't want your cousin to see?
Yes.
And what was that?
A man terrified, scared, begging for his life.
Is that why you directed your cousin to going into Cup Foods?
Yes.
And then when you saw what was happening there at the scene, what was it about the scene that caused you to come back?
It wasn't right. He was suffering. He was in pain.
Let me stop you there for just a second, Darnell. And so when you say, first of all, he, are you referring to the person you come to know as George Floyd?
Yes.
Did you know anything about Mr. George Floyd before May 25th?
No.
Had you ever met him before?
No.
Ever seen him before to your knowledge?
No.
So when you came back to this scene here that we can see in Exhibit 16, what did you do when you first got there and we see where you're standing? What did you do?
I pulled out my phone.
And what were you doing to pull out your phone?
Recording, capturing what I was seeing.
And we have already admitted into evidence in this case the video which you had done, which was our Exhibit 15 that's in evidence. So tell the jury what you observed, what you heard when you stopped to look at what was happening there at the scene.
I heard George Floyd saying, "I can't breathe, please get off of me. I can't breathe." He cried for his mom. He was in pain. It seemed like he knew. It seemed like he knew it was over for him. He was terrified. He was suffering. This was a cry for help. Definitely.
Yeah. You'll disregard any opinions about how Mr. Floyd was feeling, but you can rely on her observations. Appropriate. Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Donna, let me show you for a moment. We'll come back to this discussion. Let me show you Exhibit 17. That's also already in evidence. So can you see the person depicted on Exhibit 17? Darnella, are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes. Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck.
On May 25th?
Yes.
Is this the way he appeared when you saw him on May 25th, kneeling on George Floyd's neck?
Yes.
When you first arrived at the scene, you can take that down, Brett. When you first arrived at the scene and you started recording with your phone camera, were there other bystanders or others there present at the time?
No.
About how long before other people started to gather with you?
Not even a minute in.
And could you estimate roughly how many others were just there around you who were also observing what was happening?
Maybe about 12, 14, something around that maybe.
If I showed you a picture of those who were there, might you recognize those who might have been present with you? Let's see. Brady, pull Exhibit 184.
For the record, that's not been.
Thank you.
Fresh memory, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, just one moment. Let me make sure it's just that only that she can see.
I've already got it.
All right, thank you, Judge. As you look at Exhibit 184, do these look like in this exhibit the other bystanders who were with you at the scene on May 25th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll offer 184 now.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
184 is received.
So looking at this photograph at 184, can you identify for us any of the other bystanders? We know that you identify your cousin to the right. How about any of the others here in the photograph?
This is a former friend. This is a friend I went to school with, Alyssa.
Would you just point her out so that you can mark on the screen actually?
Right there.
I'm sorry.
The arrow was on.
I'm sorry, Judge. Could you repeat that?
The arrow is on the screen.
The arrow's on the screen.
Where's she pointing?
Yeah, just one moment. Is she able to mark from where she is?
She did. She put the arrow on the screen to mark where her friend is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You see the arrow, Mr. Blackwell?
Yeah, no, I can't see anything on the screen here at all. Yeah, all right. You mentioned there's another one of your friends in the picture.
Yes.
And what was the friend's name?
Alyssa.
And could you again point out Alyssa? Okay, now I see it. Thank you, Alan. And what about any other persons you know here?
Not on the scene, but I do know people that was there at the last minute. I know some of the workers because I've lived there for a while.
But you were there the whole time as these various group of bystanders gathered together on May 25th.
Yes.
If somebody were to tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you and the rest of the bystanders who were there were an unruly crowd or mob, I didn't finish the question yet. Hypothetical.
I don't think it could be non-leading. So let's rephrase as a non-leading question, please.
All right. I want you to describe the nature and character of the persons gathered together there. Would you describe yourselves as an unruly mob or an unruly crowd?
This is Dan. Now, overruled. I think it's the only way to get an answer. However, I will make a sidebar after this answer. Go ahead.
No, I would say everyone were reacting multiple different ways from what they were seeing, which it wasn't right. We all know it wasn't right.
The last part of the answer is stricken. I'd like a sidebar with counsel. Clear?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, the technical difficulties are sending shooting pains in all of our ears.
Yes.
Mr. Blackwell, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. So as you were there with the other bystanders, did any of these bystanders ever threaten the police?
No.
Did any of them ever physically get violent with the police?
No.
Did you at the scene on May 25th see any violence at the scene at all anywhere?
Yes, from the cops, from Chauvin and from Officer Tao. I think that's his name.
Other than the violence you saw from Mr. Chauvin and the other police, did you see any act of violence from the bystanders who were there?
No.
Did you see any of the bystanders that act in any way that you would describe as unruly?
No.
Do you think it's fair to call them a mob?
No.
Amongst the bystanders who were there, did you see any of them make an effort to actually offer care for Mr. Floyd?
Physically?
Yes.
I heard them say, get off of him. You're hurting him. He can't breathe. He's not moving. But anytime someone tried to get close, they were defensive. So we couldn't even get close.
So first, let's just stick with what you heard the bystanders. The bystanders were saying things to Mr. Chauvin?
Yes.
What things did you hear that were being said to Mr. Chauvin by the bystanders?
You're hurting him. Are you enjoying this? He can't breathe. He's not moving. His nose is bleeding. You're a bum. Pretty much words around that category.
And when you arrived at the scene, can you describe for us, first of all, what was the position of Mr. Floyd when you arrived at this scene and saw him by the squad car?
He was laid down on the ground, restrained. It didn't look like he could move much, but his head.
And by restrained, was he in handcuffs?
Yes.
By restrained, where was Mr. Chauvin in relation to Mr. Floyd?
His knee was kneeling on his neck. It was two other officers holding him down as well.
And what did you hear or see Mr. Floyd doing while he was being restrained underneath, as you described, the knee of Mr. Chauvin?
He was complaining about, he was stating that he was in pain. He said his neck, his back, everything hurts. I can't breathe. Mom, he said I would get up if I could, something around that. I wouldn't say that's his exact words. But yeah, pretty much he was saying how much in pain he was. He couldn't breathe.
At some point, was there a person who came to the scene who identified herself as a firefighter?
Yes.
Are you able to see her in this exhibit 184?
Yes.
Could you point to her? Okay, and let the record reflect she's pointed to Genevieve Hanson.
As far as the name, she's identified who she believes is the firefighter.
She had testified that. So.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the person dressed in black, holding up a phone with a white headband in Exhibit 184.
When this person who identified herself as a firefighter came, what did she do?
She asked him to check his pulse.
Who did she ask to check?
Chauvin.
And she asked Officer Chauvin to check the pulse of Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Then what happened?
He remained kneeling on his neck. And she asked multiple times, not just once.
Then what did she do? Did she try to check his pulse?
No, they wouldn't even let us get close.
And what prevented your getting close when you say they wouldn't let us get close?
They were quick to pull out mace.
Who pulled out mace?
Officer Tao and Chauvin. He put his hand on his mace. They put their hand on their mace. I can't remember if they actually pointed at us, but they definitely put their hand on the mace, and we all backed back.
Did you feel threatened by the police officers?
Yes.
Did you feel threatened by Mr. Chauvin?
Yes.
Why is that?
He seemed like, how do I word this? I felt like I was in danger when he did that. It rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't understand why they would do that, what we did for them to make them do that. That's why I felt threatened. I don't understand why the mace was even needed at all.
So as you were observing Mr. Floyd under the knee of Mr. Chauvin, did you ever see Mr. Chauvin do anything to offer care to Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did he ever either let up or get up so that he could breathe?
No.
Did you ever see him try to administer CPR?
No.
Did you see him call anyone else to administer aid to Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did he call out and ask if anybody amongst the bystanders knew CPR who might be able to help him?
Not at all.
At what point did you see? Well, let me ask this: did an ambulance at some point arrive at the scene?
Yes.
And you saw the ambulance arrive there?
Yes.
Roughly how many minutes after you first started watching what was happening to Mr. Floyd did the ambulance show up?
The end of my video, the video was about 10 minutes. I would say maybe somewhere around 9. I'm not sure.
So was there any point in your video, whether it's 9 or 10 minutes, that Mr. Chauvin ever let up or got up off of the neck of Mr. Floyd that you saw?
No. If anything, he actually was kneeling harder. It looked like he was shoving his knee in his neck, like he was, yeah.
So was it your experience then, as the bystanders cried out, that Mr. Chauvin kneeled in even harder? Is that what you're saying?
Can you rephrase that?
You told us that it looked like Mr. Chauvin was kneeling in even harder on Mr. Floyd. Was there anything that was in response to that he was kneeling harder?
I feel like he was feeding off of our energy.
Calls for speculation.
I want to
know. Should we take our morning break at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break until 11:15. We're in recess.
All right, everybody. They are in recess right now. You heard it right there. We've been following it for you right here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take some of the coverage right now from Fox 9 in Minneapolis right now as they continue to talk about this trial.
She was 17 years old at the time that she actually picked up her cell phone and recorded the video that has now been seen across the world of the moments that George Floyd took his last breath. We want to get straight to one of our legal analysts, trial attorney Lee Hutton will shed light and offer his perspective on what we've seen so far today. In addition to hearing to Frazier, we also picked up where we left off yesterday with the testimony of Donald Williams, and he was also a witness there at the time that George Floyd passed away on the corner of 38th and Chicago in South Minneapolis. All right, let's get to Lee. Lee, are you there?
I'm here. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I just want to get to the most recent testimony, and that is with Darnella Frazier. Tell me, first of all, we don't see her. We only hear her because she was 17 at the time that she took that video. She just recently turned 18. Tell me, what did you glean from her testimony so far this morning?
Well, I can tell you she appears very credible, albeit very nervous because she's young. And I think Jerry Blackwell did a good job of putting her age into context, saying you recently had a birthday, but going back to May 25th, the day of the incident, you were a child, you were 17, and you were with your younger cousin who was around the age of 12. And so he sets that narrative very quickly. You can tell in Jerry Blackwell's questions, which when you're talking to your witness, they must be direct examination questions, which means you can't lead. So you have to allow the witness to tell their side of the story. And Jerry Blackwell starts connecting some of his opening statement phrases into the questions, and she's picking up on it very, very well. I think the one part that was really masterful and somewhat critical to the defense is when Jerry Blackwell took a break and he changed his question and he asked the witness, do you recognize the officer in the courtroom? And that's when she started to tear up. Certainly shows a really, really a vulnerable side of all the bystanders that were there, including the fact that they weren't agitated, which is the defendant's kind of key goal that they're trying to prove to the jurors.
And I'm going to backtrack a bit. Another one of those bystanders, Donald Williams. We heard from him yesterday. They picked back up where they left off with him. But this time, he was the center of the cross-examination by defense attorney Eric Nelson. And it seemed that Mr. Nelson was really honing in on Mr. Williams' background in martial arts and wrestling. What was his strategy with that?
Oh, absolutely. I think what Nelson and right before we went to the questions, we predicted that there's going to be some fireworks, and there were. Eric Nelson certainly took off the gloves, so to speak, and tried to discredit some of the testimony with Williams. And how he did that was to say, you know, in wrestling, when you're in a chokehold, you can tap out, you can, you're basically functional. I think what Eric Nelson was also trying to do subtly is to say that, you know, sometimes people pass out in wrestling and you really don't know that's what happens. And he also says, like, look, you know, some people actually volunteer to be choked out in that particular sport to the point where they pass out, and it's all good. We'll see how effective that was to the jury. You know, of course, we can't see their facial expressions underneath the mask, but we soon will tell, we'll see if Eric Nelson's strategy was effective.
And during that cross-examination, as you mentioned, it got kind of testy there for a minute between Mr. Williams and the defense attorney, Eric Nelson. What did you think about that? Is that something that surprised you? Probably not as a trial attorney, but I'm sure it leaves an impression on the jury.
Absolutely. And I think Eric Nelson did that to be somewhat strategic. He started off very friendly, but very stern. But what Eric Nelson wanted to suggest is that, hey, look, the officers were being preoccupied with bystanders on the sidewalk that may have put the officers' lives in danger. And in fact, it was you, Mr. Williams. And I think that's what Eric Nelson was trying to attempt. Is says, look, you were coming off the curb. You went close to Officer Chauvin. You looked at as you were agitated. You said a bunch of naughty words when you were there. And then that discussion with the officers continued. And what Eric wanted to do was poke, so the jury can see some of the toughness, if you will, for lack of a better word, from Williams, which takes them out on the scene, and somewhat for the jurors on the stand that definitely support Blue Lives Matter, and that said that officers have a tough job. What Eric Nelson was trying to bring that into the courtroom.
And so far we've heard from a Minneapolis 911 police dispatcher. We've heard from a young woman who worked at the gas station across the street from where George Floyd died. We've also heard from Mr. Donald Williams, who you just talked about. And then most recently, we've heard from Miss Darnella Frazier. Can you tell me at all, can you elaborate on how the defense is really trying to connect with the jury, with these people that we've heard from so far?
Sure, and it's a very tough job for the defense because these are not their witnesses. So naturally, as a case starts, the state or a plaintiff or who, when they go first, they put in their case in chief, and so it's natural that the tendency is that their story is being told, so they have a little advantage in the overall conclusion. But that certainly soon change. Eric Nelson, again, what he's trying to do is separate the individuals that testified from the causation of death. And he's saying, you're giving me all this testimony on wrestling moves, and there's been a lot of objections with his inability to conclude the death of George Floyd and also the officer's intent. And so Eric Nelson is going to be objecting probably even more. And of course, the judge has to balance those objections. There was one point in time where the judge sustained an objection, then he overruled, then we went to sidebar. And so you're going to see that a little bit more frequent as the litigation goes forward. But again, Eric Nelson is trying to detach the witness statements as only their observations, but really don't get to the core of the elements that the jury needs to attach to the elements of the charges.
And I want to get back again to the minors, because this is one of 4 minors that we will likely hear from today. When you are in trial and you are dealing with people who are testifying, possibly witnesses to a situation, I imagine that the defense and the prosecution, that they are a little bit more, this is like a little bit more delicate, that you have to approach the people on the stand who are of a certain age a little bit differently than you would of someone who was older.
You're absolutely right. When you get somebody who's nervous, and this is where Jerry Blackwell actually really asked very, very good questions. And so going back on replay, he asked the questions that elicit a really yes or no response. And then he grew into questions that asked for her narrative as the questioning went on. And she got a little bit more comfortable. And I also think that this is leading up to showing her the video, which will be very impactful for the jury, but also emotional for her. I will predict that Eric Nelson has to be very, very careful when cross-examining minors to the point of it's most likely going to be a short cross-examination. Most likely it's going to be dealt with very gentle gloves because certainly, even though that the witnesses are on stand, what the attorney's job is to do is, number one, be likable to the jury at all time, but number two is get the witness to tell the story through their questions, almost kind of an out-of-body experience where Jerry Blackwell is talking directly to the jury and just using the witness as a conduit. So we're going to see not the same cross-examination with Williams with the minors from Nelson.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see. And you addressed how the defense is looking to connect with the jury. How about the prosecution? How are they trying to connect and kind of speak their language?
Sure, absolutely, and it's interesting, and maybe by strategic that Jerry Blackwell is handling the minors. He did such a good job with a calm voice, with very what we call softball questions. What are your name? What is your age? You just had a birthday. Get the witness to relax. And I think when Jerry Blackwell goes up there, you can see some of the common courtesies every time, even if he loses an objection, he always thanks the judge. And he's from North Carolina and I'm from Texas, so there may be some Southern hospitality in there, but it's all strategic as well. And so they're trying to connect with the jury in a way that this matter is very important. They have a job to do, and they're doing it at the same time being forceful with some of the discussions, but also balancing the fairness to the defendant.
And we are hearing from some of the bystanders. We heard from Mr. Williams yesterday, and now we're hearing from some of those minors. Do you think that this is a critical point in this trial, to hear from people who saw firsthand what occurred that day?
Yeah, I do. And now looking back, I understand, at least I think I do, the state's kind of strategy in here. What they're doing is they're taking it to the scene. They're getting all the key witnesses with regard to that 9 minutes and 29 seconds, which was the theme of Blackwell's opening, and they're getting that information out first. And they want the jury to hear, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear from the nurse or the firefighter, rather, other individuals that were there. I mean, they're going to state the impressions of those individuals right off the bat. And so what you're constantly hearing is the knee on the neck, the 9 minutes and 29 seconds from each and every witness. And that's being driven home over and over again. And then I think the state is going to then take a kind of outside macro look to presenting the evidence in a sense of what led up, and then they're going to go to the Mercedes and they're going to go to those aspects, but that's in the next couple of weeks. And so I understand the strategy, and of course the defense just has to sit around and kind of be thoughtful and be patient, and that's very tough. I've been on the defense side. It's very, very tough to be patient because you have something to say. And as you've seen, you know, Chauvin is doing a great job of just kind of remaining calm. I think it helps having a mask because a lot of times you have clients that can't control their facial expressions, and that means a lot, and that can tell 1,000 words. But what he's doing, it seems like he's very interested, seems like he's in control. He's constantly taking notes. I'm pretty sure everybody's wondering, what is he writing down? It may be something of importance, it may be nothing, but he also is an officer, and the many cases are won because the attorneys listen to their clients, and certainly one of the experts in the room that knows police policies is Officer Chauvin himself. So I'm pretty sure he's a resource for Eric Nelson.
All right, Lee, thank you so much for your perspective and your candor. And please stand by. We definitely want to get back to you in our later breaks. And this is the first break that we've had so far this morning. Again, we picked up where we left off in yesterday's proceedings, where we heard from Mr. Donald Williams. He was one of the bystanders there at the corner of 38th and Chicago and South Minneapolis who witnessed the death of George Floyd. And we before we ended the break, we heard from Darnella Frazier, 17 years old at the time that she actually shot that video, seen all across the world now, of the death of George Floyd. And right now, we want to get to Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who has also been monitoring this case. He has been on this case since day one. Paul, what were some of your biggest takeaways this morning so far?
Well, that cross-examination, Eric Nelson, Donald Williams, the MMA fighter, on the sidewalk there. Eric Nelson tried to go, forgive the fighting analogy, but tried to go toe-to-toe with him to get some concessions about what he saw, what he knows. Definitely trying to engage him on this idea that he was growing more and more agitated, more and more angry along the sidewalk, and this theme that has emerged about the crowd there, right? It kind of was a bombshell in the opening statement yesterday from Eric Nelson in defending Derek Chauvin, this idea that the crowd was growing angrier and angrier and more agitated as Derek Chauvin continued to keep a knee to the back and neck of George Floyd, and that created a threat, a stressful situation, almost to the point of losing focus on the subject underneath them. And Nelson tried to get some concessions there. Also, Donald Williams having done security work and performing in front of a crowd that's upset. But you heard Donald Williams toe the line, if you will. I can remain professional in those situations. You got to remain focused in those situations. So I thought he swatted back some of the defense attempts to poke holes in his testimony. And then, of course, now just hearing from Darnella Frazier, you and Lee spoke about how emotional she is. 17, just turned 18 years old at the time, reliving what she witnessed there at 38th in Chicago outside Cup Foods, and particularly emotional when she was basically asked to identify Derek Chauvin. They showed her that screenshot of Derek Chauvin's face while he's kneeling on George Floyd and sort of asked her to connect the dots. Is this the officer you know? And she affirmed that. And it was very difficult for her. And as Lee points out, I'm sure we'll see her entirety of her video shortly. But she's on the stand now, powerful. And I think, as you and Lee were discussing, I think the state here is focused right now on establishing that scene, that 9 minutes, 29 seconds at 38th in Chicago. And then down the road, what they're going to have to do is get into medical experts, right? A lot of this case is going to come down to the cause of death. I think that's a separate area. We'll eventually hear and focus witnesses on that. And then, of course, police tactics. The defense, Eric Nelson yesterday claimed Derek Chauvin was just following his years of training by what he did that evening, Memorial Day last year. Remember, the state has promised they are calling Medaria Arredondo in. They are calling training experts in. They are calling the people who train MPD officers specifically to discredit the actions of Derek Chauvin that day. They are claiming that MPD will basically say there is nothing in the books that explains what Derek Chauvin did last year, May 25th of 2020. But, a few things I recalled from this morning, and then as we look ahead in the days and weeks to come.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. And we're going to head over to Hannah Flood, Fox 9's Hannah Flood, who's also been monitoring the situation there in court. And Hannah, we heard from Darnella Frazier. She's 18 now. She was 17 years old at the time of George Floyd's death. What Lee said earlier is that, you can hear some of the emotion in her voice as she was being addressed by the prosecution. What do you think the defense's, what do you think their approach is going to be? How their strategy moving forward?
Okay, folks, looks like they're having some audio issues right there. Let's see if we could get it back.
But right now we are in break one of today's court proceedings. Judge Peter Cahill had mentioned before we went to break that this break would probably last between 15 to 20 minutes. So we're expecting for proceedings to resume pretty soon. But again, thanks so much for joining us for gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. Today is day 2 of the trial. 2 people have taken the stand today. That's Donald Wilson. We'd heard from him yesterday. He was essentially one of the witnesses, one of many bystanders there on the corner of 38th and Chicago and South Minneapolis, who witnessed the death of George Floyd. And we also heard from a young woman. Her name is Darnella Frazier. She's 18 years old, recently turned 18. She was 17 years old at the time that she recorded that video that has now been seen all across the world of George Floyd's last breath. Just to point out some of the things that were brought up during testimony today from Mr. Frazier during cross-examination. He was really questioned by defense attorney Eric Nelson about his background in wrestling and MMA, because he felt that what he saw was a blood choke, and he felt that that was something that he was witnessing that should not have been taking place. As we wait for court to resume, we're going to check back in with local trial attorney Lee Hutton. Lee, are you there? Lee, you're there?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. Now I can hear you. So yeah, thanks again for being with us. Just recapping of everything that we've heard so far today. We talked about the defense attorney really honing in on Mr. Williams' background in wrestling and MMA. Why do you think that is?
Well, what he is trying to do is separate MMA and the sport, the recreation of that particular life. And I remember there were some questions where he said, "Look, that's a sport," and Mr. Williams said, "No, this is life to me." What Eric Nelson is trying to do is really separate the fact that that's MMA, but this is police work, and you know nothing about that. And so I really need to draw a fine line. Now, for the viewers, there's during this, there's a lot of objections that you see going on, many of them from Eric Nelson, especially with this particular witness. The reason why those objections were being made by Eric Nelson is because what Eric Nelson wants to do is keep the testimony within the Yellow Brick Road of what Mr. Williams can testify to. It was just the MMA, it was just the wrestling. However, he could not give conclusions as to what effects certain things do on the body and kind of the medical mechanics of it all. And then a lot of times where attorneys do a sidebar where they put on those little headphones that looks like they're in a spaceship, they're really talking about why objections are made. There was one time where Eric Nelson, and every attorney falls subject to this, is that when he makes the objection, he will make argument at the same time. That's strategic a lot of time with trial attorneys, so the jury can hear while you're making that objection and kind of hear some of the legal conclusions as to the objection. And the judge kind of admonished the attorney, saying, "Look, you can object, but make no arguments. If you want to make an argument, pick up the headphone and we'll do it out of the ear of the jury." There's going to be more fireworks. There are going to be more objections.
Yeah, and I thought that it was, as you mentioned, everything when it comes to trial, it is all about strategy on both the defense and the prosecution. And during the prosecution's questioning of Darnella Frazier this morning, he asked her to describe, how did she feel with what she saw? And she said that she described Floyd as being someone who was suffering, and she said that he was in pain. And she stated that she felt threatened by the police officers. So that line of questioning, it's all purposeful, right?
Absolutely. And I think, Jerry, there was one time where the judge sustained an objection and he asked Mr. Blackwell, he said, "You need to rephrase it." And on your feet, trial attorney has to kind of be flexible, be a bamboo, bend but don't break, and kind of ask and rephrase the question in a different way to elicit the testimony. And this is where you can have good witnesses and you can have not so good witnesses, because the witness has to be really keen to really listen to the question, so you can really have a great back and forth communication, of which the jury is eavesdropping on. And so when Jerry Blackwell kind of did an about face and asked the question a little differently, he was able to get some very good testimony for the state with regard to the suffering, with regard to the fact that, and I think it diffuses the defense strategy a little bit, that the officers were in danger, but Jerry Blackwell masterfully kind of switched it, and he says, "No, as a matter of fact, the people in the curve were in danger," and so that came out very effectively.
And today we are going to hear from 4 minors. We are hearing from one of them right before the break. Can you talk about just kind of that? I'd imagine that that's a delicate dance for everyone involved in that courtroom. I can just imagine how tense it is in there, and seeing someone who is of a particular age have to deal with something that's so traumatic.
Absolutely. Well, I can tell you, you'll see Jerry Blackwell as the minors get younger and younger. The questions are probably going to be shorter and more delicate. And that's not just strategy, is that you want an effective witness too. But to a certain extent, and this is where sometimes trial attorneys can be seen as emotionless, but you also want the emotions of a 12-year-old kid who just just witnessed somebody die in front of officers connected to Jerry Blackwell's theme that when you're in our custody, you're in our care. And so having a 12-year-old girl tear up or look scared in this masterful big situation that they're in, you need the jury to kind of relive that and hear it again. And of course, people on the stand, including Mr. Williams, were getting emotional, and we're a year from the event. So, this is what the state wants the jury to feel is that particular emotion. Now, defense obviously wants to take emotion, the politics and the social out, which is kind of their theme and opening statement. But with these 4 individuals that are under the age of 18, it's going to be a different type of show. And I don't think they will be on the stand that long, especially the younger ones, the 12-year-old. It's always a tough dance for a trial attorney.
All right. Thank you so much, Leah. Now we're going to check back in with Fox 9's Hannah Flood. Hannah, so far, what have been the biggest moments for you?
Well, I thought it was, really interesting, and Lee was talking about it, of Darnella Frazier getting up onto the stand today, and just the emotion, even almost a year later. We do have a little bit of a clip from her right when she got up on stand today.
I see a man on the ground, and I see a cop kneeling down on him.
Was there anything about the scene that you didn't want your cousin to see?
Yes.
And what was that?
A man terrified, scared, begging for his life.
Is that why you directed your cousin to going into Cup Foods?
Yes.
And then when you saw what was happening there at the scene, what was it about the scene that caused you to come back?
It wasn't right. He was suffering. He was in pain.
Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck.
On May 25th?
Yes.
So there you can hear that emotion in Darnella's voice as she's describing this. And BZ, I think is important to note there were some motions this morning that kind of solidified this. We're going to be hearing from a couple of minors today, and they're not going to be shown on video. So it sounds like court is back in session, so we'll take you back.
Let's take it. Thank you, Hannah.
And the court is back in session right now. We go to it right here on NewsNOW from Fox, everyone.
From time to time, Mr. Chauvin kneeled harder.
Yes.
You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Could you tell the ladies and jury, members of the jury, how did you see him respond and react to the crowds calling out to him? What did you see him do?
He just stared at us, looked at us. He had like this cold look, heartless. He didn't care. It seemed as if he didn't care what we were saying. It didn't change anything he was doing.
In response to what you and the other bystanders were saying, did you see him do anything differently to the body of George Floyd?
Can you
Well, I'll just ask you the question. Yes. In response to what the crowd was doing or saying, did you see him at any time kneel in harder on George Floyd in response?
Yes.
Incidentally, do you see Mr. Chauvin in the courtroom
Yes.
today? Could you please point him out?
Right there.
Yeah, for the record, she's pointing to Mr. Chauvin. Thank you. Now, you had at some point told us that you were there when the ambulance came.
Yes.
Did Mr. Chauvin get off of Mr. Floyd when the ambulance arrived?
No, the ambulance person had to actually tell him to lift up.
So the ambulance arrives, and does an ambulance person get out right away and come over to ask Mr. Chauvin to lift up, or did something else happen before that?
He checked his pulse first while Chauvin's knee was still remained on George Floyd's neck.
All right, so paramedic checks his pulse with Mr. Chauvin still on his neck. then what happened after that?
The paramedic he did like a motion, like get up, basically telling him to remove his knee. His knee was still there, even when they came, even at the end, even unresponsive.
Right. And did Mr. Chauvin get up at that time then?
Yes.
Right. As you were observing the entire scene, did you observe Mr. Floyd do anything that you felt was threatening to any of the police officers?
No.
Did you see him do anything other than call out in anguish?
No, besides maybe trying to get more comfortable. No.
Do you feel, well, let me ask the question a different way. When you arrived at the scene, you heard Mr. Floyd crying out, you told us.
Yes, from afar.
At some point during the period of time when he was under Mr. Chauvin's knees, did you see him go unconscious?
Yes.
Did you hear any discussion about whether or not he had in fact died?
No.
Did you have, when the paramedics came, they picked up his body, they took his body from the scene?
Yes.
Did they revive him there?
No.
Did you ever see him conscious again when he left the scene, before he left the scene?
No.
Incidentally, with the photograph here of the bystanders, the exhibit 184 that's in front of you, did the bystanders for the most part stay there on the sidewalk where they were?
For the most part, yes.
If they stepped at all into the street, was there an officer there telling them to get back?
Yes.
Did you see that the bystanders complied with what the officer was asking to get back?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll pass it.
Ms. Mills.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
You testified that when you first came up to Cup Foods, you initially heard what was being said by Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And you sent your cousin into the store, and you never went into Cup Foods yourself, right?
Correct.
You turned around, and you pretty much right away from the time you sent your cousin into the store, right away started recording, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, you recorded from that point all the way until shortly after the paramedics came and left, right?
Correct.
All right. And so it's fair to say that prior to, well, as you approached them, Mr. Floyd was already in that position, right?
Yes.
He was on the ground.
Yes.
And anything that happened prior to that, you wouldn't be privy to or know what happened, right?
Correct.
But you, and so what we saw from your video that has been played was roughly 10 minutes of time, agreed?
Agree.
Okay. And throughout the course of your time that you were recording, you would agree that when we watch the video, there are times we can hear your voice, right?
Correct.
And we can hear the voices of the other people, the bystanders, so to speak, right?
Yes.
And I believe that you said there were about 12, by the end, there were about 12 to 14 people that were standing kind of right there on the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
Were you also observing people across the street?
No.
Were you observing people like down on the other side of 38th?
No, mainly focused on what I was seeing.
Right. you would agree that that intersection is a fairly busy intersection, lots of traffic?
Certain days, yes, it could be.
Yeah, I mean at times, right?
Yes.
It's a bus route, there's buses coming by.
It's been multiple times. It's been empty though as well, but yeah.
Understood, right. It's a busier intersection. It's in the middle of the city, right? It's compared to like in a neighborhood, like where there's all houses. More traffic there, right?
Yes.
And in fact, in your video, we can actually see a lot of cars driving by because this was, a nice spring night, right?
Yes.
And so, your video, in other words, sort of speaks for itself, right? What we see on it is what you were watching as you watched it.
Correct.
Okay. You were interviewed by, I believe, a couple of Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents early on in the case, right?
Who?
The BCA, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. They came and took a statement from you.
Yes.
Okay.
The FBI?
Was there an FBI agent? Let's call them law enforcement, all right? There were a couple of law enforcement agents that interviewed you.
Closer to the situation, yes. It was I believe two white guys. I'm not sure if they were white, but they looked white. But yes, closer to the situation, yes.
Right. You met with them, you provided them your cell phone, and you allowed them to copy the video from your cell phone for purposes of their investigation, right?
Yes.
And at that time, they took a statement from you. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you understand that that statement was recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't want to misphrase what you said before, but I thought I heard you say that you were aware that there were 4 officers on the scene when you walked up.
No. I didn't see the other officers until the end, and when everything blowed up, I've seen different angles. That's when I figured out it was two other officers on George Floyd when he was laying on the ground.
The question being, though, however, as you were filming it, you were not aware that those other 2 officers were there.
No, only officer I seen was Chauvin and Officer Tao.
Right. And those are the 2 that you primarily had interactions with Officer Tao, right?
Yes.
And you testified that Officer Chauvin didn't say very much, right?
Yes.
But it's also fair to say that you couldn't necessarily hear whether those other officers were speaking to Mr. Chauvin.
Objection, Your Honor, is assuming facts that are not established.
Overruled. You can answer if you know. You want me to ask the question again?
I heard him.
Okay.
No, I did not hear the other officers.
Right. And it's also fair to say that when you first started recording, you were one of the few people that were there, right?
I was the first person to record.
Right.
First person, yeah, sure.
And by the end of the video, there were more people present.
Yes.
And would you agree that initially when you started recording, you weren't saying much, if anything, to the officers, right?
I don't remember.
But as time went on and more people showed up, voices became louder. Would you agree with that?
As we understood more what was happening.
I just want to know.
What we seen.
Right.
Is how we reacted.
Right.
Like you said, the video speaks for itself.
Understood, and I appreciate that. So you heard various people calling the officers names, right?
Yes.
And the volume of the people in that were bystanders grew louder over time. Would you agree with that?
Yes, more so as he was becoming more unresponsive.
And more people also started speaking at the same time, right?
Yes.
So we had, you said there were 12 to 14 people around that number. I think I counted 12 in the picture.
Okay.
And several of them were speaking. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And several of them were yelling.
Yes.
And they were becoming more and more upset based upon what they saw.
Correct.
Do you remember Officer Tao saying to you, if you can breathe if you can talk?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your initial interview with law enforcement officers, you've also met with the prosecution team a couple of times in preparation for trial, right?
Who would that be?
Well, like Mr. Allison, Mr. Blackwell, Mr. Frank, Mr. Slisher, and a host of others, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were you grew up in the nearby neighborhood, right?
I'm from here. I grew up near the suburbs.
Okay. But you were at the time living...
At the time, I've been there for years. Yes, correct.
For how many years, did you say?
Maybe, I don't know, 5+.
Okay. And you attended Roosevelt High School at the time?
Yes.
And you testified that you felt safe, walking to the store.
Actually, sorry. At the time of this, I'm not sure if I attended Roosevelt because I was in the process of switching schools.
Okay. I think it was during the pandemic, right? And so everybody kind of had, all of a sudden you had to study from home kind of a thing, right?
I was already at my other school,
okay.
So yes.
You testified that you've walked to Cup Foods hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Correct.
And that you felt safe doing so.
Any time of the night, I would walk there.
Okay. Would you agree that you had previously told members of the prosecution team that at night the neighborhood can be a little bit more dangerous?
Some nights, wasn't really known for violence like every night or a lot, but I feel like any area has some type of crime.
Sure.
From here and there.
Sure, understood. And I'm not trying to disparage the neighborhood, right? I'm just asking what you had told the prosecution before.
All right.
All right. You ultimately ended up posting your video to social media, right?
Correct.
And it went viral?
Correct.
And was that a surprise to you?
Definitely.
Changed your life, right?
Your Honor, objectives beyond the scope of the record, relevant.
Overruled.
Are you asking me?
Yes, it changed your life.
It has.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Any redirects?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Blackwell.
Donnella, you had just been asked questions about the safety of your neighborhood at night. On May 25th, when you were you there at Cup Foods at night?
No.
Sun was out, you could see fine.
Correct.
You were also asked whether or not you were aware of what people were across the street from where the officers were, what people were on the other side of 38th Street. Remember Mr. Nelson asking you about that?
Correct.
Did you see anybody from across the street or from 38th Street do anything to either attack or threaten Mr. Chauvin?
No.
And do you think if somebody came across the street to attack or threaten Mr. Chauvin, you had your camera going, You'd have recorded it.
Correct.
Now, he asked some questions about, again, the bystanders who were there, and he talked with you about that. Those bystanders. Did you see a single thing that indicated to you that Mr. Chauvin was afraid of you, your little cousin, or a single one of the bystanders?
No.
You were asked about cars on the street. There are cars and cars and cars going. Did you notice, was Mr. Chauvin trying to get out of the way of cars?
No.
You were also asked about what the officers might have been saying to Mr. Chauvin.
Correct.
Remember talking about that?
Yes.
Did you hear any of the officers tell Mr. Chauvin that Mr. Floyd didn't have a pulse? Did you hear him say that even?
No.
You didn't hear him say anything?
No.
And you were also asked questions about how, as the events went on May 25th, how you and others may have gotten louder.
Correct.
Darnell, are you the sort of person who, in response to seeing somebody being potentially harmed on the street, gets louder?
I'm more of I bottle things up. I feel things inside. I have social anxiety, so it's really out of my comfort zone to really be that out person. But you know, when I saw, at moments I was loud.
Loud in response to what you saw?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Nelson asked you a few questions about your video going viral and how that's changed your life. Remember that at the end?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen how your viewing, experiencing what happened to George Floyd has affected your life?
When I look at George Floyd, I look at my dad, I look at my brothers, I look at my cousins, my uncles, because they are all black. I have a black father, I have a black brother, I have black friends. And I look at that and I look at how that could have been one of them. It's been nights I stayed up apologizing and apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more and not physically interacting and not saving his life. But it's like, it's not what I should have done. It's what he should have done. He should have.
That's the answer. Thank you.
All right.
Did you finish your answer, Darnell?
She finished her answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Proceed to your next question.
No, Your Honor, that's my last question. Thank you, Darnell.
Mr. Nelson. All right, thank you. You may step down. You can leave, thank you. All right, next witness for the state is coming. All right.
You are watching News Now from Fox as we continue to listen right now to witnesses that were at the scene during the arrest incident, and we will continue to watch this all unfold right here live on News Now from Fox. These witnesses are minors. That is the reason you don't see them, but you just hear them. So we will be hearing from another witness shortly here on News Now from Fox. Next witness is getting some instructions from the judge. It looks like we are moments away from hearing from this next minor witness here on News Now from Fox.
And Mr. Blackwell, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Judea.
Good morning.
First of all, would you tell us how old you are?
9.
How old will you be by the end of next week?
10.
And you got a 10th birthday coming up.
Yes.
What grade are you in?
3rd.
Do you have a cousin named Darnella?
Yes.
Do you remember going with her sometime last year in May?
Yeah.
You have to let me finish my question, but do you remember going with her to Cup Foods?
Yes.
And you like going to Cup Foods to buy snacks?
Yes.
Did you go with your cousin Darnella sometime in May of last year to get snacks?
Yeah.
Let me show you what's Exhibit 14. No? No. Just a second. One more. Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as our exhibit number 13 and asking, can you see the two people
Yes.
in the front of that picture? Can you?
Yeah.
Who are those people?
Me and my cousin.
And which one is you? All right. And so the little one with the word love on her shirt.
Yes.
Now you that day you went into Cup Foods to get your snacks.
Yeah.
And when you came out of the Cup Foods, do you remember what you did next when you came out?
I saw the officer put a knee on the neck on George Floyd.
Okay, now you mentioned someone named George Floyd.
Yes.
Did you know George Floyd before May 25th?
I can't hear it.
Could you say that again? You can't hear?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met George Floyd before
No.
going into Cup Foods that day?
No.
As far as you know, had you ever seen it?
No.
Now, when you came out to where your cousin was and you saw George Floyd, was there a policeman there?
Yes.
Do you remember what the policeman or policemen were doing?
Putting a knee on the neck with George Floyd.
If I showed you a picture of a policeman, why don't I just do that? Exhibit 17. Let me ask you if you recognize the policeman in what's marked as Exhibit 17. Do you recognize this man?
Yes.
Who is he?
I can't remember his name.
Okay. Do you remember what he was doing? How do you know him?
He was putting me on the neck with George Floyd.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
No.
Okay. How about him?
Yes.
All right. So is that the person that you saw?
Yes.
So you saw a knee being put on the neck of George Floyd. When was the knee taken? Did you see that the knee was ever taken off of George Floyd's neck?
No.
Were you there when an ambulance came?
Yes.
Tell us what happened after you saw the ambulance come.
Yes. The ambulance had to push him off of him.
And how did that happen? Did they simply come in an ambulance and then go up to push him off, or what happened?
They asked him nicely to get off of him.
And when they asked him nicely to get off of him, what did he do?
He still stayed on him.
And then what happened after he still stayed on him? What did the ambulance people do?
They just had to put him off, get off of him.
Are you able to tell us, having been there on this day and seeing the officer on top of George Floyd, how did you feel about that? How did it affect you?
I was sad and kind of mad.
And tell us, why were you sad and mad?
Because it felt like he was stopping his breathing, and it is kind of like hurting him.
Thank you, Judea. I want to ask you any other questions.
Mr. Nelson.
I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Judea, you can go. You're excused, so you're done testifying. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if you're just joining us here on News Now from Fox, everybody, we are going gavel to gavel here for you once again today. Day 2 of the trial. The ex-police officer Derek Chauvin charged in George Floyd's death. We are hearing from some underage witnesses that were at the scene of this arrest that happened back in May. They are testifying off camera. That's why we are only seeing their audio for this portion here. So far we've heard from 2, and now we are going to continue to listen here. The judge is going to give more instructions right now. And maybe not. It is going on a break right there. So we are once again on a break. You're watching News Now from Fox. We'll give you some of the highlights in just a moment right here. We will also take some of the coverage from Fox 9 in Minneapolis as well, as they continue to provide extensive coverage and talk to experts in the field of law as well to give us some insights. While we do have this time, we will be taking a quick 2-minute break here for you. For those of you still hanging around with us, so we do appreciate that. We will continue to follow this case here for you. We want to show you some of the remarks made by Minneapolis officials as they continue to provide security for this trial.
In that manner have done so peacefully, and so we want to say thank you for that. And of course, the second most important pillar to Operation Safety Net and our leadership team is to ensuring that all those who choose to do so can do so peacefully without such things as any sort of destruction to property, any sort of violation of criminal law, and to making sure that we're keeping the city safe. And so, again, we want to say thank you for all those in that civic participation. This afternoon, you will hear from our distinguished leadership team, as well as some distinguished guests who have joined us today. As of today, Operation Safety Net, there are no reports of any sorts of arrests related specifically to the trial, and no significant reports of any sort of damages to property in and around our city. And so with that, I'd like to bring up Sheriff Dave Hutchinson of the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you everybody for tuning in today. We're proud today. So far, the trial has gone smoothly. Our deputies are obviously aware that emotions may be running high throughout the trial the next several weeks, and we're talking to them every day to make sure that they act in a professional manner, and I'm sure they will. Jury selection obviously is over. It was a methodical process. Opening statements are going to be a little different. Some of these are going to draw emotion, frustration, and anger throughout the trials and people presenting. We ask people to, again, make sure you fact check things you see on social media, make sure you know the truth, so we make sure that this trial goes peacefully as it can. As we all know, the protests and other demonstrations in Minneapolis so far have been peaceful. We ask the community to keep those peaceful. Again, the court trial has gone as smooth as we can have hoped, and we're asking for the public's help to make sure it maintains peace and order. We want people to remain patient through the process. We invite protesting and exercise your First Amendment right. We do not welcome, as the chief said, damage and destruction, and we'll do whatever we can to mitigate that so it's a peaceful process. The trial is on schedule. We know that could change, but the process is going as smooth as it can. Again, we're asking everyone to maintain order down there, let our deputies do their jobs so the judge and jury can do their job. Again, we need peace for justice, and we need justice for peace. I'm proud of the Minnesota people who have came out and exercised their First Amendment right peacefully. We're asking people to continue doing that. Hennepin County, the city of Minneapolis, and the Twin Cities need this time. We need to recover, and we need to heal, and we need that fair trial, and we need a peaceful trial for all this to happen. Again, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Langer. I have the honor and privilege of serving as Chief of the Minnesota State Patrol. I want to thank everyone for coming. I won't be duplicative, but I also want to thank everyone who has participated in the continued peaceful assembly centered around the city of Minneapolis and the ongoing trial. I also want to remind everyone that we are operating under a unified command approach to this trial, and so along with the agencies you see represented here and others, we are working every single day on all of the decisions related to public safety missions related to the security for the trial that is ongoing. We all have a vested interest in ensuring that the two goals that we've been articulate about since day one are upheld and are front and center. The first, that we encourage peaceful assembly and people coming to express their opinions. And number two, we're intolerant and proactive toward criminal activity that will prohibit people from feeling safe to express their rights and their ability to speak freely on their opinions. With that, I'll be brief and turn it over to the Adjutant General for the state of Minnesota, Major General Sean Mankey.
Thank you, Colonel Langer. I'm Major General Sean Mankey, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. The Minnesota National Guard continues to support critical infrastructure security missions. We currently have approximately 200 service members activated in support of Operation Safety Net. We maintain nearly 100 guardsmen in Minneapolis providing security in and around the Hennepin County Government Center. And this week we added an additional 100 soldiers supporting law enforcement activities in St. Paul, Minnesota. Today's event marks the joining of liberty and justice. The legal process and trial representing representing justice, and the lawful exercise of First Amendment rights representing liberty. It is our role to ensure the integrity of both liberty and justice be preserved. Our presence will remain agile and flexible to the conditions on the ground and the needs of our local law enforcement partners. I'll be brief and followed by Chief Frizzell, Metro Transit.
Thank you, General Mankey. Eddie Frizzell from the Metro Transit Police Department. And it's my honor to be among our peers, faith-based individuals, along with other law enforcement professionals that are all on the team. The blocking of LRT lines during the trial period becomes problematic.
Welcome, everyone, here to News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. You can see that the trial is currently on break. They're on their lunch break right now, and we'll be coming back there 1:15 local time there in Minneapolis, 2:15 for our friends out there on the East Coast. So we will continue to follow all of the movements there on day 2 of this trial. We are hearing from witnesses who were at the scene of the arrest back in May, and we're taking in some of their videos as well as how they felt and what they saw during that arrest there of George Floyd. So we'll keep an eye on the courtroom, but we don't expect anything to be back until about 1:15 local time there. So we'll keep that in double box here for you. But we got some other news here of the day that we want to continue to bring you, including live events like this one. The White House news briefing still underway right now.
Sometimes it appears bureaucratic, but well-intentioned.
Speak on this.
On the WHO report, I expect we'll let our review conclude, and then we'll look for an opportunity for him to speak to it. But I can certainly confirm for you that he shares these concerns. They are coming directly from him and directly from our national security team, who has looked at what the report has presented to date. They're still reviewing and share the concerns issued in that statement that made those concerns clear. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I just want to piggyback off of that as well. World Health Organization Director General Tedros, one of his primary concerns was that the report may have glossed over, if you will, the possibility that the virus escaped from a lab. Is that a central concern of the White House as well? And then when you talk about cooperation, has China not cooperated enough in the White House's opinion?
Well, they have not been transparent. They have not provided underlying data. That certainly doesn't qualify as cooperation. The analysis performed to date from our experts, their concern is that there isn't additional support for one hypothesis. It doesn't lead us to any closer of an understanding or greater knowledge than we had 6 to 9 months ago about the origin. It also doesn't provide us guidelines or steps, recommended steps on how we should prevent this from happening in the future, and those are imperative.
And so that centers on the hypothesis that would involve the lab.
Again, it doesn't lead to, it doesn't provide us greater understanding of the origin of the virus.
And the second question, just on the next legislative package, has the president started to reach out to moderates, to centrist Republicans as well, and to kind of woo them to get ahead of some of the things that we saw with the last package?
Woo them, I like it. The president will be, of course, directly engaged in this effort to move this package forward. I will say that what he views his role is laying out what a vision is, a broad vision, a bold vision for how we can invest in America, American workers, our communities. We're also, though, very open to hearing ideas and proposals from members of Congress, Democrats or Republicans. We know that 80% or more of people in this country, Democrats and Republicans, support investing in infrastructure. And of course they will. Of course they do. We're 13th in the world. As it relates to infrastructure. We're one of the wealthiest countries in the world. That doesn't make a lot of sense to most people across the country. More than 1/3 of bridges in this country need repair. That's 231,000. That's a lot of bridges. 1 in 5 miles, or 886,000 miles of our highways and major roads are in poor conditions. Those aren't issues where Democrats just have concerns. Republicans have concerns. Independents, people who don't see themselves as political. And he believes that we can't afford not to invest in improving our infrastructure. There are questions about people may have different ideas about how to pay for it. We're open to hearing them. So hopefully people will bring forward ideas.
And last question. The skinny budget is due out this week. What programs or agencies should we expect to see a boost in funding?
I know people love the term skinny budget, but it's actually just a discretionary guide. So it should be out soon, and we'll wait for it to come out. And then I'm sure we'll have an update from our budget, our own B team. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thank you, Jen. Could you provide a bit more insight into why the White House has felt the need over the last few days to really clarify the vice president's role at the border? Was that something that she requested a clarification on?
I actually think that members of the media deserve to have an understanding of what her exact role was. And the president, when he was the vice president, played a very specific role too, where he was running point on the Northern Triangle. He told the story at the press conference last week about how the president called him back from Turkey, I think it was, and he wants the vice president to play a similar role and engaging with these countries, engaging with their leaders, figuring out how to invest best, how to work in partnership, how to prevent corruption from taking over, to put in place steps that will make the journey less desirable. That is certainly a big assignment, and one the president is confident the vice president will take on.
So is the plan always for her to focus on the Northern Triangle countries, the root causes, as opposed to the border, or did something change?
That was always the plan, and that was the announcement.
Okay. I'd like to find out what the White House thinks about what's happening in San Diego, where some public school teachers are providing in-person instruction at the San Diego Convention Center to migrant children before their own public school students. And these kids, of course, about 130,000 of them have been at home doing online learning for about a year now. So what does the White House think about that?
Well, I know you guys have done a fair amount of reporting on this, so maybe you'll have more details. As I understand it, San Diego public schools are opening in early April.
April 12th to hybrid learning.
Okay. And students will be back in the classroom. And as I understand it, this is related part-time. And certainly, you know, our objective from the White House, opening up 5 days a week, majority of schools across the country. And they're on spring break right now. And this is related to volunteering or being paid. I'm not even sure. You'd have to ask the local school district during spring break for these migrant kids.
Yes, so the San Diego County Supervisor, Jim Desmond, he says, you know, I think it's great that there's in-person learning for unaccompanied minors from Central America, but I wish every child in San Diego County was allowed the same opportunity for in-person teaching. So I guess the question is, you know, does the White House think that this sends the right message to these 130,000 kids in San Diego and their parents who've been stuck at home for the last year?
Well, I'm just saying that context is important, and these kids are going back to school for hybrid learning. We, of course, want that to be 5 days a week, and we're confident we'll get there early next month. And I believe they're also on spring break right now. So these teachers would be, I'm not sure if it's volunteer or paid. You'd have to ask the local school district while the kids are on spring break, which I think the context is pretty important.
Okay. And I've got one more question, sorry, about space.
Go ahead.
You know, the Biden administration, they just announced its intention to retain the National Space Council, and this is on top of the White House voicing its support for the Space Force, NASA's Artemis program. I mean, these are 3 programs or policies that President Trump and the Trump administration put in place. So would it be fair to say that space is and space policy is one of the few areas where President Biden actually agrees with his predecessor?
I think that sounds accurate to me. Look, I think the president believes that the National Space Council, as you just conveyed or just asked about, provides an opportunity to generate national space policy strategies, synchronize on America's space activities at a time of unprecedented activity. It's also an opportunity to generate by America's own activities in space. So it certainly is a program. Or a council, I should say, he's excited to keep in place, and one I think it's fair to say he agrees with the past administration's maintaining the program. Go ahead in the back.
The White House has been talking about a lot of different types of infrastructure over the last few weeks leading up to the announcement tomorrow. Can you give us a sense of what the general breakdown is going to be on, you know, clean energy and climate type projects versus roads and bridges?
I know we will have an extensive fact sheet that will break down everything for you. It is quite long. It is quite long, and I don't want to get too far ahead of the president. But I will. Let me see if I can give you a little bit more of a breakdown, not in terms of the numbers, but so. Certainly investing in, we've talked about this a little bit, roads, rails, and bridges is part of it. The president believes that we can do that in a way where we can create good paying, clean energy jobs, union jobs. That's part of his vision for investing in industries of the future. He also believes there's more we can do on broadband and ensuring that the far too large percentage of the American people who don't have access, and we invest in that. There's a lot of ways to do that, I will say, though, and he's very open to the ideas coming from Congress on how to do it, and they may have different perspectives on how to do it, the right way to invest and to do it. But he sees, clean energy and clean energy jobs as central to his own vision and his own objectives. You'll certainly hear him talk about that tomorrow, and but the speech is really about it's about jobs, it's about investing in the industries of the future, and it's about.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Chinese law finalized earlier today that essentially allows them to vet parliamentary candidates in Hong Kong for so-called non-patriots to not be allowed to run for office.
I know we have certainly expressed concerns about the undemocratic steps of the Chinese government in the past. I'll have to check with our national security team. I had not asked them about this specific piece, but we will get back to you shortly after the briefing. Go ahead, Chris.
So Chuck Schumer is urging people to write and email the president, the White House, in hopes that he will cancel up to $50,000 of student loan debt. Why do you think that Schumer has such a fundamentally different reading of what the president can and should do? And if you could answer yes or no, has the president ruled out taking unilateral action on this yet?
Taking some of the live press briefing there, and now we will go back out to Fox 9 in Minneapolis as they continue to cover and talk to experts on the Derek Chauvin trial that is currently on break right now.
With Lee quite a bit, this exchange between the defense attorney Eric Nelson and Donald Williams, one of the witnesses who was on the stand. You could see him there in the sweatshirt in that body cam video. Nelson was asking him, what were you saying to the officers? Kind of alluding to what he had said in his opening statements, trying to paint this picture that the officers there on scene were dealing with an angry crowd. So then when the state went back and questioned him, they asked about the emotions that day. So this is Prosecutor Frank asking about kind of those emotions, those feelings that bystanders were having. Take a listen.
You were asked multiple times about being angry.
That's correct.
And more upset as time went on.
Correct.
So why? Why did you get angry and more upset as time went on?
Because, again, they were not listening to anything that I was telling them. I felt like I had to speak out for Floyd because he was speaking out to the officer, and there was no feedback, no emotion, no nothing. Like, I literally looked in his eyes and had, as I'm talking to him.
I mean, I'll just stop you there.
We're going to stop the answer there. Next question.
What did you think was happening to Mr. Floyd?
He was under distress.
That answer will stand, but move on from that.
You felt he was in danger?
Correct.
In danger of what?
Counsel sidebar.
And it's also in that exchange, you can see kind of the line that Judge Cahill is trying to draw, allowing Donald Williams to talk about what he saw, what he experienced, about his own personal experience with MMA. But Judge Cahill was really careful to draw the line, not to allow him to make any kind of medical assessments. So that's what you see there, kind of that stop and go of Judge Cahill getting involved. So now we know the rest of the day we're going to hear from a few more minors. Just a note for people watching at home, you're not going to see those minors appear on camera, but you will hear their voice. So it will be interesting going forward here to see how each of these attorneys deal with having a young person on the stand. You saw Eric Nelson decided not to question the young girl who was up there just before this break. So that's more of what we can expect throughout the afternoon.
Let's check in now with Fox 9's Paul Bloom. And Paul, you've been watching this all morning. We've heard from 3 witnesses, 3 people. 2 of them were minors at the time that witnessed the death of George Floyd. What have been the big moments for you so far?
Well, a couple thoughts coming off of Hannah here and Lee. You guys have, effectively, detailed this morning. But one of the things I thought was interesting on redirect when the prosecution comes back after the tense cross-examination between Donald Williams and Eric Nelson. the first question out of Matthew Frank and talking about these chokeholds and what Donald Williams had experienced, this idea that Matthew Frank asked him, well, Mr. Williams, when you go into the MMA ring or fight, have you ever seen an opponent or a subject handcuffed? And then have you ever seen an opponent attacked 3-on-1 in an MMA fight or in the fighting that he has done in wrestling? And obviously, Donald Williams saying, of course not, never, sort of getting at this idea that no matter what Donald Williams was testifying to that day, it is not quite an exact parallel into a wrestling ring, into an MMA cage fight, or the like. As for Darnella, it was interesting. I know Hannah mentioned the comments she got. I was kind of interested, maybe Lee can weigh in eventually, about the idea of getting that type of question in under her testimony when she was asked, what has it meant to your life since kind of recording this viral video? My thought is that answer, while extremely emotional and probably really sunk in hard on this jury, is, why is the prosecution allowed to ask that type of question? It really has no bearing on what took place there. It's just an emotional response. I don't know if under normal circumstances, perhaps we could have expected a defense objection to that question, because I thought she was allowed to kind of elaborate on her personal, life after this thing that she had no control over once she put that video out on Facebook. So I thought that was interesting. Obviously, the 9-year-old, now 10, or about to be 10 years old, testifying. Eric Nelson deciding not to cross-examine, and certainly can understand that. But just her sweet, innocent words of being sad in the moment, of seeing Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd, of officers hurting his breathing, and then sort of this moment in court when Chauvin takes off his mask, as she initially says she couldn't necessarily identify that officer, and then Chauvin stood up, took off his mask, and she sort of pointed that, yes, that's the officer I saw at 38th in Chicago last year. So a couple powerful moments there. As Hannah mentioned, we expect some further juvenile witnesses this afternoon. I'm just checking text here. We'll have to see who else, perhaps at the scene. We've obviously heard a lot about Genevieve Hansen, the Minneapolis firefighter, who kind of was arguing with the officers to check the pulse. And of course, like Donald Williams, she comes at it with some, like Donald Williams, with some expertise of chokeholds and MMA and fighting and what he was seeing on the street. All of a sudden, there's an eyewitness firefighter there who can sense when a subject is struggling breathing, when he needs medical attention. And her testimony, I think, would be awfully critical. So we'll see if we still hear from her today, because that would obviously be an eyewitness, again, establishing the scene, because I think the state is kind of telling a story. Here's the scene. Here's what happened. Here's what the witnesses saw. Here's our video. And then you have to go into the medical cause of death, why they think Derek Chauvin is guilty of murder on the medical front. And then, of course, we have to get into police tactics when you start talking about MPD, Minneapolis Police Chief, the folks who train police officers as to why Derek Chauvin and the other three did what they did that afternoon, Memorial Day last year. But a few things that have stood out to me.
And are you at all surprised? It seems like the flow of the trial, that it's moving along at a nice pace.
Yeah, I would agree. A couple hiccups so far. Obviously, we had that power surge late yesterday afternoon. They kind of they may have finished Donald Williams yesterday. We might be a witness or two ahead of schedule, depending. But they flowed through these minor witnesses. Again, a couple this afternoon still to come. But yeah, I think they're making headway. And again, they've talked about this wide gap of 2 to 4 weeks of trial. Impossible, Lee will tell you, it's impossible to determine exactly how long this will take with all the legal issues that could develop. But yeah, I think they're progressing well. Things are moving along smoothly. I know, initially we'd been sort of told to expect openings and not really get to witnesses until the afternoon. We kind of jumped the schedule there. So I would think, yeah, Judge Cahill would be pretty happy that right now we're on course for this trial to run its course over the next few weeks.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. Always great checking in with you.
All right, and that was Fox 9's Paul Bloom giving some updates on what he's seeing with the trial on this day 2. We're going to continue right now, get some more legal analysis right here. We do have attorney Ben Taylor on once again with us, providing us some great analysis as well. So let's bring in him as well. Thank you so much, Ben, for joining us once again. We appreciate it here on News Now from Fox. And Ben, can you hear me? All right, so it looks like maybe Ben can't hear me right now at this moment. We'll work to get that, and once we do, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. I think this is a good time to take a 2-minute break right here.
Standing there watching this incident, were there things that you saw on Mr. Floyd's face that were significant to you?
Correct. Like I said before, you could see that he was going through tremendous pain, and you could see it in his face from the grunting. You could see his eyes slowly, rolling back in his head, and him having his mouth open, wide open, slowly with drool and slob and dryness on his mouth. And you can see that he's trying to, gasp for air, and trying to be able to breathe as he's down there, and trying to move his face, side to side so he can, I'm believing, I'm assuming gasp for more air there. I'm not.
Okay, and as you were standing there seeing all this, how were you feeling?
As I was sitting there, I just was really trying to keep my professionalismness and make sure that I speak out for Floyd's life, because I felt like he was in very much danger, and I seen another man like me, being controlled in a way where.
Yeah, let me just.
This is.
Stop. That answers the question. We'll ask another question.
And were you scared for yourself?
Yes, I was totally scared for my safety and people around me, and that's.
And so, did you feel like you could intervene in the situation more than verbally, more than speaking?
Not as much, no. As much as I wanted to, my energy didn't let me, and I was controlled on the curb, so I did as much as I can. Now
you, at some point, learned the name of the officer, Tao, who was standing there, correct?
Correct.
So when I ask about that, who I am referring to.
Correct.
And at some point, did you step off the curb and have an interaction with Officer Tao?
Yes, I did step off the curb and had an interaction with Officer Tao.
And what did Officer Tao do?
He proceeded to push his hand in my chest, swipe down, put my hands up, and I stepped back on the curb.
And did you make any further moves towards Officer Tao?
No further moves.
Okay. At some point, did a person come up and identify herself as a Minneapolis firefighter?
That is correct.
Did you know her before that day?
No, I did not know her.
And I think you said earlier she asked that they check his pulse?
That is correct.
And were there, other than you and her, other bystanders on the sidewalk there?
Yes, there were other bystanders on the sidewalk.
Did you hear any of them threatening the safety of the police officers?
No, I did not.
And at some point, did you help, in fact, restrain some of those individuals?
Correct. Once the situation got a little intense with someone was going on behind me,
All right, so that was just some of the highlights from earlier today. Right now, the trial is currently on break. They're on their lunch break, but right now we are going to get some more legal analysis right here. We had him on yesterday, and we're going to continue throughout the trial right here. Attorney Ben Taylor giving us some insight about what we are seeing and what we continue to see. Ben, thanks so much for joining us once again here on News Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. So right before we went on the break here, we were hearing from witnesses that were minors. How difficult is that, Ben, to put minors up on the stand? I mean, they must be nervous, and how do you just get them comfortable enough where they can speak?
Yeah, no, when you're putting people who are of juvenile age, it's very hard, for the prosecutor and the defense attorney to question minors, because minors sometimes have a mind of their own. But the good thing is the jurors tend to believe minors because minors are somewhat innocent. I mean, they're not going to really lie on stand. They're going to pretty much tell you what they saw. And they happened just to show up there, and they didn't know who Derek Chauvin was. They didn't know who George Floyd was. And they're just testifying to their emotions and what they saw during the acts and everything. So those are hard witnesses. And it's hard for the defense attorney to be able to cross-examine a minor, because you don't want to go too hard, because you want the jurors to like your client. You want your jurors to favor, Derek Chauvin if you're the defense attorney. So you can't really attack them too hard, but you have to still do your job as a defense attorney and defend your client.
And Ben, how do you also, when you are talking to these minors, how do you continue the flow and keep that flow going as far as with the questions? Because it seemed that sometimes both the prosecution and defense, the flow wasn't the same when it was a witness of age.
Yeah, of course. When you're dealing with an adult, as you saw, the earlier witness was the MMA fighter. I mean, that's an adult. That's a person who has a job, who's used to talking to people, used to being out in the public. Minors, these are small children who are they just go to school every day, come back home, so they're not used to a big stage like that. They're probably not used to all these cameras. They're not used to being in front of a juror. They're not used to being in front of a judge. So for the minors, they're very intimidated right now. And before you call a minor to the stand as an attorney, hopefully you've prepped them. Hopefully you've questioned them prior to the trial. So there's been a lot of work going on prior to today. So these witnesses have been cross-examined. These witnesses have been practiced. They've been prepped. So hopefully, when they came today to testify, they're prepared, but nothing can prepare you for a big stage like this. I mean, they probably see the cameras in outside the courtroom, in the courtroom. When they first walked in today to the courtroom, they called the phone to testify. I mean, this is one of the biggest trials in our country, in the world right now. So there's a lot of pressure on these minors, and I'm sure their friends at school are saying things to them. I'm sure their parents and their guardians are saying things to them. So there's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure, and it takes the attorneys a lot of time and effort to be able to prep these witnesses, so that way they won't be so nervous on the stand. Because the worst thing you want is to have a witness go up there and just crack and just tell a different story. So for these minors to come up there and tell the same story as what they witnessed a whole year ago, that's a big time for the prosecutor to be able to do that, to prep them.
Sure. Another thing I want to know, Ben, when the attorneys are not only speaking to the witnesses, asking them questions, but they'll be glancing at the jurors. What are they looking at, particularly with the jurors? Are they looking at some sort of engagement with them? If they are getting the questions, what are they looking for?
Exactly. The prosecutor and the defense attorney, they're always glancing at the jury, because you want to make sure that the jury is paying attention. Unfortunately, in some trials, jurors just fall asleep. I mean, there's been trials where jurors have literally fallen asleep. So you want to make sure that the jury is with you, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter anybody else in the world. Those people are going to judge and decide the trial. So each attorney wants to look over the jury, want to make eye contact with them, want to be engaged. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to whether or not they like you as an attorney, whether or not they like your client. So they're trying to fill out the jury to make sure that these jurors are staying awake, they're engaged, they're listening, and they can tell a facial expression. I mean, if a witness says something and they think that the witness is lying, a juror might just have a weird, funny face on them. I mean, we're all wearing masks, so it's a lot harder now during this COVID era, because you can't really tell people's facial expressions. but you can still tell body language. And sometimes jurors will slump down and lean back. Sometimes jurors will lean in. And all of this by body language and body language experts, you can tell whether or not a juror is with you or a juror is against you.
And earlier in the trial today, we had some contentious moments with the MMA fighter witness and the defense attorney, Eric Nelson. It seemed at the times with the questioning, the witness really was just doing maybe one-word answers. Now, when that happens, how do you try to reel it back in so you could get some answers for the jury?
No, so exactly. I mean, this witness, the MMA fighter, was definitely a witness for the prosecutor. This is a witness that the prosecution called and who has prepped prior to going up there. As a defense attorney, you have to be able to cross-examine the witness. And sometimes witnesses don't answer your questions. Sometimes witnesses don't like you. They don't like your client. So you have to stay in your lane and stay in your game. The defense's main objective here is to try to prove that George Floyd had drugs in his system and it wasn't excessive force. And these are questions that the MMA fighter, he's not a doctor. So as a defense attorney, I think the defense attorney should have hammered home more and more in this witness that you're not a doctor, MMA fighter. You don't know what caused George Floyd's death. So when you have a witness that's hostile to you, you have to go back to your original game, stick to your game plan, and go with this wasn't excessive force. You're not a doctor. You have no idea, no matter how much fighting MMA you do, you're not a doctor. So stick to your game plan as a defense attorney.
And Ben, lastly, as we look forward here, I know we're just in the second day here and really prosecution now just setting up the moments of this arrest and going by witness. But when do you think it's really going to heat up? Is it going to be a week from now, a couple of weeks when we'll really hear from some big testimony?
I mean, right now, the prosecutor, we're going to hear from is mainly witnesses who were there right now. And the prosecutor's game plan is to hammer home everything that the witnesses saw, that Derek Chauvin, the police officer at the time, had a knee on George Floyd's neck, and this is the reason why George Floyd died. This is what you're going to hear from the prosecutor, witness after witness after witness. And then eventually you're going to have witnesses who have letters behind their names, like a PhD or a doctor, to testify that the cause of death was because of Derek Chauvin and the knee on the neck. Then you're going to have Derek Chauvin and his defense attorney are going to talk. And when there's time for them to put on their case, Derek Chauvin may testify, he may not testify. And that's going to determine how everything goes on this trial. So that's going to be a big time when you decide whether or not Derek Chauvin has to take the stand or not to testify in his own defense.
All right, Attorney Ben Taylor breaking it down for us as always, and we'll be speaking with you a little bit later as the trial, when it wraps up later today here on day 2. So we appreciate that. Thank you so much for your insights as always. And we will take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Correct.
In danger of what?
Counsel sidebar.
And that was the exchange there, again, with Donald Williams. He was that MMA fighter up on the stand. After that, then Daniela Frazier got up, and then we heard from another young girl, 9 or 10 years old, who Eric Nelson did not end up questioning today. Now, we know that more of these witnesses throughout the afternoon are going to be minors, so just a reminder, if you're watching, you're not going to see them appear on camera. And Amy, we'll just have to wait and see how those cross-examinations have been going. I know from Lee Hutton, we heard earlier that for these attorneys, it's very delicate when you're dealing with minors in the courtroom, so that's something to watch for here this afternoon.
All right, Hannah, thank you. And again, you can watch the trial live in its entirety right here on Fox 9. We'll bring you back to the courtroom once this lunch recess is over, and you can also watch on the go on our news app. In your other headlines now, big milestone in the fight.
As they go on to other news there, we'll check back with them a little bit later. That was Fox 9 in Minneapolis, giving us great insight and coverage, as they always do and will be doing in these next couple of weeks as the trial continues to go on here. So right now we are going to take a live look here at the White House. We got some other news here of the day, including We just heard from Senator Mitch McConnell. He was speaking, so let's bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox. His full remarks right here.
Fairly impressive. By the way, the judge had a good deal to do with getting all the workers here vaccinated quickly so they could safely perform their duties. Let's just go back a year. About a year ago, we shut the country down and sent everybody home, shut the economy down at the same time. It was the challenge unlike anything any of us had experienced. I was majority leader at the time. We had to try to figure out how to address the problem, a problem we'd never had before. So what we did was to tackle both the health crisis and the economic crisis created by the reaction to the health crisis by sending everyone home and shutting down the economy. That led to a series of 5 bills, the biggest one of which was the CARES Act, all of which I can proudly say passed on a almost unanimous basis. I think there was 8 votes against one of them. What I think that successfully did was to prop up the economy. A good example of that was the PPP loan program, where small businesses were allowed to access forgivable loans in order to continue their employees on the payroll. On the health side, Operation Warp Speed was designed to get to a vaccine as rapidly as possible, and that's why we're here today. It's a modern medical miracle that 3 effective vaccines were produced in less than 1 year. And of course, a big part of getting people vaccinated is to distribute the vaccines, and that's what they do here at this great company. And so I had a chance to observe the freezing capabilities they have to protect these vaccines. They're working in coordination with UPS to distribute them around the country and around the world. We're coming out of this. You know, we're on the cusp here of coming out of it. I understand in Kentucky, within a week or so, everybody will be eligible to get the vaccine regardless of age. So this is a stunning success. And I, like Judge Summers, is so proud that a big part of this is occurring right here in the Commonwealth. Now, I want to address the last package. I did not support the last package. In fact, not a single member of my party did support the last package, and I want to tell you why. $1.9 trillion was about the size of the CARES Act a year ago. Well, we're not where we were a year ago. A year ago, we had no vaccine. A year ago, we were shutting down the economy. A year ago, we weren't quite sure what to do or how quickly we could come out of this. This is not last year. So let me focus your attention on the $1.9 trillion that was approved a few weeks ago on a totally partisan basis. 1% of it has to do with the vaccines that we're looking at the distribution of today. 1% of 1.9 trillion for vaccines. Only 9% for health care. Well, I thought that's what this was about. Getting to the vaccine as rapidly as possible, making sure the health care facilities are adequately funded.
That was earlier Senator Mitch McConnell, and we're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll go out to Texas, where some Texas gun control advocates ask for stricter state firearm laws. That's coming up next here on News Now from Fox.
Senator Blanco, myself, and others continue to fight. We've got to recognize that and I know I'm singing to the choir, let me digress a minute, or we wouldn't be together this morning, but elections matter. So we're going to fight it in the halls of the legislature, but the 2022 elections are going to be so significant to support those that believe in reasonable gun laws, but also to recruit candidates and voters that agree with us. Because right now, literally, we're outnumbered. When you look at the makeup of the Senate, and quite frankly, when we do make progress, we pick up an additional friendly senator and Gutierrez out of San Antonio, they just change the rules on us to make it more difficult for common sense legislation. And you see some of the same transactions in the House. And it starts with the governor, of course, who sets the tone. So while we come together this morning, and we've got a great team, I'm very impressed. Representative Reynolds from back in my hometown. You've got some very capable leaders at the table. Our work is very difficult. So let's use some of our time this morning to talk about how we go forward. We've got about 2 months left. We've got to make this the priority that it should be. The timing couldn't be more appropriate with the Boulder tragedy so fresh. But, you know, on my piece of legislation shared with the House sponsor, Representative Goodwin, we had interim hearings across this state on reasonable gun laws, heard the public's concerns, but there's been no report. There's been no initiative by the people, the leadership that created that interim study. We actually went to El Paso, heard people beg us for protection. And then Larry Taylor had a hearing last year on school safety. And one of the items and I was on the interim study for school safety following the Santa Fe tragedy. The lieutenant governor told us that morning, there's no reason to even take up the red flag proposals. So I don't want to be negative, pessimistic, because I'm not. Senator Blanco properly pointed out, we're on the right side of right. I mean, the public recognizes us, but we've got to take it to them and tell them to quit wasting time on things that the public's not interested in, like voter suppression and other irrelevant issues that there again, if they can't win, they just want to change the rules. But I'm glad that Texas Gun Sense exists. Texas gun owners for safety. I can't say enough about your participation. So thank you for getting me kind of worked up this morning, because I'll be a better senator today, because you got me started on something that is so damn important.
Thank you. That's our job.
Thank you.
Representative Goodwin.
Thank you, Jill, and good morning. This has been a tough year that's taken a toll on our collective mental health. From the pandemic to the ice storm, we've had our attention and focus shifted. We've had to change the way we work and live, and with everything that's happened in the last year, some of our recent gun tragedies may have faded from our memories, but not for those who lost loved ones in the El Paso or Midland, Odessa shootings, or the recent shooting of a pediatrician here in Austin. Mm-hmm. Recently, the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee, we listened as the mother of a teenage girl recounted the details of the horrific shooting death of her daughter. We also heard from Representative Lena Ortega, who's next here this morning, as she recounted some of the details from the Walmart shooting. These tragedies are horrific, and as legislators, we do have a duty to work on the policies that will make our community safer. At a minimum, as you've already heard from the senators, we should be ensuring all people buying guns go through a background check. You know, it's already been mentioned that UT Texas Tribune has done a poll showing that nearly 80% of Texans agree with that. This seemed to be something that even Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick agreed on in the days immediately following the El Paso shooting.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
The governor and lieutenant governor's priorities have changed. as the mass shootings are fading from their memories. With session just getting underway, the signal we're getting from leadership and the chairman of the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee is that permitless carry, or as Gun Owners of America call it, constitutional carry, is their top priority. During a hearing last Thursday that lasted until 5:40 a.m. on Friday, several bills allowing permitless carry were heard. Society seems to be divided into two groups: those who believe the world is safer when there are regulations, checks and balances on gun ownership, and training on how to use and store guns safely. Then there's those who believe easy access to guns and a greater prevalence of guns on the streets makes us safer. The Gun Owners of America even brought in a debunked doctor to provide testimony on how we're safer when there are more guns. I don't want to carry around a gun everywhere I go, to the grocery store, to church, to a movie theater, to work, to a concert, or just walking down the street. I want to live in a world where we no longer need active shooting drills in our schools. I want to work in a capital where I don't feel like I'm in a third world country because we have armed guards carrying long guns. In addition to my bill on background checks, House Bill 606, I also filed several bills that were presented to me by the Department of Public Safety. These are their ideas for improving the background check system and ensuring guns don't get into the wrong hands. After a hearing on my House Bill 1039, I don't feel confident it will pass, even though it's supported by law enforcement. In a Homeland Security and Public Safety hearing, Representative Landgraf laid out his bill in response to the Midland-Odessa shooting in his district. His bill will create an alert system. So when a shooting is happening, people within a 50-mile radius will be alerted. While I think there is some merit to this, it does nothing to address the fact that this shooter killed his victims with the gun he purchased without a background check after failing a background check. Representative Lena Ortega laid out her bill in response to the El Paso shooting and had to listen as countless people testified against her sensible gun safety measure. I'm afraid that, particularly as a result of the pandemic and a shift of our attention to other very important things, we are not going to pass gun safety measures this session. I feel like the legislature is letting our communities down by not taking sensible steps after the multiple mass shootings we've had here in Texas. I wish I could be more positive about the passage of gun safety initiatives, but current leadership in this state is moving us in the direction of having more guns with fewer limitations. And yet, I won't stop pushing for gun safety legislation. Emails like one I received yesterday from a woman whose younger brother was shot and killed in Odessa will keep me pushing for change. If you wish to have your voice heard, it's the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker who need to hear your voices now. These permitless carry bills will be heard on the House floor if the Calendars Committee members set them on the agenda. Reaching out to members of the Calendars Committee could also be helpful. I wish I could paint a brighter picture, but with that, I will turn it over.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. Representative Ortega. Oh, you're on mute. There we go. We can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. I too want to thank Texas Gun Sense and Texas Gun Owners for Safety. Your groups and your associations and members really help us in what we are trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish here at the Capitol. And I also want to thank my colleagues, my House members, as well as senators who are working tirelessly for this type of policy to get enacted in the state. And I think it kind of like what Representative Goodwin just said, I think we're just going to have to continue to work harder because it's something that we see that the fight is going to continue. As Senator Whitmire said, we have to continue the fight. And I have to totally agree with him that elections matter. because as Representative Goodwin was pointing out, I just laid out last week House Bill 127, and the composition of the committee and the number of people that came to testify against what I thought was a reasonable common sense bill completely surprised me. It took me back to see how there are so many people in the state of Texas willing to say, hey, we love our guns and it's a God-given right for us to have these guns, to possess them. And they were talking about safety, but they were saying we want to keep ourselves safe. And it didn't make sense to me, but it made me see how much more we have to do and how much help we need from our community to try to continue to make these changes, because we can't stop now. I mean, too many lives have been cut short because of gun violence. And I mean, not only does it affect the families and the victims, who some of them unfortunately have been killed and others have been injured for the rest of their lives, but it also inflicts trauma on our entire communities. We know everything that has happened across our state, where communities have been traumatized because of gun violence at a school, in a church, or in a business like in El Paso. And so we've got to do everything we can to change having easy access to weapons that should only be used for military combat, like the AK-15s or the AK-47s. It's the AK-15s that have been used across the state to kill too many people. It was an AK-47 that was used in El Paso. I know that we cannot stop racial hatred, but we can stop and pass, or we can pass smart, common sense bills that will keep these type of firearms or weapons out of the hands of those that intend to murder innocent people. This session, like some of the bills that have already been talked about, I did file 5 bills aimed at doing that. And you just heard about one that was heard last week. I too do not believe that bill is actually going to pass. I think that it was a simple bill, and it was a bill that basically prohibited the public carry in public places of long guns.
Let's take this opportunity to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. About 20 minutes away from the Derek Chauvin trial to get back from lunch. Of course, we'll go gavel to gavel with that once it gets going.
Representative Goodwin was a background check bill, and I know that many other members or lawmakers have filed the same bill, and I had expectation that there was a chance for that bill because of the comments that were made by the Lieutenant Governor at our roundtable discussions in El Paso. But now I don't believe that's the case. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to stop pushing to try to make change. It just actually makes me believe that we have to push harder to try to eventually be successful. I think that for this session, the best thing that we can do is to try to do what we can to kill these bad bills that we are going to be hearing on the House floor. And again, I thank you all for your support, because it's always good to have others standing by you when we're having these type of discussions. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Representative Ortega. Representative Reynolds.
Well, good morning. It's good to see everyone this bright and early morning. I do appreciate the organizers for this great, much needed discussion. And much has already been said. I don't want to be redundant, but like many of you, I'm very, very frustrated. I see over and over again, my colleagues wishing hopes and prayers for the victims, and I join them in those wishes and prayers. But there's no action that comes along with it. Almost like magically, that's what's going to solve it. We just hope and pray and everything will be fine. They don't want to make any meaningful changes, even though we filed countless bills. I just recently had a hearing on my House Bill 52 to close the notorious gun show loophole. And I thank you for coming to testify in favor of that bill. And it is sad that we know that background checks prevent people from getting guns that shouldn't get them, fugitives, felons, mentally ill, people with, domestic violence cases. But we don't want those same protections for people who purchase a gun at a gun show or a private sale on the internet. That's ridiculous. I mean, it makes no freaking sense at all. Honestly, it's just I don't have words eloquently to describe the madness of it. Only thing it is let's be honest about it. Some people are beholden to the NRA. Some people have sold out to the gun lobby, and some people choose, the gun lobby and campaign contributions and, very conservative, talking points or scorecards over human life. I mean, imagine that. That's essentially what we're doing, because when we fight against common sense gun reforms, we're showing that 80% of the people, it doesn't matter what the polls show, they turn a blind eye because a small group that votes in Republican primaries, and Senator Whitmire and what I said is correct. And it shouldn't be a partisan issue, but it is.
Welcome to News Now as we continue to roll on right here. Coming up on 11 o'clock on the West Coast and 2 o'clock out on the East Coast. We're hoping that everyone is having a great afternoon so far, and we are just moments away now from the Derek Chauvin trial to come back from lunch. Of course, we will be featuring that for you in its entirety as it happens right here on News Now from Fox. But now we want to go out to where Texas GOP officials were at the border, and they were talking about a tour that they just saw on migrants that are coming to the border. This is now from Thomas Homan. He is the former acting director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. Let's hear what he had to say. He always talks in sound bites.
Uniform back in the Let me tell you something, there's not a bigger bunch of American patriots than men and women of Border Patrol. And I got to argue with a few people here. I saw compassion the other day on the border. Within a couple minutes, that child cracked a smile. That's where the compassion is. You can argue all you want. You can hate President Trump, but no one can argue the fact that he gave us the most secure border in my
Ouch, and that, unfortunately, audio just not working out for that. Let's see if it was throughout the whole one right now. Yeah, unfortunately, that audio just not the best there. So we want to deviate from that right there because, well, we just don't want to have that here for you on News Now from Fox. Just moments away right now, we are going to be having President Biden is going to be signing some paperwork inside of the Oval Office. We'll be featuring that for you in full when that gets going right here on News Now from Fox, if it happens before the trial is set to go. So we'll be waiting on that. A lot to get to right here on News Now from Fox today, but we'll continue back on to that Texas gun control debate.
To support background check legislation filed by Texas lawmakers this session, including those who have joined us here today, Senator Blanco, Representative Goodwin, Representative Ortega, and Representative Reynolds. We strongly believe a background check is not a hindrance to gun owners, but a helpful tool to ensure gun purchasers do not have a disqualification in their records. Things like domestic violence convictions or restraining orders, controlled substance addictions, or criminal convictions resulting in prison time. In most cases, the background check is processed within minutes through the NICS system. These types of laws have been associated with lower rates of homicide, lower rates of suicides, and lower gun trafficking in the states that have implemented them. We also strongly oppose attempts by some lawmakers to pass permitless carry here in Texas. The License to Carry program in Texas allows gun owners to learn the law, pass a written and a shooting test. We support these safety measures and oppose all attempts to pass open or sometimes called constitutional carry. Allowing gun owners to carry weapons openly without some sort of vetting process is irresponsible and reckless. Someone is killed with a gun every 3 hours in Texas. That's over 3,000 people a year. Many more are seriously injured. We need to be proposing policy solutions, and our gun owners are excited to share their perspectives with Texas lawmakers this week. In this case, we agree with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who shortly after Midland, Odessa, said, as he put it, we can't just say thoughts and prayers. It's time for sensible background checks and responsible gun laws. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. That's terrific. And last but not least is Lisa Ross from Lock Arms for Life. Sorry, I caught something in my throat. And Lisa's also a board member of Texas Gun Sense.
Yes, I just want to say thank you and welcome, and I'm happy to be here, and I really am honored and grateful. I'll try to be brief, but I'm not going to make any promises. Again, my name is Lisa Ross. I'm the founder of Lock Arms for Life. I created my Lock Arms program because I lost my son to a gun tragedy while he was away at college. I think you guys can see this picture, but this is my son. So the gun that killed him should have been stored safely, period. It was 100% preventable. Had that gun been stored safely, my son would be alive today. So Lock Arms' mission is basically to educate gun owners and community members about gun safe practices and safe storage to save lives. What I noticed that was going on with a lot of the gun organizations is that there was they weren't educating high school students and college-age kids and young adults. And I wanted to see a change because I felt that if that was done, then we could prevent tragedies like the one that happened to my son. We support the Second Amendment rights. It says so right into our literature. We represent the right of gun owners to own and use guns safely, but responsible ownership is our main goal. We partnered with Texas Gun Sense in 2018, and we worked together to make sure our state is safer. Our work focuses on safety. Honestly, it's the lowest hanging fruit that we can grab and make gun ownership safety. It's a right, but it's also a responsibility, and we've got to start drilling that in is what the responsibility is of gun owners. Lock Arms for Life has a history of supporting bills that educate gun owners, community members about safe storage. The training we know saves lives by reducing risk of accidents and preventing suicide. Suicide is now the second leading cause of death. We don't talk about that enough, and we need to make sure that we're saving those lives as well. Lock Arms is, we're pretty much in my second year. We know there are many important initiatives to focus on, but we hope that gun safety is important to you as it is to us. And we have lots of helpful resources on our websites. So lastly, I'm going to kind of talk real quickly about some of the last session. We provided support and testimony. We had a public safety campaign bill that had funds attached to create a Department of Public Safety ad campaign. The campaign called Keep 'Em Safe Texas has spread the word about gun safety practices for owners. DPS created a radio spot through iHeartRadio to help us educate owners and families. Our work last year was championed by Representative Donna Howard, who could not be here today, but we are just so appreciative of her leadership on that safety campaign and bill to help us, kind of put us over the top. Working alongside her, a good program came about, and that could help save lives. We're working again this session with her and hoping that we can get some fresh funding for the coming year. Listen, education is an ongoing thing. To be effective, you have to continue to educate. I mean, it's common sense. We know that with everything we do. Last session, we also supported a bill designated to June as a Gun Safety Awareness Month. In the last session, this was kind of written more as a gun violence prevention bill. For this year, Barbara Gervin Hawkins, which is HB 909, designated June as Gun Safety Awareness Month.
And just a heads up, some of you are going into another quick 2-minute break.
For the summer, guns in the homes, for the first time. There are many gun owners that have first-time buyers that are going to have guns in their homes. Last session, we worked for a tax-free day for safety devices like gun locks and gun safes. Representative Rosenthal was one of the sponsors of that, and so was Senator Zeffirini, and Senator Huffman also was with that. These devices too can save lives. They permit gun owners to use guns as personal protection devices, but a good $89 gun safe can be in the hands of somebody, and waiving the tax is a great way to start promoting safety. We're also working with Texas universities and volunteers to make a safety storage map. The online map will give owners a way to find places for temporary storage for people experiencing moments of crisis. We're reaching out to gun communities and ranges to begin with, but we hope to expand that to law enforcement in other areas. We've also been talking with cities and state organizations about sponsoring a discount of the safes that I talked about earlier. Last year, the Austin City Council approved $200,000 to fund gun locks, biometric safes, safety education, and social media as messages. We're hoping that we can start getting this message out about gun safety. I think that that's the most important thing we can do right now, is start talking about storing our guns safely and getting that message in every PSA we can. A copy of my plans and my program is on my website at lockarmsforlife.org. We just want to make sure that we are helping our state and creating better ownership. As I said before, over the past 12 months, there's been a record number of gun and ammunition sales, and because of lockdowns, there's been little in way of education and training, and that has got to change. I'd love to help in any efforts that I can, so if any of the representatives need to reach out to me, you can reach out to me through my website, through Jill, through Texas Gun Sense, however you need to do. Being responsible should be a part of the right of gun ownership. My son, John, and others like him deserve protection and leadership.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, and we are just minutes away from our trial resuming in Minneapolis. Again, Derek Chauvin on trial for the death of George Floyd. We've been listening in to 4 different witnesses, as more are going to be called to testify. And I do want to go into, once again, we do have some coverage happening in the city of Minneapolis, so let's go into that until the trial resumes again. In just about 6 more minutes, they're supposed to be returning from that lunch break.
The defense does now to counter all that powerful emotion?
I think the defense just has to get through this day. Eric Nelson did a very strategic move by not cross-examining the 9-year-old. He did some cross-examination with the 18-year-old, but she's technically classified as an adult. But what the defense is going to do is that he's just going to give them the floor. He's going to show that we're not fazed by the testimony of these minors. They're telling their perspective and keep it in perspective if you're a juror. So I think he's just going to let the state, kind of proceed with their course of witnesses and testimony, and he's just going to go with the flow.
I wanted to ask you about that 9-year-old. She came up on the stand, as you said, not cross-examined, but some might question the credibility of a 9-year-old. What's the other side of that? I imagine there was clearly a reason the state wanted to include her.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the state wanted to include her because they're going after the sympathy factor. They're going after the factor that at no time did the officers consider that when they had George Floyd subdued in the knee on the neck, and he's breathing and he has blood coming out of his nose, and there's going to be some chest complications. What the state is trying to show is that when minors were around, the officers were unfazed by that. And I think that's going to be very impactful, especially for individuals that have children and the need for a parent to protect their children. The 9-year-old, with regard to the credibility of her testimony, certainly a juror can weigh the credibility of a 9-year-old's eyes. But what I thought was powerful in her testimony, when she had to point out who Chauvin was, she was kind of a little confused. Then he stood up and took off the mask, and she said, "There he is." And that kind of at least underscores that she was very mindful to not over-exaggerate questions and just answer them as they come to her very truthfully. So I thought that was kind of powerful.
Okay. One of the other moments that stood out this morning when the defense was questioning the woman who recorded and then posted that bystander video that's been seen now all over the world, he asked her, "Has this changed your life?" Walk us through what happened there.
So this is where, of course, it's easy playing QB trial attorney sitting in the position I am. What happened when Eric Nelson was on his cross-examination? He did what we call open the door. And so when he asked the question about how this video impacted your life, your emotions are because of you putting it on Facebook and it going viral and of the sort. And she answered that, that did impact my life. But then Jerry Blackwell came up in what we call redirect. So just for the listeners, you're able to do your direct, then the state or the defense can cross, and then the state can ask more questions based on the questions that came up in cross. But it has to be limited to the scope of those questions. And so when Jerry Blackwell came back up, he then said, it wasn't the video that changed your life. It was the fact that you saw George Floyd, and how did it impact you personally? And she gave an answer that we weren't able to see the jurors, but I would love to see what their facial expressions or what their body postures were when she said, "He reminded me of my father, my brother, because they're both black men and this could happen to him." And then she connected the dots by saying, "I pray and apologize to George Floyd that I didn't do more, that I didn't physically stop the police officers." And I thought that was very, very powerful and diffuses the state strategy about a chaotic mob, because the mob is saying, look, we wish we were not as subdued. We wish we would have done something, put our lives in danger, because in turn, George Floyd would be alive today.
So far, Lee, we've only heard from the state's witnesses. Clearly, that will shift at some point. But my last question here is, what's the interaction like between now, I guess, the state and these witnesses prior to trial? Are they, you watch the movies, are they practicing these questions and answers, or how is that working out?
Sure. Every attorney that is in the courtroom, you never want to ask the question you don't want the answer, that you don't know the answer to. So there are some interviews. A lot of times attorneys won't work directly with the witness, but they can then take on interviews. All these individuals were interviewed by local law enforcement, and so their testimony was taken in transcripts. In the civil realm is what we call depositions. And so based on that information, you kind of know. And then, there's some times where you introduce yourself as an attorney, but you don't want to go too far because one of the clever tactics that is used in trial is, how did you prepare for your testimony? Who prepared you for your testimony? And did you see the questions before? And that can cut into credibility. So it's a very fine line.
All right, Lee Hutton, we so appreciate your...
All right, and thanks to our Fox 9 team in Minneapolis, who's been doing some great coverage for us. I'm going to send some of you into another quick 2-minute break, and hopefully when we return, we do have everyone returning from their lunch break in the courtroom. More to come here on News Now from Fox after a quick 2 minutes.
through Texas Gun Sense, however you need to do. Being responsible should be a part of the right of gun ownership. You know, my son, John, and others like him deserve protection and leadership. And I want to tell you thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. I've had the privilege of listening to Lisa's story on a number of occasions, and every time as a mom, it affects me. And so I appreciate your willingness to try to help other moms. So one question I got from Sammy Sparber of the Texas Tribune, not for anyone in particular that she named. The session is halfway over and several gun violence prevention bills, including some crafted from the governor's recommendations after El Paso and Midland, Odessa, are still waiting to be heard in committee. What is your reaction to Governor Abbott and state GOP leaders doubling down on protections for gun owners after recent mass shootings in Georgia and Colorado? And what does this suggest about how the legislature will address gun violence this year? I think we've talked about that, but if anyone has any legislators have any additional comments. I'm wondering, Senator Blanco and Representative Ortega, what do you tell survivors in your community what the legislature is up to and what they can do to help make things happen?
Sure. Well, first of all, you know, I think it's important to recognize that Texas is a very pro-Second Amendment state. Having said that, it doesn't mean that we can't take common sense measures, such as the bills that we have introduced to keep our communities safe. You know, no one's trying to take away grandpa's hunting rifle. You know, no one's trying to, you know, all we're trying to do is make our communities more safe. And you know, both the governor and lieutenant governor were part of our community outreach meetings that we had throughout the state. Both Democrats and Republicans came together during those committees. So I remain hopeful that we can get something done. I don't want to discourage individuals such as Lisa who have lost loved ones, that there won't be any progress or movement. We have to take the approach that even incremental change can save some lives, and I think we have to work toward that end. So, you know, I remain hopeful and optimistic, regardless of whether or not my bill has been set, whether it's not been put into committee, et cetera. We're going to work hard and to make sure that we're bringing these bills to the forefront every day. And look, here's the thing, you know, we do see these tragic mass shootings occurring in our communities and throughout, but it's important to note that under federal code, a mass shooting is technically 3 people or more who have been killed. And when you look at inner cities where Black and brown communities are affected by mass violence, they cannot be ignored. We have a gun violence epidemic in our state, in our cities, in our country that we have to address. So we're going to be working hard. We will not forget those that we have lost as a result of gun violence. And we're taking these measures seriously, and we're going to work hard to get something done this session.
Thank you, Senator Blanco. And Jill, if I could just follow up on that question. You know, as an advocate, I would want our state leaders to know that I'm, and the community of advocates that we represent are incredibly frustrated that in response to these terrible mass shootings, our state's leadership is doing effectively nothing. But I'm also confused in addition to that frustration, because as we mentioned, there is good polling data to show that this is widely supported. Things like background checks are widely supported. And so I would beseech our governor and our lieutenant governor to look at that data and think if they're concerned about re-election, then they should be passing common sense gun reform that is widely supported and that we know, again, based on the data, to be effective. And again, we have to look no further than to see the sources of the way that these guns were acquired and implement policies like universal background checks and red flag laws could have possibly prevented those.
Thank you.
I would also like to add that I think we need to make the governor and the lieutenant governor remember that all Texans are important. And kind of following up on what's been said is that we're not taking away anybody's Second Amendment rights. And I know that the governor addressed that at the beginning of session, that he wanted to protect Second Amendment rights. And what we propose is not abolishing the Second Amendment. We want to work with them. So I think that for my community, as well as other communities that have been so affected by gun violence, is that they have to continue to shout out, to express, and let those in power know that this is very important to them and that they want to be heard, and they can't forget what has happened in the past. And I think we just have to kind of keep, again, going at it. And I think it is really important to get to top state leadership and remember, and let them remember again that the people vote and that they will remember if actions are not taken from these tragedies. And I, like Senator Blanco, I am going to continue to stay positive and not give up, because we can't do that right now. We just cannot give up on this effort.
In support of what Representative Ortega just said, in response to those who are saying this is any kind of legislation, any kind of gun reform.
All right, guys, it does look like we do have our court resuming here after a lunch break.
Sixth witness.
Again, we're watching live in Minneapolis of the Derek Chauvin trial. And a reminder for some of our viewers who are here with us watching live here in the courtroom in Minneapolis, the judge this morning did rule that there are some teenage witnesses who we've already heard from this morning.
Do you swear
they again will not be on video.
Under penalty of perjury.
And that's why we are not going to be hearing him swearing in.
Okay.
The next witness,
we're going to go off the audio,
are going to
which
be
means
put
it's
out
not going to
over
be
the air. And Judge Cahill.
Good afternoon, Alyssa.
Here.
Hello. How old are you?
I'm 18.
And are you currently a high school student?
Yes.
What grade are you in?
12th grade.
And do you also have a part-time job in retail or a retail pharmacy?
Yes.
And what city do you live in?
Minneapolis.
Have you lived in Minneapolis your whole life?
Yes.
And in terms of your general neighborhood, do you live relatively close to Cup Foods?
In the area.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about Memorial Day, May 25th of last year, okay?
Okay.
What were you doing that evening?
I was going to the corner store to get an aux cord for my car.
And when you say corner store, what store is that?
Cup Foods.
And you said you were going to get an aux cord. Can you just explain what that is?
Like a cord to play music on the radio.
And you called Cup Foods the corner store. Did you go there often?
Not like a lot, but if I was around, I'd go there for like snacks or something.
So you had been there before?
Yes.
And who were you with that day?
Kaylin.
And who's Kaylin? Is she a friend?
Yeah.
And how did you get to Cup Foods that day?
I drove my grandfather's vehicle.
What kind of car is that?
2003 Buick Century.
And what color is it?
Tan.
And you said you drove, so you were in the driver's seat driving the car that day?
Yes.
And you said Kaylin was with you. Where was she in the car?
The passenger.
So she was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, Memorial Day of last year, how old were you then?
17.
So you talked about going to get an ox cord at the corner store at Cup Foods, and you were in your grandpa's car. What did you see when you first pulled up in front of Cup Foods?
I had seen that there was some police cars. I was just looking for somewhere to park, so.
So when you said you were looking for somewhere to park, you said you saw a police car. Did you see anything else?
No.
Did you get to park the car after you first pulled up?
Yes.
And where did you park?
A couple of feet in front of the bus stop.
And I'm gonna put up Exhibit 1, which has already been admitted. Now, if you look in front of you, you can see a map. Can you sort of circle or point with your finger on that screen in front of you about the area where you parked your car? All right, you said in front of the bus stop, right next to that little circle you put, is that the bus stop that you're talking about?
Yeah.
So you said you parked your car. What'd you do at that point?
I told my friend to stay in the car because I didn't really know what was going on, and I originally was just still going in to get a charger or an aux cord. So I got out the car and started walking towards the store.
Okay, so what first, you said you didn't really know what was going on. Was there something that drew your attention somewhere?
Yes, right before I walked in the door, I saw there was 4 police officers and George outside.
And when you say George, who's George?
The black male on the ground.
Did you know who he was at that point in time?
No.
Did you later learn his name?
Yes.
And are you talking about George Floyd?
Yes.
So you saw a black male that you later learned to be Mr. Floyd on the ground and some officers. Did you hear what was going on at that point?
I heard there was already a couple bystanders there, and I just heard some people talking to let him up and just to stay calm, talking to George. Yeah.
And did you hear who you're talking about, George, Mr. Floyd? Did you hear Mr. Floyd saying anything?
Yes, I heard him say he couldn't breathe and that his stomach hurt and that he wanted his mom.
Did you have your friend Kaylin's phone with you when you got out of the car?
Yes, I did.
So when you heard all these things going on, what did you decide to do with that phone?
I knew initially that there was something wrong, so I started recording.
So you said you knew something was wrong. What made you think something was wrong?
Well, a lot of people looked in distress on the sidewalk, and George was in distress.
And when you say he was in distress, was it those things you heard him saying that made you think he was in distress?
Yes.
Okay, so was that what prompted you to start to record?
Yes.
And could you see what was going on with Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, I could see that he was being held to the ground.
And what did you see with respect to how he was being held to the ground?
I saw that Derek had his knee on his neck and 2 other officers had his body pinned down.
So when you say Derek, are you referring to Derek Chauvin?
Yes.
So you saw Mr. Chauvin with a knee on Mr. Floyd's neck, is that right?
Yes.
And then you said there were other officers. What were those officers doing that you could see?
They were like holding him down, his lower half of his body.
And in terms of George Floyd's condition, how did he look to you when you saw him?
He looked like he was struggling at first, and he looked distressed, and he looked like he was fighting to breathe.
So when you say struggling and fighting to breathe and in distress, did it look like he was getting into a physical fight with the officers, or did it look like he was struggling in terms of his ability to breathe?
He was struggling with his ability to breathe. He was focused on trying to breathe.
Okay. And how could you tell that from your perspective where you were?
Well, at first he was vocal and he got less vocal, and you could tell he was talking with like smaller and smaller breaths, and he'd spit a little when he'd talk, and he'd try and move his head because he was uncomfortable.
And you said he was getting less and less vocal. Was there, did you become more concerned over time?
Yes.
And why was that you became more concerned or worried?
Because I slowly knew that if he were to be held down much longer, he wouldn't live.
And what made you think that?
Because you could see in his face that he was slowly not being able to breathe. His eyes were rolling back, and at one point he just kind of sat there.
And when you say
laid there.
Sorry, when you say he just kind of sat there or laid there, did you notice a change in his ability to speak or make sounds?
Yes.
And take your time. If you need a tissue, there's some right there. Is this difficult for you to talk about?
Yeah.
Do you need a minute? Melissa, why is this difficult for you to talk about?
It was difficult because I felt like there wasn't really anything I could do as a bystander. The highest power was there, and I felt like I was feeling it.
I'm sorry, you said you felt like you were feeling it?
Well, like failing to do anything.
You said failing. I hear you now. Why did you feel like you were failing?
Because I was there, and technically I could have did something, but I couldn't really do anything physically what I wanted to do because the highest power was there at the time.
So when you say you couldn't do physically what you wanted to do, can you explain why you felt you couldn't get involved?
There was another police officer kind of like pushing the crowd back, making sure everyone was on the sidewalk and didn't get close.
So did you feel like that officer was stopping you from being able to get closer?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Did you at some point see any of the officers check for a pulse on Mr. Floyd?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. What did you see the other officers do?
Well, they kind of just stood in this, or kneeled at the same position, holding him down. No one really moved that much. That was on Floyd.
And did you hear people around you, bystanders, asking about a pulse?
Yes.
And when you heard people ask about a pulse, did anything about what the officers were doing change at that point?
No, no one responded.
Did they move their bodies off Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did they get up at that point?
No.
Did Mr. Chauvin get up at that point?
No.
So was Mr. Chauvin's knee still on top of Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, his knee remained on him the entire time till paramedics came.
Okay. And did you get a chance to look at Mr. Chauvin while you were there?
Yes, I did look at him.
And what was he doing? Where was he looking?
Most of the time I saw him staring at George. I didn't really see him take his eyes off of him for the most part.
Did you notice anything about what Mr. Chauvin was doing with his body?
Yes, at one point I saw him put more and more weight onto him.
And how could you tell that?
I saw his back foot or leg lift off the ground and his hands go in his pocket.
So, can you just describe a little more what you saw? You're describing the leg movement and what you're describing as a hand in the pocket. What did you see change about the way Mr. Chauvin's body position was to make you think that?
Could you repeat the question?
Sorry, it was a bad question. How did it change? How did what Mr. Chauvin was doing make it look to you like he was putting more weight on Mr. Floyd?
I kind of saw him move his knee down more.
Okay.
Make little movements.
And when you say you saw Mr. Chauvin's knee move down more, what are you talking about? Down into Mr. Floyd or down somewhere else?
Down into Mr. Floyd's neck.
Okay. And what were you doing while you were watching all of this happen?
I was recording and I was telling him to get off of him, and I was expressing that I was upset.
And what made you upset about this situation?
He wasn't able to breathe, and I felt like they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Objection. The last part of the answer is stricken.
All right, so at some point did you see an ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And you said that you had seen Mr. Chauvin on top of Mr. Floyd until the ambulance arrived. What else did you see happen when the ambulance arrived?
I saw that the police officers didn't move, and Chauvin kept his knee on his neck the entire time, even when the paramedic was checking for a pulse.
Did you see paramedics check for a pulse?
Yes.
And what was happening that you saw at that point in time?
They were checking his pulse around his neck.
Okay, so you saw a paramedic touch Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
And was it at that point you said that Mr. Chauvin was still on Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
After that, at some point, did the paramedics move Mr. Floyd's body?
Yes.
And was that the first time that you saw Mr. Chauvin get off Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
At any time before the ambulance came, did you see any officers or Mr. Chauvin attempt to move in any way, move Mr. Floyd or give any medical assistance in any way?
No.
Did you see anybody give him CPR or roll him over or anything like that?
No.
And then you talked about there were other people who were on the curb with you, other bystanders. What were those people doing throughout this process?
They were also expressing how they felt about the situation as well, and I'm not exactly sure, but I'm aware that there was other people recording.
Okay, but were you all on the curb essentially in sort of a group together?
Yes.
And did anybody get in close contact with Mr. Floyd's body? Did anybody get close?
No.
Okay. I'm going to put up Exhibit 184, please. I'll clear that. So, do you see yourself in this picture?
Yes.
Can you circle yourself, please? And what are you doing at this point?
I'm recording.
And is that a phone in your hand?
Yes.
Do you recognize anybody else in this photo?
Yes.
And can you circle who it is you recognize? And who's that by first name?
Kaylin.
And is that the friend Kaylin you were describing?
Yes.
So you had initially testified that you told her to stay in the car, that she stayed in the car. At some point, did she come out and join you?
Yes.
All right. And you, in this picture, did you recognize anybody else in this photo?
Darnella.
And how do you know Darnella?
I used to go to school with her.
Did you have any interaction with her while you were there?
Before we walked up, I said something to her like, "Hi, how are you?" Because I haven't seen her in a while. It was the summer, so.
So you know who she is, but you didn't plan to meet her there or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you, while you were recording with Kaylin's phone, were there 3 separate video clips or 3 separate video files that you created on that phone?
Yes.
And before today, did we have a chance to show you those videos?
Yes.
And did those 3 videos fairly and accurately show what you saw and what you recorded on Kaylin's phone?
Yes.
And we've marked those clips as exhibits 26, 27, and 28. I'm going to offer those at this time. And we're not going to publish those, but I'm not going to publish those at this point.
Let me receive them first.
Oh, sorry.
26, 27, and 28 are received.
Thank you, Your Honor. There was also another video that you were shown. Did you have a chance to see a composite video or a side-by-side video of your 3 videos and a street camera all put together, synced up?
Yes.
And does that video that you saw, again, fairly and accurately show those 3 video clips and also show what you were doing and where you were positioned on that day?
Yes.
And we've marked that composite video as Exhibit 246. I would offer that at this time.
No objection. 246 is received.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we will publish that, and just before we do, Alyssa, we're going to play that video now, and I may stop it at points just to have you describe what's going on and what you're doing, okay? All right, so if we could publish Exhibit 246, please.
We have a brief sidebar. Yes.
Just one moment.
And just a reminder, we do have the audio muted during these private conversations. And for those of you unfamiliar, Derek Chauvin is charged with third-degree murder, second-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter in Floyd's death last May. Judge Cahill did reinstate the third-degree murder charge against Chauvin during the first week of trial. And the trial is being live streamed to George Floyd's families and others who have been wanting to watch the trial, but they couldn't be there in person because of COVID-19 restrictions. So they do have a limited number of people inside of the courthouse at this time.
All right. Sorry about that, Alyssa. So we are going to play Exhibit 246, but before we start it up again, we have sort of the beginning still frame on this video, which is now at 8:19:24. If you could, do you see the car that you were driving where we have the video right now?
Yes.
And can you circle that on the screen, please? And does that show you in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And was that the moment that you arrived on May 25th? Was that this visual in terms of the positioning of the officers, was that what you could see as you were pulling up?
Yes.
All right. We can continue to play it. And we'll let the clip continue to play, but are you parking it as this is happening?
Yes.
And then when you see yourself come on screen, if you could point out where you are. And before we get to that point, and we can continue to play, did you initially start filming sort of from this side or behind the bus stop?
Yes. I moved closer eventually.
And why was it that you started filming, and we'll pause it right here. Why was it that you started filming sort of at a distance?
I wasn't really sure what was happening at first. I didn't want to get too close.
And why did you not want to get too close at the beginning?
There was just a lot of police officers and it kind of felt tense.
So we're not going to start it up again just yet, but we're now at 8:20:17 and there's now a side-by-side video. Is that image on that right side of the screen the video that you've taken?
Yes.
And that's one of those clips, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll let that play. And what was going on right there as you were filming? Where were you positioned?
I was behind the bus stop, or in front of it, I guess you could say.
Okay. And was that your voice that came on briefly?
Yes.
And when you said what the expletive, what were you responding to?
I could hear George basically crying and begging them to get off of him, that he was in pain, and I knew that he was hurting, so it was upsetting.
And at this point, we still don't see you on screen, is that right?
Yeah.
So were you still in the area off screen by the bus stop?
Yes.
Bro, you got him down, man. Let him breathe, at least, man. Let him breathe. I've been trying to help him.
Pause it right there. And do you see yourself on screen now?
Yes.
And can you circle where you are? And on the right side of the screen, is that the video that you're taking at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. We can keep playing.
Where my homie down? I ain't ready to back police off. But it's tie your feet. Relax. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up. What do you want? I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my dick. I can't breathe shit. Bro, get up, get in the car, man. I will. Get up, get in the car. I can't move. I've been watching the whole thing, man. Just get up, get in the car. Mama. Get up and get in the car right. I can't. I gave y'all the opportunity to get in, bro. I told you, you can't win. My knee. You can't win, man. I'm through. I know you is now, but you didn't listen. I'm got the food. Just my stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe.
Bro, that's so...
They gonna kill me, man.
He isn't handcuffed.
Bro, with your feet on his neck, man, you get off the phone, man. Yeah, that's raw right there with his feet on his neck.
Damn, bro, you just sitting your knee on his neck.
Yeah, I mean, you got your feet right on his neck, officer.
He ain't even resisting
You
arrest.
having fun?
I cannot breathe.
You just a grown, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh?
I love y'all ass
You're a
all
tough guy.
short.
You're not even resisting arrest, bro. Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all got
It ain't about drugs, bro. I understand that, but you don't gotta have his hand in his neck, bro. He is human, bro. But I'm saying you can put him in the car.
We can pause there for a minute. Now, there's a voice saying things like, why are you needing him more? And he's not talking now. Look at him. He's about to knock out. Whose voice was that?
That is mine.
And when you were expressing, why are you needing him more? What does that mean? What were you trying to get across?
Well, at that point, I saw him like moving towards him more, putting more pressure.
And when you say him moving towards him, can you just
Derek.
Derek, Mr. Chauvin was moving towards Mr. Floyd more?
Yes, with his knee.
Okay. So when you say kneeing him more, are you meaning pushing on him more with that knee?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, he's not talking now, things like that. Did you notice a change in Mr. Floyd at that point in time?
Yes, he stopped being as vocal, and he was more struggling to breathe.
And when you said he's about to knock out, what does that mean? What were you trying to get across there?
Well, I could see that he was going unconscious, and his eyes were starting to roll to the back of his head, and he had some saliva coming out of his mouth.
Was that the point in time where you became even more concerned?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll continue to play. And as this is playing, are you still standing there but not recording during this portion?
Yeah.
And then did you record again afterward?
Yes.
So, is it your voice asking about a badge number and saying he's not moving, things like that?
Yes.
And then someone said he hasn't moved, and then in over a minute, was that your voice too?
Yes.
Why was that important for you? That in terms of saying over a minute, were you worried about the length of time that this was going on?
Yes, because I knew time was running out, or that it had already.
What do you mean by time was running out?
That he was going to die.
You can keep going. Go ahead.
No. Okay, that's cool. Go back in the store, bro. Go back in the store, bro. He's not fucking moving.
I see that.
Bro.
You're still on him 3 minutes. Whose voice is that?
I believe that was a girl from inside the store.
Okay. Did you hear your voice in that portion in there?
Yes.
And what were you saying?
I don't exactly remember exactly what I said, but
Okay.
I heard my voice.
Were you upset in that moment?
Yes.
And again, was your concern increasing over time?
Yes. At that point, I kind of knew.
You kind of knew what?
That he was dead or not breathing.
And what made you think that he was dead or not breathing at that point?
His eyes were closed and he was just laying there. No longer fighting or resisting.
And again, when you were saying fighting and resisting before, what do you mean by that? Were you talking about breathing or are you talking about a fight?
Breathing.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
What are you doing? Why are you still on him? Bro, oh my God. Yo, see that he's not. Like, what? Like, for real? You're still on him. For what? Like, what's wrong? Why y'all still on him? He's not doing nothing to y'all.
All right, we can stop.
You stand behind.
Did you notice anything in particular when the ambulance came about Mr. Floyd, the way he looked to you at that point?
He didn't look alive. I noticed that the paramedics looked at his eyes, checked his pulse, and kind of just proceeded to put him on the gurney. He didn't really say anything.
Had you previously described his body as limp?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you can play the rest. Thank you.
Partners, right? Those are your partners, right? Like what? No, that's not like.
This is what it is, bro. This is what it is. We gotta deal with this shit. They're not gonna help us, bro. They're not gonna help us. 97 years old.
Ain't nobody doing nothing wrong, bro. What the fuck?
You're a real man for that, bro. He ain't handcuffed, bro.
He's not doing nothing to y'all.
I'm a first responder from Minneapolis.
The fact that you guys are checking his pulse and doing compressions if you need help, you guys are on another level.
And then you just gonna throw him up there like that, bro.
Yeah.
That's not very professional.
I don't know,
Bro, look, he's fucking dead, bro. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. He didn't touch you. Hey, bang. I've been there the whole time.
Your voice asking about badge numbers and things like that?
Yes.
And I think you had said that earlier too. Why was that important for you? You know, badge numbers, stuff like that.
At that point, I kind of felt like all I could do was catch what was going on with the camera, and I just wanted to make sure I got everyone there. That's why I was moving around a lot.
Did you feel it was important for you to document what was going on?
Yes.
How did watching all this in the moment feel for you?
It felt really like a lot to take in at first. I almost walked away at first because it was a lot to watch, but I knew that it was wrong and I couldn't just walk away even though I couldn't do anything about it.
And since that time, since you saw this happen last year, what impact has it had on you since then?
Well, it didn't really affect me right away because I kind of just felt emotionally numb about it. I didn't run to the internet or anything. I kind of just kept to myself and tried to go on with my day and remember what I really came there for.
And after the fact, after you had some time to process it, what did you feel?
I felt really like I said, numb to the whole situation. I kind of just pushed it aside because I didn't really know how to feel. It was a lot to take in.
Did you go back to Cup Foods after that?
I still haven't been there to this day.
And why is that?
I don't want to be reminded.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Just a few questions for you. Do you recall being interviewed by Agent Peterson and Ryerson of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?
I believe so.
Okay. You remember talking to 2 police officers about what you observed, what you saw, things of that nature?
Yes.
And if I told you their names were Agents Ryerson and Peterson, would you have any reason to dispute me?
No.
Okay. And they recorded that call, is that correct?
Yes.
And then again, I believe just within the last 2 or 3 days, you met with the prosecution team?
Yes.
And you told them, gave them some more information as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, do you recall telling Agent Peterson and Ryerson, as well as the prosecution team, that while you were there, you observed the officers check Mr. Floyd's radial pulse?
I said I believed that they did. The 2 that were on his body, I thought at one point that I did see someone try. Nothing changed though, nothing of their body language or anything changed.
Okay. Do you recall, were you given an opportunity to listen to your previous statement?
No.
Were you ever given a transcript of your previous statement?
No.
Would you disagree with me if I told you you said, I even saw them check his pulse multiple times before the ambulance got there?
I would not agree with that.
You would not agree with that?
Yeah, because I don't remember.
You don't remember that now?
Can you restate it?
Sure. Back when you were interviewed by the police officers in September, you told them that you saw the officers check his pulse multiple times before the ambulance got there.
I do not believe I said multiple times.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Date stamp 36415, page 4 of 8. I'm going to hand you this through this plexiglass, and there's some, I'm just going to point to the last underline. I'm going to ask you to read that in your mind. So did you tell Agents Ryerson and Peterson that you saw the officers check their pulse multiple times?
Yes, I did, and then afterwards I told them that it looked like they did not find one.
Okay. Now, you also described to the officers that you were angry.
Yes.
And you would agree to this day that you were angry at what you saw?
Yes.
And would you describe others in the crowd as angry as well?
I would assume so.
I have no further questions.
Any regrets?
Alyssa, you were just asked some questions about a pulse. Did that refresh your recollection about that portion of what you saw?
A little bit. The day those officers came to my house, it was multiple times of being bothered. And it was kind of like they kind of forced the interview onto me, so.
Okay. So thinking about it today, in terms of what you saw that day, just tell the jury what you saw in terms of somebody checking a pulse.
Well, I don't exactly remember standing right there all the way because it's kind of like in and out. But rewatching the video, I remember seeing like someone move their hands towards his wrists, his vitals, behind his back.
And was that person Mr. Chauvin?
No.
So that was someone else?
Yes.
And are you unclear about whether or not that was an actual pulse check because you said they didn't change anything they were doing?
Correct.
Okay. And did you assume that if they hadn't That if they were concerned, they would have changed what they were doing?
Yes.
Would they have gotten up off him? Is that what you expected to happen?
Yes, that is what I would expect they would do.
And you were asked some questions about being angry. Were you upset about what was going on in front of you?
Yes.
Did you attack anybody?
No.
Hit anybody?
No.
You know, threaten the officers in any way?
No.
So when you say angry, what do you mean?
I was upset because there was nothing that we could do as bystanders except watch them take this man's life in front of our eyes.
And when you say we, were all of you doing what you were doing? Meaning not getting physical and not throwing punches or making threats to the officers?
Correct.
Nothing correct.
No, you're not. All right, thank you. You may step down. And next witness. Members of the jury, why don't we have you go back to the other, long enough for a bathroom break. How's that?
As you can see here, they are taking just a short break here, and we'll take one as well. Just a 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. So earlier today in the hearing, we heard from witnesses who some were recording video during the George Floyd arrest. And Fox 9's Paul Bloom has been all over it on Twitter and really giving a complete breakdown of all of the action and the big moments that are happening today, and he'll continue to do it throughout this trial. The witness that just got off of the stand, she was an 18-year-old high school senior testifying off camera to protect her identity. And we were taking that all in for you right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. In the meantime, we are going to take some of the coverage from Fox 9 in Minneapolis right now.
Bring in our legal analyst, Lee Hutton, to talk a little bit about what we've been seeing here in the last hour or so. Lee, let's talk about this most recent witness and what we just heard. Again, this is a minor, someone we're not able to see or identify. Interesting that they honed in on this, this idea of checking the pulse of George Floyd. Can you walk us through that piece?
Yes, and let's start with the state. The state asked questions to kind of show the inaction of the officers, and that's very important for the state to get before the jury because they want them to show that the officers had this disregard, this reckless disregard for human life. Eric Nelson, what you saw is what you call impeachment. And so every witness, and I think before the break last time we talked about how attorneys kind of know what questions to ask. Well, each of the attorneys got investigation reports, and in those investigation reports, those are question and answers that they asked the witness, and they jotted it down. And each attorney is able to use that. And what Eric Nelson did, as far as impeachment, he said, "Do you remember when your interview was taken by officers? And do you remember when you actually said which is incongruent or inconsistent to your testimony just recently when you said that the officers did in fact check the pulse. And what he did, he says, well, if I can show you your interview that you took, I want you to read it and tell me why your statement is one thing now and another thing in that interview. And so when that happened, the state then came back up and did what you call rehabilitation of the witness. And the state says, well, can you tell me how that interview happened? And what was masterful in the witness, and this is where the witness engages with the attorney and really listens to the question. And she gave a response almost as if she knew what the defense strategy was going to be, or what it actually was. This 18-year-old young person said, yeah, when the police officers came to my house, they were bothering me. They're almost forcing me to make certain conclusions. And so that balanced the skills of restoring her credibility with regard to the pulse.
Mm-hmm. We talked earlier about age and how age, whether or not it plays a factor in the jury's minds of credibility. So when she says one thing and then remembers it another way, I mean, does that damage her credibility at all? Or it seems like you feel like she did come through.
I think she came through in this particular sense. I think she explained the reason why her statement with the police officers were inconsistent to her statement in the courtroom. And the state's attorney in the rehabilitation of the witness, she said, can you explain why there's a difference here? And the difference was, she says, I was a young person and I have these cops bothering me and they were just trying to force it, this information on me. Now, take it in a grand scheme of who we have here. We have the defendant on trial, who's a former Minneapolis police officer, and then you have this statement from this child who says, I was overwhelmed and I was pushed into certain facts. That has to resonate with the jury and not in a positive manner for the defense.
We can't help but notice, anybody who's been watching most of the day here, the stark change in tone between witness number one, Donald Williams, and now the minors who have been questioned since then. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think Eric Nelson is doing a very good job. These witnesses, while are young, are giving very, very critical testimony. Quite frankly, one could argue that this is some of the most important testimony because these youngsters are the ones that videotaped the situation. We're using their camera phone footage. And so Eric Nelson does have to be very mindful that their firsthand impressions are going to resonate with the jury. But he can't attack them like he did Mr. Williams on the stand. But he definitely has to do what we call the impeachment process. And you can see where he put on his mask to emphasize COVID compliance. He did the decorum rules, asking the judge, may I approach the witness, so the witness knows that he's going to come to me. And what I imagine is that he said, I'm approaching you, and gave her the documents through the plexiglass. And then he returned to his podium and he was very calm as to not suggest that, hey, I'm going to emphasize to the court and pretty much the world that you're not telling the truth. And I thought he did that very well. But again, I thought the state rehabilitated her, and I thought she was a strong witness for the state.
Mm-hmm. We've only had here a couple of days of testimony, not even 2 full days. Have you seen either side sort of tweak their strategies in light of some of what we've been hearing?
No, I think they've been pretty consistent and, mindful that we're still on the second day. And, we haven't touched as many of the witnesses that I think are going to be called, especially the other important witnesses, which really deal with causation, the manner of death, or what was the trigger of the death. But right now we see the state, especially Jerry Blackwell, using those key phrases in his opening statements. When you're in our custody, you're in our care. Did he let up or did he get up? Those were buzzwords in his questions.
I'm going to interrupt you. I appreciate you. I know we're on this timetable here. They're back in court. Let's listen in.
If you could come on up and have a seat. And Zeldridge.
Good afternoon, Kaylin.
Hello.
How are you feeling today?
A little nervous. A lot of anxiety.
Tell me why you have anxiety today.
Just because of what happened. Just want the truth to come out.
Okay. Deep breaths. We'll take it slow, okay? If you need a break, you just let me know.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with some easy questions, background questions, okay? So why don't you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 17 years old.
And are you a high school student now?
Yes, I'm a senior.
And are you doing in-person school or online?
Online school.
How's that going?
It's going good.
Almost there for your
Yeah,
senior year?
almost there.
And what city do you live in now?
St. Paul, Minnesota.
Was there a time that you and your family lived in Minneapolis, South Minneapolis?
Yes, when I was younger.
Okay. Do you still have some friends, family friends in that area?
Yes.
And
ask you one favor. Can you just pause a little bit after the question? We have a court reporter who's taking everything down with a stenographic machine, and it'll make it a little easier for her to take everything down. So don't worry about it. You're doing fine.
And I talk fast. I'll try to slow it down, try to make it easy for everybody. Okay, so you said you still have friends in South Minneapolis.
Yes.
And is one of those friends named Alyssa?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions about, the reason you're here today. So why don't you tell the jury why you're here today?
For George Floyd.
Okay. And when you say for George Floyd, did you see what happened to George Floyd?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about that, okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
If you need a tissue, you need a break, you just put up your hand and let me know, okay?
Okay.
But you can grab tissue anytime you need one. So, I'm going to ask you some questions about that day, the day that all this happened. So, first things first, how did you come to be in the area? What were you doing that day?
Me and Alyssa were going to get snacks and an aux cord for the radio.
And where were you headed that day? Where did you want to go?
To Cup.
And when you say Cup, is that Cup Foods?
Yes.
All right. So you said you were with Alyssa. And how did you guys get there?
We drove there.
And who drove, you or Alyssa?
Alyssa.
And where were you in the car? Were you in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Is it just the two of you together?
Yes.
So she was driving, you're in the passenger seat, you're headed to Cup Foods. What's the first thing you notice once you get into the area?
We hear George Floyd's voice yelling out for his mom and saying he can't breathe.
Okay. And did you notice, how soon did you notice what was going on? Were you still driving up when you noticed what was going on?
Yes.
And is that what you heard from the car?
Yes.
And what did you see as you were driving up?
We seen 3 officers on top of George Floyd.
And what did you do next? Did Alyssa park the car?
Yes.
And then what happened?
She pulled over and she asked if she should record it, and she didn't have a phone at the time, so she took my phone and recorded it.
And what were you doing when, did she get out of the car first?
Yes, she told me to stay in the car and leave the car on just in case anything happened. We didn't know what was going on.
So did you stay in the car for some period of time?
Yes.
So when you were in the car and Alyssa got out of the car, could you hear what was going on?
Yes, I could kind of hear what was going on.
All right.
I don't specifically remember exactly what was said, but I do remember hearing voices.
So tell the jury just what you remember noticing from where you were in the car. What were you hearing or seeing or observing?
I believe I heard George Floyd yelling still, saying he can't breathe. And then I heard witnesses that were there saying he was unresponsive. And that's when I started hearing voices getting louder, I got out of the car.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there for just a second. You talked about George Floyd. You said you're here for George Floyd, and you're talking about seeing George Floyd. Did you know who he was at that time?
No.
After the fact, did you learn his name?
Yes.
Okay, so you now know him to be George Floyd.
Yes.
When you heard, you said you heard voices getting louder. What prompted you to get out of the car? What made you think you should get out of the car?
I guess it was kind of just a gut feeling.
When you said you heard voices getting louder, was there something about the tone or what was said that...
It sounded serious.
Okay. And what made you think it was something serious?
Just the way everyone sounded.
Okay. So what did you do?
I got out of the car and I walked up, and that's when I saw George Floyd unconscious and Derek on his neck.
Okay, so I'm gonna break that down a little bit. You said you saw George Floyd unconscious. What made you think that George Floyd was unconscious when you saw him?
He wasn't talking anymore, and when we pulled up, he was talking. His eyes were closed. He wasn't moving.
And you said you saw Derek on top of him?
Yes.
And by Derek, do you mean Derek Chauvin?
Yes.
Did you know who that was at the time?
No.
But did you learn his name later?
Yes.
So when you said that you saw Derek or Mr. Chauvin on top of George Floyd, what did you see Mr. Chauvin doing?
I saw him kind of digging his knee into his neck more. Like he was putting a lot of pressure on his neck that wasn't needed.
And how could you tell, or what made you think from your point of view that Mr. Chauvin was putting more pressure on George Floyd's neck?
You could see it, like his foot movement.
So when you say digging, are you talking about the position of Mr. Chauvin's knee on Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
Okay. So you come out to see Mr. Floyd, who looks unconscious to you. What else do you see and hear going on around you?
The witnesses telling him to check for a pulse.
And what happened at that point? Did you see anybody check for a pulse or do anything at that point?
No, not that I saw.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Chauvin or anybody else move or change or get up off Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did you, were you concerned at that point in time?
Yes.
Were you saying anything once you got into that group of people?
Yes, I asked, why are you guys still on top of him? He's not doing anything wrong. He was handcuffed.
And after you said that, was there any response from any of the officers? Did any of them move? Did Mr. Chauvin move?
No.
Did any of them address your concerns?
No. They're really hostile.
And when you say hostile, tell the jury what you mean by that.
The tone in their voice was really, well, the Officer Tao's voice was really angry.
So was Officer Tao interacting with the people on the street at that point? I'm sorry. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you just have to wait until I'm done asking before you answer.
Sorry.
That's okay. I do it too. Okay, so Officer Tao appeared hostile. Can you just describe what he was doing that made you feel that way?
He pushed one of the witnesses there onto the sidewalk.
And did you know that person?
No.
Did you see anybody being, any of the, you said witnesses, but any of those bystanders, any of those people on the curb with you, were any of those people being violent or aggressive in any way?
No.
But you saw Mr.
They were just using their voice.
Okay. So you heard people using their voices, but saw Mr. Officer Tao being hostile?
Yes.
What else did you see? Did you see any of the other officers who were there at that, when you were on the curb?
Not when I was on the curb.
And what about Mr. Chauvin? Did you see him?
Yes.
And what did you, how would you describe his body movement or body language at that point?
Kind of angry, like.
So I'm going to stop you there, but tell me what he was doing with his body.
He was like digging his knee into George Floyd's neck.
Did you notice anything else about him, Mr. Chauvin, reaching for anything or touching his mace or anything like that?
Yes, he did grab his mace and started shaking it at us.
And how did you feel at that point?
Scared.
And why did you feel scared then?
Because I didn't know what was going to happen.
And were you scared of Mr. Chauvin or scared of Mr. Floyd or something else?
I was scared of Chauvin.
Okay. That point that you saw Mr. Chauvin go for his mace, was there anybody in your group of witnesses or bystanders that were, again, being violent or attacking in any way?
No.
Okay. I'm going to put up Exhibit 184, please. Now you should see that on your screen in front of you. Do you see yourself in this picture?
Yes.
Can you just circle yourself on that screen? It's a touch screen. Use your finger. And do you see anyone else you recognize there?
No, Alyssa.
And you circled Alyssa second. What is Alyssa doing there?
She's recording.
And is that your cell phone she has?
Yes.
And what were you doing at this point?
I was telling Donald Williams, I believe his name is. I was like, because the cop, I think, pushed him. I don't exactly remember, but I told him, like, don't, like, because I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't want anybody, like, fighting the cops or anything like that.
Okay.
Because I didn't know it'd escalate.
Did you know Donald Williams at that time?
No.
Did you learn his name somehow after the fact?
Yes.
Was there anybody fighting with the cops?
No.
Was there any fight that happened with any of those bystanders with the cops? Were you concerned for everybody's safety?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you see, we can take that down. Did you see an ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And what was going on at that point in time?
The ambulance pulled up and Derek was still on his neck. The ambulance people had to signal him to get up.
And you just made a motion with your hands. When you say signal him to get up, did you see a paramedic make a motion to Mr. Chauvin that looked to you like a get up kind of motion?
Yes.
Okay. After the paramedics arrived, was that the first time that you saw Mr. Chauvin get up off Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
And how did Mr. Floyd look to you? What did his condition appear to be to you?
He looked kind of like purple, like he wasn't getting enough circulation.
And was he moving or talking or anything at that point?
He was really limp.
Okay. And I know this is tough to talk about, and I know it's hard, so take your time, but what did you think at that moment?
Well, I didn't know for sure if George Floyd was dead until after the fact, but I had a gut feeling.
So based on what you saw and how his body looked to you when they took him away, did he look dead to you at that point?
Yes.
And did you see anybody until the paramedics arrived, any of the officers attempt to render first aid or CPR or give any medical help before that?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Sure.
You're watching News Now from Fox as they do a sidebar right here. We continue to listen here. This is the fourth underage witness that is testifying right now that was a witness of the George Floyd arrest that was happening back in May of last year. Sidebar is over.
Step down. So we can come back there.
I apologize. We will need just a 10-minute break just to reorganize our witnesses here, but we'll need some time to move people around.
Let's take another break.
All right, they're taking a short break. We'll go back to the coverage. Fox 9 in Minneapolis. And we'll take a quick 2-minute break for ourselves right here as well.
Move people around.
Let's take another break. Thank you.
Again, you're watching the trial of Derek Chauvin. We are in another sort of unexpected recess. We expect it to be very quick, though. In the meantime, we do want to bring in Fox 9's Hannah Flood to talk a little bit about some of the testimony that we've been hearing so far. What stood out to you, Hannah?
Well, today it's been interesting. A lot of witnesses that we're hearing from are minors, so we're not seeing them on camera. we had the woman who had taken the initial video, the one that was played during opening statements, that one that went viral over the summer, talking about her experience. And then this afternoon, we also heard from a 17-year-old girl. She was just running up to Cup Foods, that corner store there, to grab something for her car. And when she got out, she saw people gathered, around that squad car, saw officers on top of George Floyd. And we're going to play for you now a portion of her testimony, kind of describing what she was seeing and what she was feeling when she encountered that scene.
Because I slowly knew that if he were to be held down much longer, he wouldn't live.
And what made you think that?
Because you could see in his face that he was slowly not being able to breathe. His eyes were rolling back, and at one point he just kind of sat there.
And when you say
laid there,
sorry, when you say he just kind of sat there or laid there, did you notice a change in his ability to speak or make sounds?
Yes.
And take your time. If you need a tissue, there's some right there. Is this difficult for you to talk about?
Yeah.
Do you need a minute? And why is this difficult for you to talk about?
It was difficult because I felt like there wasn't really anything I could do as a bystander. The highest power was there, and I felt like I was feeling it.
I'm sorry, you said you felt like you were feeling it?
Well, like failing to do anything.
You said failing. I hear you now. Why did you feel like you were failing?
Because I was there, and technically I could have did something, but I couldn't really do anything physically what I wanted to do because the highest power was there at the time.
So when you say you couldn't do physically what you wanted to do, can you explain why you felt you couldn't get involved?
There was another police officer kind of like pushing the crowd back, making sure everyone was on the sidewalk and didn't get close.
So did you feel like that officer was stopping you from being able to get closer?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Now, that sentiment right there is something that we've heard from a couple of witnesses who have been up on the stand today. I wanted to do something. I wanted to do more. But as this witness said, that the highest power was there. So actually, one of the witnesses, Donald Williams, who was on the stand yesterday and returned to the stand this morning, he actually called the police on those police officers, and they played a portion of that 911 call this morning during his testimony. He started getting emotional about it. Another one of the people who testified, this woman who shared that viral video, she talked about something similar. She gave some really emotional sound while identifying Derek Chauvin in the courtroom today, and then went on to talk about something similar, some of the regrets that she was feeling about that day.
Darnella, are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck. It's been nights. I stayed up apologizing and apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more and not physically interacting and not saving his life. But it's like, it's not what I should have done, it's what he should have done.
Yeah, again, some emotional testimony in court today, especially from some of these minors, these teenagers especially, who were there witnessing all of this when it happened. So it sounds like today we're done with those minors, at least for the day, and we'll be waiting to see which witness takes the stand next, Amy.
All right, Hannah, thank you. We want to check in now with Fox 9's Paul Bloom. He has been at the Hennepin County Courthouse covering this for us. So, Paul, if you're there, I want to check in with you and get your observations. See if we have Paul here. Might take just a second.
Amy, do you hear me from the media center across the street from the government center? Paul Bloom. Do you hear me, Amy?
I got you, Paul.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. No. It's interesting. Obviously, Hannah making some great points in terms of the compelling testimony that came in throughout the day. Obviously, hearing from young, juvenile, if you will, 17, 18, even some younger minors today on the witness stand. Now, remember, for us, we're listening via audio. These are emotional moments. Those witnesses are sitting feet away from these jurors, of course, as they're recounting their desperation about what they are seeing on the sidewalk outside Cup Foods. And I really started thinking today, there's this effort by the defense that reared itself during opening statements yesterday, this idea that the crowd was growing angry and creating a tense, stressful, threatening situation for police that might have distracted them from the subject underneath them, George Floyd. And, I've really given some thought to this testimony that's coming in. And boy, it's a fine line. Eric Nelson's walking between anger and sort of a scary crowd versus an agitated crowd that sense human desperation in that moment that they want to help George Floyd. I mean, there's no evidence thus far that someone wants to knock the block off Derek Chauvin or tackle police. They just want to save the man under Derek Chauvin's knee. So I know Eric Nelson's looking to stick this, put something on the wall to stick with the jury as they think about reasonable doubt, the like. But I think he's walking a really fine line there, because this crowd has basically said, we were not, going to attack the officers. We just wanted to save George Floyd.
Paul, you've been there in the area, whether it's been in the courthouse or across the street, every day since jury selection. I'm curious what some of your observations have been as you've come and gone.
Yeah, it's interesting. For the most part, we've seen a couple demonstrations around the grounds. It's important to understand for our viewers at home that while the courtroom, there are a couple of reporters, what we call pool reporters, kind of sitting in the courtroom itself. Those of us covering it on the ground are basically assigned in a building across the street watching the live feeds come in. So with all the security up, we don't see the comings and goings like a typical trial where we see witnesses. Maybe we'd have a chance to stop a Donald Williams in the hallway as he headed out after a difficult cross-examination and redirect this morning. Maybe catching up with Darnella Fraser. We just aren't having those interactions. I can tell you it's been relatively calm today around the government center itself. I personally will be back in the courtroom on Friday. I'll sit in the broadcast seat on Friday and share my notes and observations. But the court is trying to kind of meet COVID-19 obligations with running an open and public trial. So while the cameras are showing certain things, avoiding certain things, the jury, the young witnesses, we do have pool reports coming in that are documenting some of the observations our colleagues are making in the courtroom, including how the jurors are responding to this emotional testimony.
Paul, along those lines, I'm curious, this is the first time we've had cameras in the courtroom. When you are the pool reporter inside the courtroom, we know the court's gone to great lengths to protect the identity of these jurors. Are you able to make observations about their reactions or emotions?
Well, certainly, you see what you see with your eyes. Now, we've talked about the masks on the defense. I certainly don't want to put too much weight on what I see from the pool reports, because, the eye's in the beholder, or, someone who's showing some emotion or burrowing their, just kind of making a gesture with their forehead, their eyes. It may be hard to read and assess. Yeah, we do get observations. I'm just reading one from this afternoon. Juror 4 getting a drink of water, Juror 2 sitting up, watching and listening to the witness and prosecution go back and forth. Juror 13 also sitting up straight, moving his chair, which turns, hands folded. You know, I mean, what are we getting from that? Just a little bit of color from the courtroom. Clearly, they are reacting. They are human. It's a difficult situation. There's a lot of weight on a lot of shoulders in that courtroom, particularly this jury. And again, they've seen a ton of video over the last 24 hours, some admitting during jury selection they hadn't even seen or couldn't watch the entirety of Darnella Fraser's video. They were forced to watch that. They've seen the surveillance video from the bird's eye view. And then today, some new video we hadn't seen before from another witness, a teenager just down the sidewalk from Darnella Fraser at the time that she's shooting the video, giving us a slightly different angle of Derek Chauvin's knee to the back of George Floyd's neck. So, you know, everybody's been through a lot in that courtroom. But yeah, I mean, it's important, though, to kind of monitor how they react to the testimony and how this case is playing out.
It's tricky. The judge clearly wants transparency. That's why we have cameras in the courtroom. But as you know, even as reporters, we're human, and it can be easy for us to interpret things in different ways. And I think the judge really wants a clean slate for our viewers to be able to interpret what they're seeing for themselves. I want to ask you about the setup and the limitations because of COVID within the courtroom. I remember you reporting that initially George Floyd's family gets one seat, and then whomever is there for Derek Chauvin would get another seat. Have you been able to tell who's been there for each of the parties?
Again, relying on the pool feed because the cameras are not allowed to pan over to show the family. Derek Chauvin, as far as we know, I've checked in with pool reporters, I've read the pool notes. We don't believe Derek Chauvin has had a supporter in his one chair throughout jury selection and into these first couple days of trial. We do know over the last couple days, I mean, just Monday, Tuesday, George Floyd's brother, Philonis, was in the seat for a little bit. Each family gets one seat. Brother was in there yesterday, not surprising. If you may remember, yesterday began with the brothers and Reverend Al Sharpton and civil attorney Ben Crump taking a knee outside the courthouse. So no surprise to hear that one of those brothers sat in the courtroom seat yesterday. Again, according to our pool reporter today, Brandon Williams, a familiar face for those who've kind of followed this story. He's a nephew of George Floyd, grew up in the same Houston home, basically considered George Floyd like a big brother. I remember him talking about playing video games with, the family called him Perry, but with George Floyd. And he gave a quote to our pool reporter today. I'll just read it quickly. Quote, I haven't watched the video. And of course, he's in the courtroom now as it plays. Quote, it's like watching my brother die a slow and painful death. So he's, I don't know if he's closing his eyes, turning away, stepping out of the courtroom, but they're telling a pool reporter that he basically doesn't want to watch the video of his uncle, but basically a brother to him dying. So you can understand the pain that the Floyd family is going through in all this.
Okay. Paul, we're going to keep you on standby here. We're not sure how long this break is going to go. This was an unplanned break, as you know, where they needed a little bit of time to get the next witness in place. So we'll get right back to the courtroom as soon as we can. In the meantime, we want to just review a few things with you while we wait, and then we're going to bring in some analysis with attorney Lee Hutton as well. We want to show you the charges now against Derek Chauvin. We have this second-degree murder, which is unintentional, third-degree murder, depraved mind, second-degree manslaughter, which is culpable negligence. And you'll remember this third-degree murder charge is the charge that was added on a little bit later in the procedures. I believe Lee is ready to go now. Lee, so many questions here. As long as we're talking about these charges, though, can I ask you about that third-degree murder charge that was added later? How does that change the game here for these jurors ultimately?
Sure, it gives them something to fall back on. If they're not motivated to do or don't buy into the evidence that's presented for the second degree, they can fall back on the third degree. And this is more like a careless act, somebody who didn't intend to kill George Floyd, but it just happened in the circumstances. And I think Eric Nelson's questions at least anticipated that this is where they're going to go. And that's going back to Mr. Williams, where he talked about, you can intend to do this maneuver, and unfortunately, consequences happen, as it did here, but it wasn't intentional. We wrestle all the time. We MMA fight all the time, and we agreed to accept those consequences. So I think that's where Mr. Nelson was going.
Mm-hmm. All of the witnesses we've heard from today so far and yesterday were people who were at the scene. Some of them, as we know, were minors. So what is the prosecution's strategy here in using the minors in particular?
Yeah, when I first saw the first minor and the second one, and now the third minors, they're actually holding up and do a good job. So now, reflecting on all the testimony, I believe the state was very strategic in saying, look, the unavoidable consequence of this trial is that we're going to have children testify to this really, really gruesome situation. And what that does is you put the kids on the stand. They give their unfettered analysis of what they believed happened, and then you say the defense, hey, if you didn't like something, go ahead and attack these babies in front of the juries. That's extremely difficult to do. And these kids who did the video, who saw the situation, they gave a lot of powerful testimony where Eric Nelson has to say, what do? I can't really attack them very heavily. And Amy, you and I even discussed that we predicted that Eric Nelson was not going to ask any questions, and we were right. He just kind of punted. And I think what's going to happen is Eric Nelson, in his case in chief, is going to do what the state is doing, is relying on videos. And Eric Nelson is going to rely on those videos as well, but different vantage point. I think the videos that he's going to show is the Mercedes video, the 2019 video that we discussed. And if Eric is clever in his closing argument, he's probably going to dismiss the testimony of the minors and really focus on what Jerry Blackwell said in his opening. You got to believe your eyes. And so if Eric can kind of navigate that into his closing, it may be a closer decision than we believe at this time.
Let me ask you about the 2019 video. It's something that was ruled on during jury selection. Explain to us the significance of that video and how the judge sort of parsed out what could be allowed and what couldn't be allowed.
Absolutely. What that significant for the defense in that video, what they're trying to say is that George Floyd in other arrests had the same mannerisms, the same kind of resistance as you've seen here in the Memorial Day kind of stop. And what they're saying that this is George Floyd's kind of habit routine of him over exaggerating the force by the officers, him not getting into the car, and ultimately they're going to explain, that the death was caused not by the asphyxiation, but because of some kind of fentanyl overdose. Jerry Blackwell, again, in his opening statement, said, well, when you're going to hear testimony, when you take fentanyl, you kind of comatose and then you're not there. You don't continue to struggle. So it's going to be interesting what the medical experts are going to say. But that 2019 video is going to show a habit and routine of Mr. Floyd, and that's what the defense wants the jury to consider.
Okay, Lee, I want to take you back to this morning. Yesterday, the last witness we heard from, and then this morning, the first witness was continuing, and that was Donald Williams, and he is the man with the mixed martial arts experience for our viewers at home. At times, during questioning, he seemed visibly maybe annoyed, is the right word, with the defense's questions. Do those sort of nonverbal and tonal cues affect a jury in either a positive or negative way?
Either or. I can tell you sometimes when I'm in the courtroom and I'm cross-examining a witness that is adverse to my side, and if they're being combative, I do what Mr. Nelson says, like, sir, I know you don't appreciate these questions, but these are the rules, and you got to follow the rules of court, and I want you to follow the rules. So the jury picks that up as somebody who is overly biased to the state, and that's coming out in his testimony. So Eric Nelson certainly did a good job in kind of riling him up, and of course connecting the theme that Mr. Williams was one of the agitators, putting the officers at risk, and this is why they were kind of distracted to what was going on with George Floyd. We'll see how effective that is, because I think Jerry Blackwell again did a good job of kind of diffusing that in some of his questions, and Mr. Frank as well. Again, the jury is going to look at Mr. Williams, and they're going to kind of balance his credibility. Overall, in my opinion, I thought he did very, very good of really pushing back and kind of holding on to his guns. There were even at times where he looked at the judge and he says, "How do you want me to answer? Because this is my impression. This is my thoughts." And while it kind of looked like he was combative, he did look at the judge at one time and he said, "You know, Your Honor, I appreciate you." And that kind of diffuses the fact that any one of us in that witness seat, it's a tough job for the witnesses as well.
One thing I also noticed with Mr. Williams, when you talk about looking to the judge and kind of giving him the approval there, Mr. Williams also looked at the state, and I don't mean to interpret, anything here, but in my observation, it looked like he was kind of looking at the state and almost smiling like, am I doing a good job, or, how am I answering? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting because if I can maybe do another prediction, is that slowly the state is going to address this cultural anthropology issue in a sense, kind of like this pink elephant in the courtroom, and also in the United States with racial intolerance, and with the witnesses who have majority has been African American. They have not been unabashed to say this affects us in a way that may not affect some of the people in the jury or other people if you not have been African American. And I think the state is going to slowly start raising that tone into the picture. And now Nelson has to combat that. He has to say, well, how do I address this issue? And I think he started to allude to that with the political issue. Let's set all the politics aside, but that's unavoidable. Now, when Mr. Williams was looking at the state, going back, I think as an African American, I think he certainly has some investment in the outcome of this, and the witnesses were very candid about that in their testimony. But also one thing that Mr. Williams did, of course, we couldn't see it with the minors. Not only did he look at the judge, he was looking at the attorneys, but he turned and gave testimony to the jurors. And so it kind of looked like the conversation was not with the attorney, but with the jurors. And sometimes that's very impactful. Most importantly, it keeps the jurors' attention on the person who's talking.
Along those lines of the cultural anthropology and race that you've talked about, let's talk about it in terms of the jury. You look at the jury and you say it's mixed. There are multiracial women. There are 4 Black men. And so when you look at the race makeup here, do you look at it and go, we need to be focused on the race? Or do you say, actually, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you don't know what a person of a certain race is going to judge?
Yeah, you really don't know what a person of a certain race is going to judge. There are certainly distinctions between a person who is African descent who was born here versus a foreigner coming from other cultural values and experiences. Also, you can't forget that the Caucasian female may have had a partner who was a person of color and experienced. Many of the jurors even testified that while we did not feel any discrimination based on police stops, we certainly have friends that we've either seen or have heard that this exists. And that's why that question, and now we're seeing how important that question was, do you think that discrimination exists with police officers with people of color? And the ones who said either strongly agree, somewhat agree, or agree, this testimony with regard to, I think, Ms. Frazier, who said, I saw my dad, I saw my brother, those questions are going to be resonating with the jurors.
Lee, you're clearly watching this through different eyes than the majority of us. We are novices when it comes to watching a criminal trial like this play out in front of us in real time. What are some of the things you can advise us on as we're watching this? What should we be keeping in mind?
So as the trial goes on, start being mindful of the rules. I think the judge, and he is in a very, very tough situation because he has to make these objections at the moment. I mean, there's no do-overs after the evidence is put in. I think today was kind of a mild one because of the individual's age. But tomorrow, especially when the experts come in, start being mindful of kind of the rules of evidence, how attorneys are getting the evidence in through their questions, the fact that some of the medical testimony is going to be rigorously objected to because it can really impact the causation. So look for that. I would also look for Eric Nelson really being more aggressive, especially with the medical testimony of the state's witnesses. He's not going to be nice there at all. And he is going to, as the state, really pinpoint them to certain conclusions with regard to causation. So that's when it's going to be a little bit more of a law and order-esque type communication with the witnesses.
I don't want to get too far ahead of the game here. We're just starting out, but and we're just keeping an eye here. I'm just watching the courtroom to make sure. And it looks like we might be heading back to court. All right, thanks, Lee. We'll check back in. Let's go back to court.
On her phone, and following the incident, she also made a 911 call. And for various purposes, the defense is stipulating that we would admit the video as Exhibit 24 and the 911 call recording as Exhibit 25, and that we would publish those to the jury before Ms. Hansen starts her testimony. As part of that, not only stipulating to the admissibility, but any type of confrontation issue that the defendant would have about publishing during the witness's testimony, if that's even a problem, given that we're playing them before the witness testifies and should be available for that questioning.
Yeah, I don't see a confrontation issue. Mr. Nelson, are you fine with that arrangement?
So stipulated, Your Honor.
All right. Then those exhibits, 24 and 25, are received, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, then, we will play Exhibit 24.
Check his heart. What do you think that is? You call what he doing okay? Get back. You call what he doing okay? You call what he doing okay? Are you really a firefighter?
Yes, I am from Minneapolis.
Okay, then get on the sidewalk.
You show me his post.
Check his post.
Check his right fucking now.
Get back on the sidewalk. The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
He's not moved. Minneapolis.
Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're
Check his
definitely
post
a
right
bum,
now.
bro.
Tell me what it is. Tell me what his post is right now.
Check
swear to God.
Post. Bro, he has not moved not one time, bro.
A minute.
But bro, go back in the store, bro. You don't understand, bro. Okay, that's cool. Go back in the store, bro. Go back in the store, bro. He's not fucking moving.
I see that.
Bro, I'm trying to help you out. Bro, you don't need to help me out, bro. I know your parents. I know everybody that owns the store. You don't need to help me the fuck out, bro. He's not fucking moving right now, bro.
I just saw them, huh?
Bro, he was just moving when I walked up here.
Yeah, I know. Then he's bro.
Do you have a post?
I've been watching the whole time.
I'm busy trying to deal with you guys.
Okay, do they have a post?
He doesn't have it, bro. He's not fucking moving.
Tell them to have
Bro,
I swear to God.
Bro, what is you, 1087, bro? You're a bum, bro. Or 987, bro? You're a bum. First thing you want to grab is your mace because you scared, bro. Scared of fucking minorities.
He's on it. 3 minutes. Fuck off him. What are you doing?
Bro, 3 minutes,
He's
bro.
not dying, bro. What are you doing?
Moving.
He's dying. Y'all see that he's
Bro, he's not even fucking moving. Get off of his fucking neck, bro.
Like,
Get off
for
of
real?
his
You're
neck.
still on him, bro. Why?
that, bro? Are you serious?
Nobody, like, ain't this a
You gonna beat that on the neck? Yeah, bro, I barely touched me like that, dude. I swear I saw.
what's wrong? Why are y'all still on him? He's not doing nothing to
You
y'all.
just gonna let him keep his hand on his neck, bro? You're a bitch, bro. Tyler, you gonna let him keep that like that? You gonna let him kill that man in front of you, bro? Huh?
Like what?
Bro, he's not even
Y'all
fucking
know that's
moving
not
right
like.
now, bro. He's not even fucking mine. Bro, what is this gotta do with this, bro? You're not gonna help us, bro?
Right. He's not
Bro, 987, you're
Ain't
wrong,
nobody doing
bro.
nothing wrong. Y'all.
You gonna just sit there with your knee on his neck, bro? You a real man for that, bro. He ain't handcuffed, bro.
Listen, I'm a first responder from Minneapolis. The fact that you guys aren't checking his pulse and doing compressions if he needs that, you guys are on another level. Okay. Yeah, and I have your name tag, bitch.
That's not very professional.
I don't fucking care. I'm not on call.
Freedom of speech.
That's free.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. Don't touch me, bro. Don't touch me, bro. Don't touch me, bro. I'll fuck you up, bro. Don't ever touch me, bro.
I ain't said a word hell in that bank.
Like you bogus, bro. He damn near dead, bro. He's fucking dead, bro.
You're wrong now, bro. I ain't said a word the whole time I just saying
Bro, that's bogus, Ty. You know that, bro. You know that, Ty. Ty, you know that's bogus.
What's that badge number?
You know that's bogus, bro. Ty, you know that's bogus, right, bro? Bro, you know he's bogus.
And then, Your Honor, we would publish to the jury Exhibit 25.
3235, May 25, 2020. 911, what is the address of the emergency?
Hello. I am on the block of 38 in Chicago, and I literally watched police officers not take a pulse and not do anything to save a man. And I am a first responder myself. And I literally have it on video camera. I just happened to be on a walk. So, this dude, they fucking killed him, so
do you want to speak to the supervisor?
I'm reporting this. I'm fucking reporting this right now. I'm willing to talk for ages about this. So if we need to talk to a supervisor right now, or if somebody needs to get into contact with me later on.
Let me get you over to the supervisor, okay? Hang on 1 second. 2833, 28, May 25, 2020.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then we would call Genevieve Hansen to the stand.
Stand right behind the chair.
Say it again?
Just to stand behind the chair.
Okay.
No, come on. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Sure.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
And I think to be able to hear you more clearly, if you are comfortable in doing so, I'd ask that you remove your mask.
Okay.
And let's begin by you giving your full name, spelling each of your names, please.
My name is Genevieve Hansen, Genevieve. Last name Hansen, Hansen.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hansen, what's your current occupation? What do you do?
I'm a firefighter for Minneapolis.
That
City.
explains the uniform you're wearing today?
Correct, sir.
And how long have you been a firefighter for the city of Minneapolis?
Just about 2 years now.
And so, not a question I often like to ask women, but how old are you?
27.
Okay. There's a reason we asked that. The jury will figure that out later.
Okay.
So for about 2 years now, you've been a firefighter. And can you describe for the jurors, what you had to do to become a firefighter for the city of Minneapolis?
There's a hiring process, and once you're hired, we go through an EMT training. I am certified for the state and a national license. And then you go forward with firefighter licenses. That's a 4-month academy.
And so tell us, even before starting as a firefighter, did you have to learn some first aid type?
Yeah, it wasn't necessary to get on the job, but I had gone through an EMT program already, so I've gone through the course twice.
So when did you first do the EMT program?
I think it was sometime in 2017.
And so what was that program? How long was that?
It's called the Pathways Academy, and it was a summer. It was just the majority of the summer. I went to a fire station and did my course.
And so do you remember how long that was? Was that 4 months, did you say?
Maybe about that. It wasn't every day, so it depends on which one you do.
And so what kinds of things did you do during your work at Pathways Academy?
We did a lot. The Pathways Academy is longer than your typical EMT training because it really wants to give a chance to people to pass it. It's quite a difficult test. So we did a lot of hands-on training and book work.
And so the book work, what kinds of books, what are you learning in that?
Probably more than you do need to know about the anatomy and different bones and the way your heart works, and then down to basic life-saving things that we need to know for my job, or if you wanted to move forward with paramedics. I could go on.
So you have some classroom?
Correct.
And do you remember how long the classroom instruction was?
A day.
Okay.
I think it was like an 8-hour day or something.
And then you have some more hands-on training?
That was throughout the day. And we had homework. We did homework all night, every night for the whole time.
So how long was the Pathways Academy program altogether?
I think it was probably about 3 months or so. I can check, but.
So then after you have a day of classroom, what do you spend the rest of the time doing?
Studying.
What's that?
Studying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so for then, there's some.
We did quite a few ride-alongs as well with. I did a couple of ride-alongs with paramedics and with fire.
So is this Pathways Academy affiliated with the fire department?
I believe it's through the city of Minneapolis, just for trying to reach out to city youth within the city.
So is this a way of helping you get a job as a firefighter?
Yes.
Okay. And so then during that time, you're doing some ride-alongs, you're actually working with the fire department?
Mm-hmm. I actually had a cardiac arrest, our first call on my first ride-along. It's quite the sight.
And that was before you were even hired as a firefighter?
Before I was hired as a firefighter, before I was an EMT.
And so then, after Pathways Academy, did you have to take a test of some kind?
Yes, that's when I got my national registry test finished.
And, describe for you, excuse me, if you would, describe for the jury what that test is like. How long is it?
Yeah. You go through a hands-on portion and a written portion just to demonstrate that you're prepared for any life-saving measures you need to take, or splinting, or kind of covers all of that. And then the test is really scenario-based, like what are the first things you need to look at. What are the most important things that you need to address to have the best outcome for the patient?
So is it written or is it?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Both.
You mean the written part or it's fill in the blank.
And then, right. So
yeah.
It's some like written part, but is there also like showing you know how to do certain procedures?
Right. That's what I was explaining before. It's the hands-on portion.
Right. Hands-on. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say both, it's a written test kind of and as well as hands-on.
Separate days. Yep.
Okay. And so you took that test at the end of the Pathways Academy program?
Yep. And at the end of, or in the middle of my academy for the fire department.
Okay. And so did you pass?
Yes.
And so then you obtain a certification?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And what is the certification for? What does that mean you are?
I can, there's a range of things that I can do for our role a lot of times is to assist the medics, or we get there before the medics, and so we can start any basic wound bandaging or up to starting compressions for full working CPR right away.
Does it also involve assessing a patient to determine what is needed?
Correct. That's the first thing we would do.
Okay. And then, so you're certified as an EMT, and I guess just for the record, what does EMT stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
And you got a national certification for that?
Yep, and a state.
And is that separate testing, or how does that work to get national and state?
I believe it is separate testing, and then you have we have continuous hours of education that for both.
And so since your certification, you've had to continue taking classes to maintain the certification?
Yep, the fire department does continuing education all year round.
Okay. So then you, when you finished Pathways Academy, had you already been hired by the fire department, or did that come after?
That came after, about a year after I started the process.
And then once you got hired, is that when you obtained the state certification then?
I think I had both all along. The Pathways is why I have both.
Okay. So as part of this certification, you are able to do what we think of as CPR.
Right.
And that's, well, explain for the jurors what CPR is when we use that term.
So if we find no pulse, I would ask for medical, calling 911. I'd want an AED on scene, and I would start compressions. If I had my med bag, I would also be giving breaths. But if I didn't, just a rate of 100 compressions a minute.
And so CPR is the process of trying to resuscitate somebody, if I'm...
we're looking to regain a heart rhythm.
And heart rhythm is another way of saying a pulse, essentially.
Correct.
Okay. You can tell I have not been through the training you have, right? And so I just want to make sure, that, you know more about this than we do, so that's why I'm trying to just fill in these terms.
Yeah.
Okay. And, incidentally, before Pathways Academy, had you received some training in CPR before that even?
Yeah, I did Red Cross babysitting.
Work as a lifeguard ever?
Yes, I was a lifeguard.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got to know that kind of stuff then, too.
Yeah, yep.
And that was...
I did that quite a few times in my youth.
Can you wait for the gentleman's questions so we don't have people talking over each other?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Let's make sure we don't talk over each other.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
It makes it really hard to have a good record, so.
Got it.
All right.
Yeah, the court reporter has to take down everything we're saying, so we got to each wait to answer, or wait for the question to be done. And I'll try to be better about that too. So, so when you start working for the fire department, explain, if you would, for the jury, when you go in for your shift, who are your coworkers? Not who they are, but like how many people are at a fire station during a shift, and how are they divided up?
Yeah, it depends on if you're at a single house or a double house, meaning is there just an engine there or is there an engine and a ladder? And on the engine we have 3 to 4, and on the truck we ride 4. So maybe 8 in a house, and if there's a chief there or not, we're all EMTs.
And so, as a firefighter, you mentioned earlier, I think, receiving separate training on fighting fires, right? I mean, that makes sense, right?
Very different jobs.
Yeah. And so in your 2 years as a firefighter, have you gone to fires?
Yeah, quite a few for somebody with as much time on as I have.
And have you had to enter buildings that are on fire?
Yes, sir.
And provide, I guess, rescue for people who are in a building that's on fire?
Yes, I have pulled victims out of buildings.
And when you do that as a unit of 4 or however many other firefighters are there, you all work together on those types of calls?
Correct.
When you're, in your work as a firefighter, the title obviously makes us all think that you fight fires. But you do a lot more than that, correct? You have to say yes or no.
Yeah.
Thing to remember is the court reporter has to take it all down. So,
oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, we don't often get a fire. I would say, I've heard quite a few people give like a 90% medical for the calls, and that also depends on which station and which part of the city you're serving.
So, whatever the specific number is, it's the great majority of your cases are medical, not fire.
Right.
And in those medical calls that you've been on since you started working as a firefighter in Minneapolis, have there been times when you have had to provide resuscitation to someone who was pulseless?
Many times.
Have there been times when you have been on a call and you have had to assess a patient's condition and what they might need?
Many times. Majority of the time, we arrive before the paramedics, just based on how many fire stations there are in the city, and that's why we respond to medical calls, so we can assist them and or be there if they can't be immediately.
So incidentally, we've talked about working at the fire station, your shift. Is it a regular 9-to-5 job? How are your shifts done? My shifts are 48 hours. So there's also the option of working 24 hours at a time. But I'm at the fire station for 48 hours. And calls in the middle of the night. And then you get a weekend or something? Or how?
I have 4 days off then after that.
So when you're, in your experience, how many times per shift would you say you have a medical call involving an unconscious or pulseless person?
It really depends on which station you're at. I'm at a particularly busy station, so it could be anywhere from, for pulseless, I'm in an area where there's a lot of overdosing, so anywhere from 1 to 5 times in a 24-hour period.
So dealing with a person who does not have a pulse is fairly common.
Yeah, correct.
I want to draw your attention to May 25th of 2020. So at that point, you had been working as a firefighter for a little over a year? Is that, yes?
Yes, sir.
And were you in the area of Cup Foods at 38th and Chicago?
Yes, sir.
And were you working that day?
No.
And, without telling us where you live, do you live in that area?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm in walking distance of that area.
Okay. And so on that date, in the early evening, just what were you out doing that you found yourself in that area?
I was just going for a walk. I believe I worked the day before. So a lot of times you're just kind of tired, and I just wanted to sort of have a peaceful day. So I went on a walk and I sat in a little community garden on 38th for a while. And just thought it would be getting kind of dark soon, so I decided to take Chicago home rather than go through neighborhood streets.
Do you remember, were you on foot or in your car?
I was on foot.
And so you approached Cup Foods on Chicago?
Yes, okay. Sir.
And as you were approaching that area, did something catch your attention?
Mm-hmm. It's not uncommon to see, lights and think that, oh, my coworkers are there. So from a distance, I figured, it could have been anything. But I figured that a fire was there, so I started walking in that direction. And as I got closer, there was a woman across the street screaming that they were killing him. So that's when I was alerted that the situation wasn't a basic medical call.
So at some point, did you walk to the area where this woman was?
Yes, I actually asked her what was going on.
And then from there, did you notice some police cars in the area?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And did you then walk over to that area where the police cars were?
I walked.
Police car.
Yeah, I walked kind of in a big circle around the scene just to sort of start to have an idea what was actually going on.
And so you approached this police car where the incident was taking place?
Yeah, I came from behind the officers.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 1 on the screen.
Okay.
It should come up on the screen right in front of you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. This has been admitted already. Do you see the photograph of Exhibit 1 in front of you?
Yes.
And you recognize this as the intersection of 38th and Chicago?
Yes.
And you'll notice in front of you there should be a little stylus like this.
Okay.
And you can actually draw on the screen with that.
Okay.
And I'd ask you just to kind of draw on there for the jury, your approach to this area and where you went until you went over by the squad car.
Okay. So the garden was on this side of the street. I'm not sure if I walked across or straight, but the woman that I first asked what was going on was just about here. So I made my way around, and I believe I came all the way around this way. And I was kind of watching what was going on here, and then I made my way around.
And then just for the benefit of the record, you're drawing that you were going westbound on 38th and then crossed over to the Dragon Walk side of 38th. That's where you crossed Chicago, then crossed 38th to near the Speedway store, and from there crossed over to the Cup Food side of Chicago.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Your Honor, can you erase that all in one fell swoop? And then, so when you crossed from the Speedway side of the store, well, let me do it this way. No, I'll back up. Why did you bother to walk then from the Speedway side of the store over to the Cup Food side of the store?
Because I was concerned to see a handcuffed man who was not moving with officers with their whole body weight on his back, and a crowd that was stressed out.
And so we have, we have previously admitted Exhibit 11. And this is a video taken from a camera across the street. And I'm going to show you a shortened version of Exhibit 11.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Is that yes?
Yes.
All right. And for the record, we are starting this at 8:25:20 approximately. So do you see that video on the screen?
Yes.
All right. And does this look like, the area that we were talking about where you went and approached this
Yes.
scene that you described? All right. Now I'm going to pause it right here.
Yes.
And looking at this, do you see this person I'm circling here?
That's myself.
Okay. And if everybody was seeing you approach from down here, correct? You came this way. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
All right. So you came from the bottom of the screen to this area. And you seem to be holding something in your hand. Do you recall what you were holding?
I didn't have anything but my phone, I believe. Or my keys.
And so what I'd like to do is let this run to show where you were during this incident, all right? So just keeping an eye on where you are,
okay.
And how you remained at the scene, all right?
Okay.
Okay. Now, if we can pause it right here, and just for the record, it's at 8:26:29. We saw the camera moved a little bit, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so for a moment there, you were just off screen, correct?
Correct.
And up until that point, you had essentially remained on the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
And so at that point, you stepped off the curb. How far from the curb did you go while you were off the screen?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't leave the area?
No.
And at that moment, you go back up onto the sidewalk. Do you remember why you went back up onto the sidewalk?
Because the officer controlling the scene was requesting that we stay on the sidewalk, demanding we stay on the sidewalk.
And if you could just take the stylus and circle the officer that you're saying demanded you stay on the sidewalk. And for the record, Your Honor, the witness is drawing a circle around Officer Tao. And so when he asked you to go back up on the sidewalk, you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, you started a video recording with your phone, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so we've already dealt with that, but at some point here, you actually start recording, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you can continue. And Ms. Hanson, did you, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to hold off on another question for now. I'm going to ask that the video be paused here for the record at 8:30:25, 26 to be more precise. The video has shown that the ambulance has left with Mr. Floyd and you're still standing there on the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
So during that time period, after you first arrived, went up on the sidewalk, there was just that one time that you left the sidewalk and went out into the street, correct?
Correct.
All right. When you first walked up and you told the jury about coming around and crossing Chicago and approaching, when you first walked up, did you observe the officers that were on top of the individual on the ground?
Yes.
Did you know any of those officers or recognize any of them?
Once I was all the way around, I recognized their Chauvin's face.
Okay. And where did you recognize it from?
It was a call probably the day before, or I believe it was the shift I had just worked.
But did you know him at all?
No, sir.
Did you talk to him on that previous call? Or?
No, sir. I just noticed him because I had observed him on that previous call.
Did you know his name at that point in time?
No, sir.
All right. So what did you see about the officers there in relation to the body on the ground?
I noticed leaning, the officers were leaning over his body in with it appeared to be the majority of their weight on Mr. Floyd.
And so how many officers did you see over Mr. Floyd?
In my memory, for whatever reason, I remember seeing 4 on his body, and we know now that that was 3.
So when you first walked up, you came around from that side, but then you had to go around to the other side, onto the curb, other side of the squad car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you saw that positioning of those officers, did that concern you?
Absolutely.
Why?
He wasn't moving and he was cuffed, and that's 3 grown men is a lot. Of putting all their weight on somebody is too much.
And did you notice where this officer you now know to be Mr. Chauvin, where he was putting his weight on Mr. Floyd?
His neck.
And incidentally, did you know the person laying on the ground, prone on the ground, who was handcuffed?
No, sir.
Okay. You subsequently learned his identity?
Correct.
All right. And that individual on the ground under the officers, could you tell if he was moving at all?
He was not moving. His face was, the first thing that concerned me is his face was like smushed into the ground. Swollen, appearing swollen to me.
And, at that point, are you acting a little bit as Genevieve Hansen, EMT?
I identified myself right away because I noticed that he needed medical attention. It didn't take me long to realize that he had an altered level of consciousness, and in our training, that is when the first sign that somebody needs medical attention. So my attention moved from Mr. Floyd to how can I gain access to this patient and give him medical attention, or direct the officers. And I didn't pay much attention to George Floyd after that.
So when you first got there and you saw Mr. Floyd on the ground, you mentioned about seeing his face, correct?
Correct.
And incidentally, I think in a subsequent interview you had talked about Mr. Floyd's face facing towards the speedway, correct?
Correct.
And
which is just what my memory did, but we know that's not right.
And now as you sit here today, do you remember seeing his face when you were around to the squad car side of him?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so in terms of his face when you're first there, or even the rest of him, what is it that you saw that made you concerned about his medical needs?
I was really concerned about, I thought his face looked puffy and swollen, which would happen if you are putting a grown man's weight on someone's neck. I noticed some fluid coming from what looked like George Floyd's body, and in a lot of cases we see a patient release their bladder when they die. I can't tell you exactly where the fluid was coming from, but that's where my mind went. He wasn't moving. He was being restrained, but he wasn't moving.
When you first arrived, was he vocalizing at all? Was he speaking at all?
I don't remember.
And earlier you used the term altered consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? What did you see in terms of his consciousness?
Well, we, when we're assessing on a level of consciousness on a call, we'll often first try to just talk to the patient and see if they respond. And if we don't get a response, we'll often kind of tap them on the shoulder or apply sort of painful stimuli. and often I would do a sternal rub or, you know, press their fingernail very hard. And if they respond to that, we know that, you know, we can assess their level of consciousness based on that. When somebody's laying on your, or, you know, leaning into your neck, that's painful stimuli. So I could tell that from the sidebar.
Tell what?
That he had an altered level of consciousness to the point that he wasn't responding to painful stimuli.
You mentioned that Mr. Chauvin had a knee on Mr. Floyd's neck.
Correct.
Did you see where his other leg was?
I don't remember anymore, but I think I may have said something about it in previous.
Did you think it was on Mr. Floyd's back?
I don't know.
Okay. And in that moment, when you first arrived and observed what you could about Mr. Floyd, what did you think you needed to do?
I think I had already assessed that he had an altered level of consciousness. What I needed to know is whether or not he had a pulse anymore.
And, you know, I may back you up just a little bit here, but did you try and assess, you know, how much weight Mr. Chauvin was putting on George Floyd?
I mean, I didn't try to. I recognized that it was an issue right away because he seemed very comfortable. With
who's he?
Officer Chauvin.
Okay.
Seemed very comfortable with the majority of his weight balanced on top of Mr. Floyd's neck. In my memory, he had his hand in his pocket. He looked so comfortable.
And if his hand wasn't actually in his pocket, would that change anything that you obsessed at the time?
I suppose not. He was comfortable in the position that he was in.
So if his hand, instead of being in his pocket, was simply resting on his thigh, would that change any of your assessment?
He wasn't distributing the weight out and on the car, on the pavement.
When you first approached, you said you identified yourself as a firefighter.
Correct.
To whom did you identify yourself?
To Officer Tao, controlling the scene. I spoke loudly enough that I would think that the other three officers would have been able to hear me throughout the event.
We know you weren't. Well, let me ask you this way. How did Officer Tao respond?
He said something along the lines of, if you really are a Minneapolis firefighter, you would know better than to get involved.
What did you think of that?
First, I was worried that he wasn't going to believe me and not let me help. And I also, that's not right. I mean, that's exactly what I should have done. There was no medical assistance on scene, and I got there and I could have given medical assistance. That's exactly what I should have done.
So based on your training and experience and what you had seen, what did you want to do for this person on the ground?
Had they let me into the scene, I already had decided what his level of consciousness was, so I would have requested additional help. I would have wanted someone to call 911 for the paramedics and fire to come. I would have asked someone to run to the gas station and look for an AED. And I would have checked his airway. I would have been worried about a spinal cord injury because he had so much weight on his neck. I would have opened his airway to check if there were any obstructions. And I would have checked for a pulse. And when I didn't find a pulse, if that was the case, I would have started compressions. And I didn't have my bed bag, so I would have continued compressions. We don't give mouth to mouth anymore. So I would have continued compressions at a rate of 100 a minute until help arrived.
And by compressions, what do you mean?
I would have put my hands, stacked my hands and pressed his chest.
Chest compressions.
Chest compressions,
Yep.
correct, yeah.
And what's the point of doing chest compressions?
Pumping the blood for somebody that's not doing that themselves, trying to get a pulse back.
And were you able to do that, any of those steps?
No, sir.
Why weren't you able to do any of that?
Because the officers didn't let me in to the scene. I also offered, in my memory, I offered to walk them through it, or told them, if he doesn't have a pulse, you need to start compressions, and that wasn't done either.
And so are these things that you wanted to do?
It's what I would have done for anybody.
And when you couldn't do that, how did that make you feel?
Totally distressed.
Were you frustrated?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson, as I told you, we can take our time, so feel free to just take a minute. And if you need a drink of water, go ahead.
Okay.
While you were there, were there other people around you on the sidewalk?
Yes.
And were they saying things to the officers as well?
Yes.
And do you remember what kinds of things they were saying?
No, I was pretty focused on trying to get the officers to let me help.
And how were you doing that, trying to get the officers to focus on you and get help?
I think in my memory, I tried different tactics of calm and reasoning. I tried to be assertive. I pled and was desperate.
Did you also at some point start raising your voice?
Yes, sir.
And maybe used some foul language even?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because I was desperate to help, and I wasn't getting what I needed to do and gaining access.
And at some point, the voices of the other people around you, did you feel that sort of interfered with getting the officer's attention?
Yes.
So as you're doing that, were you able to pay more attention or any more attention to Mr. Floyd and his condition?
I wasn't really able to. I knew he needed help, so at that point it was just getting in there.
When you asked the officers to take his pulse, did you ever see them doing that?
No.
When you were over on the sidewalk at Officer Tao's direction, were you able to see the other two officers on Mr. Floyd?
From my memory, just kind of their heads.
So if at some point they may have checked a pulse, you may not have seen that either.
Correct.
All right. During this time, did you make any observations or notations notes about Mr. Floyd's characteristics of his breathing? That was a terrible question. Do you want me to start over?
Yes.
Okay. During the incident, when you were there, did you make some observations of sort of the characteristics of Mr. Floyd's breathing that concerned you?
I don't remember anymore.
Okay. What is meant by the term agonal breathing or agonal breaths?
Agonal gasps we see in patients that are dying or pretty much dead. It's just kind of the bodies. Forgive me, I don't quite know, but it's a sign of death.
And have you seen that in other calls when you've been working?
Yes.
And did you see something similar in Mr. Floyd?
I don't remember anymore, but I don't know.
Okay. So during that time period, he did not regain consciousness that you saw?
No.
And you stayed with him, or I'm sorry, you were there the entire time until he was loaded into the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you made, well, I guess the question is this. You didn't pay close attention to Mr. Floyd at some point because you knew he was unconscious.
Needing medical attention, there was no question.
All right. And based on that, you focused more on trying to get the officers to allow you to help.
Correct.
And at some point, did you start video recording your interaction?
Yes.
And with your phone, I assume?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
It was, I'm not sure why I chose to do it. It's an instinct.
And so you did record it?
Yes, sir.
And based on that, well, I guess I'll just ask it this way. At some point after the incident, you were interviewed by law enforcement officers.
The BCAs?
Correct, yes.
Yes, sir.
And you made that video available to them, correct?
Correct.
All right. And why did you think it was important to record that?
Because memories of witnesses are never going to be as good as a video.
And so you wanted to have it to preserve.
It wasn't conscious, but I'm sure that's why anybody takes a video.
Yeah. And sorry, just bear with me a second while I try to read my own handwriting. After recording that video, you stopped recording at some point, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, obviously you did stop at some point, right?
Well, yeah.
And eventually the ambulance took Mr. Floyd away.
Right.
And then earlier I said we'd come back to that moment in the previous video in Exhibit 11 when the ambulance left and you were still standing on the sidewalk there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And we saw you just standing there. What's going through your mind as you're standing there?
I'm not sure. I think I probably was in disbelief.
And kind of in shock?
Yes.
And what, and at some point then, did you also make a 911 call?
Yes.
And it had to be sort of, I think distressing was the word you had used before. Did you have, when you're there and you're trying to help and couldn't, did you have a feeling of helplessness?
Absolutely.
Were you upset about that?
Yes.
Did you feel that, whatever the end result, you could have tried to help?
Sustained.
Well, why did you feel helpless?
Because there was a man being killed, and I would have, had I had access to a call similar to that, I would have been able to provide medical attention to the best of my abilities, and this human was denied that right.
And so from that point, we saw you standing there on the sidewalk, just sort of standing still.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And from there, did you stay in the area for a little while?
Yes.
And at some point, you made a 911 call.
Yes.
Why at that point did you call 911?
I think it all settled in that I wish I would have done that immediately, because it was ridiculous that fire station 17 was as close as it was, and that they hadn't been there. I should have called 911 immediately, but I didn't. And when things calmed down, I realized that I wanted them to know what was going on. I wanted to basically report it.
And so you made that call, correct?
Correct.
And a little bit more than a minute long. At some point, they wanted to transfer you to a supervisor, correct?
Correct. I asked for that.
And but then the call ends.
Okay.
Do you remember why the call ended at that point?
I don't know exactly, but there was kind of a lot going on. I was still worried about the witnesses on scene, particularly because they were people of color and black men. I was worried about their safety, and there were officers still on scene. But also, fire came, and it may have been that I ended the call because my co-workers were there and I could tell them what was going on.
So tell us about that. So at some point when you're there at the scene still, did a fire truck come?
Yes.
And they're coming to respond to the call, correct?
They're coming to respond to the call, and they went into Cub Foods to actually look for a victim, which is unique for that, there to be that much miscommunication.
So let me ask you just a little different question. So when they came, those firefighters, did you know them?
I knew 2 of them.
And how many total came?
4. A driver, 2 firefighters, and a captain.
So the 2 that you knew, how did you know them?
Crossing paths at work.
So they knew who you were?
Yes.
So you knew that members of the fire department knew you were on scene as well?
Yes.
But off duty, of course?
Yes.
And so you had a conversation with them while they were there at Cub Foods?
Yes.
And you also had some conversations with other people who had stuck around afterwards?
Yes, and the driver and the other firefighter that weren't in the ambulance came back, and I also spoke to them.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Your Honor, may I have 1 minute to go through something?
You may. Everybody can just stay on a stretch in place if you'd like. Please.
Ms. Hanson.
Hi.
Just have some follow-up questions for you. Thank you for being here with us today. You testified that you've been a firefighter now for 2 years approximately?
Correct.
And I see you're wearing your uniform today?
Correct.
And that would be like your dress uniform or your Class A uniform?
Correct.
And that's common to wear when you testify in court?
Correct.
Fair to say that you were not wearing your Class A or any uniform on May 25th, 2020?
Correct. I was off duty.
Right. Okay. Being a firefighter is a stressful job?
Correct.
You testified about your experience as an EMT. We didn't talk much about your firefighter training.
Okay.
So you said you went through a 4-month academy, correct?
Correct.
And in that academy, I assume you learn like the basics of fire, right?
Correct.
Like different types of backdrafts and whatever.
Building construction.
Right. How to approach a fire, how to, where to aim the hose, I guess.
Yes, but fire is fire.
Right. So it's something, sometimes you probably got to come from the top down or from the bottom up, right?
Different always.
Right. And you learn about like going into a burning building, right?
Right.
Being safe, being cautious.
Right.
It's again, part of what you have to learn is how to deal with the stress of being a firefighter.
Right.
Do you either in the academy or in your continuing training, do you have trainings that focus on how to deal with the physical reaction to stress?
We do go over that in our trainings throughout the continuing ed. Also, I think you're suited or not for the job.
Sure. Takes a certain type of person to do the job, right? But breathing becomes important, right?
Right.
You put on an oxygen tank, a mask.
Yep.
You've got to know how to breathe properly.
Controlling your breathing, right.
And sometimes you may go into a situation, it's not totally on fire and you may not have your mask on, you're running upstairs to save someone's life. Again, controlling your breathing. Right. And you learn about, have you ever heard the term tunnel vision as a part of fire training?
Not necessarily as a part of fire training, but I know what tunnel vision is.
So when you're stressed, you kind of focus on a particular thing.
Right.
Right? And it kind of changes your peripheral vision and you become hyper-focused, right? Mm-hmm. So you're familiar with that and you may have experienced that in the context of your firefighting.
Yes.
And obviously, and unfortunately, I'm assuming that sometimes you're not able to save everyone, right?
Correct.
And that there's a level of trauma that comes with that, right?
Sometimes.
Right, depending on the circumstances.
Correct.
You also testified that you have both a national and state certification as an EMT, right?
Correct.
That stands for Emergency Medical Technician.
Correct.
And that's basic first responder stuff, right? Medical training for first responders.
I believe that there's more basic. I mean, I think the police officers are not emergency medical technicians.
Right. But then it's not as high as like a paramedic.
Correct.
Right? So a paramedic has even more training than an EMT.
Yes.
Right. And obviously, maybe the CPR you learned to become a lifeguard was less intensive than what it took to become an EMT, right?
I took it much more seriously because I was practicing it and using it, but it's the same.
Yeah. But in your EMT training, you also learn like tourniquets and splinting and...
Right. Like I mentioned before.
Yep. All of these sort of assessment and emergency first responsive care.
Yep.
Okay. And you testified that because you've only been a firefighter for 2 years, you've been in several burning buildings.
Correct.
Now, Have you ever been in a burning building or outside? Let's say you're outside. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. You're outside of a burning building and you're spraying the hose on the fire, right? Has anyone ever tried to come up to you and say you're doing it wrong?
No.
Do you think that, has anyone ever stopped to film you when you're fighting a fire?
Yes.
Okay. So you see someone, you're fighting the fire, and someone starts to film you. Does that, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Let's try not to interrupt each other.
It's not conscious, but.
Yeah,
it's not.
We all started talking at one time.
Okay.
So it's unusual, but I'm sorry, and I'll try to slow down too, right? So you're fighting a fire, right? And you may notice a citizen filming what you're doing.
Correct.
And that would not necessarily interfere with your ability to fight a fire,
No.
right? Have you ever had a citizen start to yell at you while you're fighting a fire?
No.
Do you think it would make your job fighting the fire harder if someone started yelling at you and telling you that you were doing it wrong?
I'm very confident in the training that I've been given, so I would not be concerned about somebody that was not trained to the extent I have been, and I would continue to fight the fire the way I would.
Right. But do you think it would be distracting?
No.
What if there were 12 people yelling at you and telling you that you were doing it wrong?
I think a burning structure in a city where there are buildings and homes and people living on either side is much more concerning than 20 people trying to tell me to do something different.
Right. But you wouldn't be distracted by that at all?
No.
What if they started calling you names?
Like I said, I know my job, and I would be confident in doing my job, and there's nothing anybody could say that would distract me.
Okay. So what if they started to physically threaten you?
I'll repeat myself because I'm confident in my job and what I do and what needs to be done and my training, so I would continue to do that.
What is staging? What does it mean when a fire department stages at an incident?
It's always different, but we can stage to wait for someone to assess what's exactly going on and how we need to tackle that particular call.
Okay. So let's assume there's a call and the police are on scene at the call, right? And
sorry to interrupt. Are you talking about a medical call? We stage for different things.
Sure. Let's leave it as a medical call.
Okay.
And there's some trouble at the scene. Do you just come right into that emergency call, or does fire stage until police clear the scene?
We stage and wait for police to give code 4.
Right. Code 4 means all clear.
Safe. Yep.
Right. So in a situation where there is trouble and the police are dealing with that trouble and they know they need a medical personnel to come into the scene, medical won't come into the scene until it is called code 4, right?
Correct.
All right. And you said in your experience you've been on numerous calls throughout the 2 years you've been a firefighter, right?
Correct.
And what would you agree that a fair number of those may have been calls that started out as call where the police responded first?
Correct.
So it's usually the police that are there first, they do some assessment, and they will call for medical.
Correct.
Have you ever been called to a scene where the police didn't call you? Meaning the police were present and they weren't the ones that called you?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It's a little confusing. Police go to a scene, right? And whatever's happening at the scene, and they just don't ever call for medical, even though there's a medical situation.
Well, I wouldn't know because that means I wasn't called to it.
Precisely, right? So if you go to a scene, it's because you're responding to a call, right?
Correct.
And the reason that you're there is because the police call you.
If the police are on scene first.
Right, if the police are on the scene first. And so in a situation where you see someone having a medical emergency, right, wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the police had already called for medics?
It would also be reasonable to assume that if the patient was cuffed
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to say objection non-responsive.
The answer will be certain. Wait for the question and then answer the question that is asked.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am. Is it reasonable to assume that if a patient is having a medical emergency and the police are present, that they have called for EMS?
Your question is unclear because you don't know my job, so
Okay.
Can't answer.
Sure. So let's take this scene, right? May 25th, 2020. You walk upon a scene, you see someone having a medical emergency, right? You did not call 911 to get the medics there, right?
Right.
Would it have been reasonable to assume that medics had already been called based on what you saw when you first arrived?
Yes.
And in fact, paramedics did respond, right? You saw the ambulance come up.
Yes, that's not their normal response time.
Okay. And so you noticed there was some abnormal response time for medics.
Right, and I also noticed that that is precisely the kind of call that fire would respond to, and Station 17 is just a couple blocks away.
Okay. So do officers on scene decide, do we call for medic or fire?
I don't believe so. I believe that's dispatch. They call for medical.
So if
attention.
Police call dispatch and they say EMS, we need EMS code 3, it's dispatch who decides, do we send medics or fire?
Well, it would be medic. It would be fire with medics, not just fire ever. I don't know the answer to that.
Fair enough. But ultimately, medics did arrive, right?
Yeah, eventually.
And you have no frame of reference of when police called paramedics, do you?
No, but I know how long it takes for medics to get to calls typically, and I know how long it takes to drive 3 blocks in an emergency fire vehicle.
But that presumes that the fire vehicle was not on another call, right?
It would have been a different station that was, the nearest 2 other stations would have been able to respond to that call in 3 minutes.
Right. So if you first walked on scene at 8:26:29, that was what we just saw.
Okay.
8:26:29.
Okay.
And paramedics had been called at 8:21. That's an abnormal response time based on your experience.
What time did you say I arrived?
8:26:29.
And the medics arrived at what time?
The medics were called at 8:21. Code 3.
I don't believe that.
But again, you have no frame of reference, right? I mean, you've not seen any police reports, you've not looked at the CADs, you've not heard the 911 calls, you didn't listen to dispatch that night, did you?
That night? No, not that night.
Okay.
But that's totally abnormal.
All right.
And fire would have been added to that call because we go to calls like that all the time.
Right. And so it was abnormal, it would be completely and totally abnormal in your experience for it to take that long to get to the scene.
Absolutely.
All right. And are you familiar with the term load and go?
Yes.
And I believe you had a conversation with the BCA agents shortly after this incident, and you described what you observed as far as the paramedics doing was what's called the load and go, right?
Correct.
And that is essentially, as I understand it, paramedics arrive, something is amiss at the scene. So we put him into the ambulance and we move the ambulance to another
A safe location to address the needs.
And that's what you observed here, right?
Correct.
And it's because there were quite a few people and those people were all fairly upset, right?
Correct.
And so in your mind, as a paramedic with the experience that you
EMT.
have, oh, I'm sorry, as an EMT, I apologize, but as an EMT, you've done load and goes before?
We've done load and goes, yeah.
Right. And so the reason that the medics did not commence, at least as far as you understood, commence resuscitative efforts for Mr. Floyd was because they were doing a load and go, get him away.
Correct.
Overruled.
That's what you told the agents, right?
I don't remember exactly what I told the agents, but it looked like a load and go to me.
Okay. Now, in terms of your, again, personal experience, or excuse me, on that day, you were, the paramedics drove off, and then at some other point, a couple minutes later, is when the fire truck arrives, right?
Right, and that's how I knew there was something wrong when requesting medical assistance.
Okay, because the fire department showed up at Cup Foods, and the ambulance had already left and gone to another location.
No, more because the fire, whether it's 17s or a different station, would have been able to respond to that call much sooner than medics were.
All right. So, you kind of formed that opinion on that day that there were some miscommunications between medics and fire and police.
Right, which, not to the fault of medics or fire. It's, we get a call and we go. Okay. So it was police and dispatch that miscommunication would have come in.
Okay. And again, that 5 or 6 minute delay is just unheard of in your experience.
Yes. Not by medics, but by fire specifically.
Are you trained as an EMT in the use of Narcan?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain what Narcan generally is?
It's an opioid reversal medication. We give it intranasally, but a lot of people on the street have a injectable form.
Kind of like an EpiPen almost, right?
Yeah, kind
of. You testified that the firehouse that you work at, you deal with a lot of overdose calls.
Correct.
And so you've had a lot of experience dealing with people who are overdosing.
Correct.
From opiates or from other controlled substances.
Correct.
And you have seen or dealt with many people who come out of an opiate overdose because of Narcan.
Correct. If I didn't have Narcan though, we still give we'll monitor a pulse and give compressions as necessary. I've never not had Narcan, but I would be able to give medical attention to somebody that had overdosed on an opioid and lost their pulse.
Okay, so let me ask you, is it fire department policy when you are going to a call of an overdose that police are also dispatched to that call?
I believe so, yeah.
And that is because when people are revived from that, they often become combative, right?
Not often.
I'm sorry?
Not often.
But it happens.
I've seen it happen.
Now I'm going to just kind of talk to you a little bit about your testimony about May 25th of 2020. You were out for a walk because it was your day off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. You're out for a walk, and you're walking you're walking westbound on 38th Street, and you see the lights, and you said it's not uncommon to see lights there.
In my neighborhood, not on that corner, but in my neighborhood.
Okay.
Or in the city.
Right. Okay. And as you walked what would be the southeast corner of 38th in Chicago, you heard a woman yelling that they are killing him, right?
Right.
And so you did this kind of circle loop to visualize and see what was going on, right? And at the point that you came on scene, Mr. Floyd was already on the ground, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Floyd, you saw what your memory told you was 4 police officers on him, right?
Correct.
But you now know that it was 3, right?
Correct.
And I think you made some reference about why you videotaped, because our memories are fallible, right? And again, a stressful situation can impact your memory, right?
Absolutely. That's why we're lucky it was videotaped.
Right. It's also fair to say that once you kind of came, you first talked to Officer Tao, and you said that you identified yourself as a Minneapolis firefighter, right?
Correct.
And Officer Tao asked you to step onto the curb, and you did that.
Correct.
Right? And you would agree that when you first arrived on scene, your own personal, I'm just talking about you personally, your own personal demeanor was much more calm.
Correct.
And as you were there between 8:26 and 8:30, so in about those 4 minutes, you would agree that your own demeanor got louder and more frustrated and upset.
Frustrated, I'm not sure is the word I would use.
Angry?
More desperate.
And you called the officers a bitch, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got quite angry after Mr. Floyd was loaded into the ambulance, and there was no point in trying to reason with them anymore because they had just killed somebody.
So in terms of the time that you were there, you have no idea what those officers were doing on the side of the car, right?
Say it again. The officers that I couldn't see from my vantage point, is that what you're asking?
Right.
You
don't know what they were doing.
I couldn't see the 2 junior officers, except for maybe like their shoulders up.
And so it's fair to say you don't know what they were doing.
Correct.
You don't know what they were talking about.
The 2 of them, no.
And there was, again, you described a fairly large crowd, 10, 12 people that were all in that general area.
Mm-hmm.
And several people were yelling, right?
Right.
And some people were yelling louder than others, right?
Right.
And a lot of people were saying things like, get off of him, right?
Right.
And a lot of people, you yourself, were saying, I want to know what his pulse is.
Yeah.
Right? And some people were swearing.
Absolutely.
And would you describe other people's demeanors as upset or angry?
I don't know if you've seen anybody be killed, but it's upsetting.
Yes, I was just going to object, Your Honor.
As argumentative, and you can proceed.
I'm going to just ask you to answer my questions as I ask them to you, okay? You also talked about how when you first approached, you saw the complete and total body weight of all 3 officers on Mr. Floyd.
I never said all 3 officers. their body weight was on him. The two in the back, their full body weight was seeming to be on him, but that's not something that would kill.
All right. But you testified that their
yes.
body weight.
Yes, their body weight. Yes.
Was on.
Just answer his questions if you would.
So, just to be clear, for the record is clear, you testified.
Yes.
Let me finish my question.
Finish your question.
You testified that when you first arrived, you observed the weight of all three officers on Mr. Floyd. Yes or no?
Yes.
But again, once you were ushered or commanded or directed, whatever term you want to use, to the curb, you again, as far as the other two officers, you were not watching who had their weight, where, or when.
Correct. I could not see the other two officers. I could see them, and they were not talking much. I could see their faces.
A lot of people were yelling.
Right.
And again, you were not paying attention to what they were saying.
Just here and there.
So do you remember what the officers were talking about?
Oh, the officers? No, I have no idea. They weren't talking.
All right. You also testified that as you were observing Mr. Chauvin on George Floyd, that you formed the opinion that Mr. Chauvin's hand was in his pocket.
Correct.
And you described him as comfortable.
Correct.
You also testified that you observed what you thought to be fluid coming from Mr. Floyd's body, and you assigned that, or you believed that to be urine.
I considered that it was, and took that as a sign.
Do you recall telling the agents that it was his urine?
I don't recall.
And you said that, you testified that your focus became really sort of zoomed in on trying to get the attention of the officers, right?
Not the attention so much as trying to reason with them and gain access to get medical attention.
And you testified that you believed that the other voices, the voices of other people, interfered with you getting their attention.
I was worried about it, but I know that Tao could hear me talking because he was responding to me directly.
Now, in terms of your the statement that you gave, you were interviewed by agents Matthew Lund, and agent James Ryerson. Do you recall those names?
No.
Do you dispute me if I'm telling? Okay. And would you dispute me if I told you that that interview took place on May 28th of 2020?
No.
And before coming into court, did you have an opportunity to review your statement at all?
I had the opportunity to, but I didn't.
Okay. You never read the transcript of your statement or anything?
I chose not to.
Okay. I just want to ask you a few questions. You said that Officer Tao at some point said, if you're really a firefighter, you should know better.
Correct.
Have you been to other scenes where people are trying to interfere with police officers doing their jobs?
No, not really. Not that I can recall.
Do you remember telling the agents that you believed that Officer Chauvin had his hands in his pocket?
Vaguely remember saying that.
Do you recall telling the agents that you were pretty certain the fluid was coming from Mr. Floyd's body, and that's what made you think he was dead?
I'm sure I said that. Pretty sure.
Do you recall describing the crowd as a heavy crowd?
No, I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to review the transcript of your statement?
I don't want to.
Okay. Would you dispute me if I told you that you told the agents it was a heavy crowd?
No, I guess not.
Do you recall after paramedics took Mr. Floyd and then you had a conversation with the firefighters that arrived, how you described the physical appearance of Mr. Floyd?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling them that he...
I don't want argument. What's your grounds? Sustained. You may impeach if you wish.
All right. I know you don't want to look at your transcript, but may I approach the witness? Ms. Hanson, in the show, counsel is page 8285, page 11 of 28. I'm just going to ask you to read the underlined portions in your head.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection of the conversation?
Yeah.
Did you describe Mr. Floyd as a small, slim man?
Overruled.
Yeah, it appeared to, with 3 grown men on top of somebody, it appeared that he was small and frail.
Okay.
But I know that's not to be
there's
true,
no
obviously.
question.
I was finishing my answer.
Please go back into the courtroom. Counsel remain. Witness remain. Be seated. We're outside the hearing of the jury. Ms. Hanson, I'm advising you, do not argue with counsel, and specifically, do not argue with the court.
Is the cameras off? Are the cameras off?
No, they are not. We are on the record.
Okay.
You will not argue with the court. You will not argue with counsel.
Mm-hmm.
They have the right to ask questions. Your job is to answer them.
I was finishing my answer.
I will determine when your answer is done.
Okay, well...
And so, do not argue with the court. Do not argue with counsel. Answer the questions. Do not volunteer information that is not requested. The attorneys for the state have redirect. They can ask you questions if they think that certain things were left out.
Okay.
It is counsel's prerogative to ask you leading questions and for you to answer those and not volunteer additional information.
Okay.
Are we clear on this?
We're clear.
Thank you. Come back tomorrow at 9:30.
All right. Good night.
Do we have the person with the cell phone? Could we arrange to have that person come down? Somebody from the state to have access to that person? If you could have that person come in.
All right, so once again, we've been listening in live here to Minneapolis as we continue to watch this trial unfold. And at this time, we did just see Judge Cahill. He was having a conversation with that witness saying that you may not argue with the counsel. You just need to answer the questions directly of what you're being asked at this time. Sounds like we do have some movement still in the courtroom. Let me bring down that audio here as we do try to continue to keep you up to date here on the latest with this Derek Chauvin trial. Also earlier here today, we did hear from multiple witnesses who were underage. That's why those witnesses were not on camera. It was something that Judge Cahill had said and ruled earlier, that the audio would be put out, but not the video of these people. And so now, once again, we've been listening in. You saw him dismiss that witness, but told her to come back tomorrow morning. And she is a Minneapolis firefighter who was on scene at this time of at the time of George Floyd's arrest. So once again, just want to say thanks for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We're going to go to, once again, bring in one of our very own here on News Now from Fox. We do have a Phoenix civil rights attorney, Benjamin Taylor, who is joining us here live. And so let's just kind of jump right into the latest that we have been listening into here on this trial. Ben, you know, a few of our witnesses getting pretty emotional there on the stand.
Yes, I mean, just watching the firefighter, I mean, you can tell that she was really emotional. And I think one of the key facts that she testified to was she wished that she was allowed to give George Floyd medical attention, but she wasn't allowed to. And it sounded like she testified that other officers told her not to impede or not to get involved in everything. So you can see that she was crying. She was deeply hurt and saddened by the fact that she couldn't give medical attention to George Floyd when that was her duty, that was her job. And that's what she does as a firefighter, is to help people. So I think that's a key element to end the day on, watching her testify and watching the jury listen and having the jury listen to her testify to that. So this is what they're going to go home tonight, hearing the fact that a firefighter tried to help George Floyd, and who knows, if she was allowed to go and give him medical treatment, he might be alive today. So that's the thing that I think the prosecutor is going to emphasize, that she could have maybe even saved George Floyd's life if she was able to give him medical treatment today.
Now, let's just kind of talk about something that I kind of feel like Eric Nelson is doing, and maybe I can get your opinion on this. It seems like he has gotten some of the not so great emotions out of some of these witnesses. So sometimes it seems like he's kind of gotten under the skin. We saw it not only here in this most recent witness of Genevieve, but also earlier this morning right away with Donald Williams, the MMA fighter. So is that a strategy he's working on, or is it just something that just seems to be coincidence and happening?
I mean, trials are stressful. And when this is a national trial and everybody knows, and even the attorneys in the courtroom know that people are watching. So the witnesses are stressed out, the attorneys are stressed out, but the job of the defense attorney is to try to get under the skin of the witnesses. The job of the prosecutor is to try to make sure that their testimony is brought out and to try to prove that Derek Chauvin is guilty. And they're trying to, and the defense attorney's main job is to get under the witness's skin by cross-examining other witnesses to try to prove that maybe what they saw wasn't true and try to disvalue their testimony. Because they testified a whole year ago and gave statements. Now they're here today in trial giving statements in front of the jury. So the defense attorney's job is to try to poke holes into the evidence to show maybe you're not the most credible witness out there to help prove his client innocence.
Yeah, and I do see we do have another witness taking the stand. So I just want to say thanks again, Benjamin, for helping us kind of give some insight into the trial. But we are going to jump back into things right here live for you on News Now from Fox.
Okay.
Pictures on the 18th floor?
Yeah, I was in the elevator bank. Didn't know I couldn't take a picture. I apologize. I apologized to him then. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
What's your connection to this case?
I'm here with Ms. Frazier and her attorneys and her mother.
I'm sorry?
I'm here with Darnella Frazier and her attorneys and her mother.
Okay, are you a family member or?
No. Spokesman, family media representative. I've been keeping the press off of her.
Okay. So you're a media representative?
Yeah.
Are you?
A PR person. I've been managing the media for Darnella Frazier.
I understood. Keeping
them at bay, not allowing her to do interviews, just keeping her out of the public sphere.
Understood. What was the purpose of taking photographs in a secured area?
So, the Attorney General was talking to her, and I just took a picture to memorialize it for her so she can look back on it one day. That's all. Not for public consumption, for sure.
If you're a media representative, it's very important you understand that courthouses have very strict rules about cameras.
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah. I know better than to disobey a judge's order.
I'll chalk this up to that you were not aware of the order.
I wasn't aware.
I think you should in the future remember that all courthouses have very strict rules against cameras. The rules that allow cameras in this trial for broadcast were very restrictive, very detailed, because we do not allow cameras to be taken even on less than high profile trial.
Yeah.
Cameras are not allowed up in the government center tower. They are definitely not allowed on a secured floor like this. I am actually asking that you must delete the picture.
Oh, I offered to do that.
And recall any places you have posted it.
Oh, no, I haven't posted it.
So why don't you come out up here and I'll give you your phone back.
Okay.
Please advise anybody who else might be thinking of doing this not to do it.
No, I will.
It's a lesson learned. We'll leave it at
Yep.
that. Come on up and I'll give you this back. Well, I understood. I'll take the apology and I'll attribute it to good faith mistake. All right? Thank you. We're adjourned until tomorrow.
All right, so once again, we did hear that today trial is done as Judge Cahill did forgive the person who had taken a picture on her cell phone. Obviously, they do have strict rules in place there in court. So let's jump back into our interview with Benjamin Taylor, because I want to continue our conversation on what we've been seeing here today. So Ben, let's just go into those underage witnesses. You know, we didn't get to see them on camera, but we did get to hear their testimony. And is that something that also is going to be, you know, playing to the part on the defense side, or is it going to play more towards the state side? You know, some of them did get pretty emotional, and these are young people who saw this happen right in front of them.
Yes, this morning we heard from a couple of underage witnesses. One was like 9 years old, one was 17, just turned 18. So these witnesses are very strong witnesses for the prosecutor, because they're witnesses that I witnessed this. These witnesses actually were there that day when George Floyd died. So they were powerful witnesses, they were emotional witnesses, and they cried on the stands. The reason why the judge didn't allow us to actually see their faces because they were young. So the judge wants to protect younger witnesses from just people, you know, harassing them or just calling them up. But the judge did protect them. But as far as the evidence, it's going to be way towards the prosecutor and helping the prosecutor a lot more, because these witnesses were prosecution witnesses. As you saw, the defense attorney, he just got in there and just didn't really cross-examine them that long. The reason for that is when you have a witness on the stand that's not in your favor, you want to go in there and just kind of like jab a little bit and come out. Jab and come out. You don't want to stay there too long, because if you're in there with a witness that's not in your favor, they will hurt your case. So the defense attorney was smart by not cross-examining them too long, because these witnesses were definitely not in his favor and Derek Chauvin's favor. So that's why you didn't see the defense attorney talk too much in regards to these witnesses, because when you have a witness, you want them to get off the stand. So if the witness is against you, the best thing you can do as a defense attorney is have that witness get off the stand and move on to the next witness. But this witness is not going to help your case 1 minute at all.
Yeah, and so far, these witnesses obviously are the ones that the state's been calling on. So what can we expect when it does come time for Eric Nelson to be calling his own witnesses? We might expect to see a medical examiner. There's been a few people that have been talked about who he might be calling up to that stand.
Yeah, right now the prosecutor gets to put on their case. And this case will go on for about, a couple of weeks until they rest. And once that time, the defense attorney gets to call their witnesses. And one of the key witnesses will be a toxicologist and a medical examiner who's going to testify on behalf of the defense, saying that George Floyd died based upon having drugs in his system. So that is the key defense. And this is what the defense attorney needs to do throughout this whole trial, is to stick to their guns and stick to their case. When you're messing with, when you go outside of your game, you lose the game. But if you stay within the game and try to say throughout the whole trial, the reason why George Floyd died was because of drugs, that's what you're going to hear from the defense attorney. And the big key is whether or not Derek Chauvin is going to take the stand and testify on his own defense. That's going to be the major thing, because people are wondering what is going through Derek Chauvin's mind at the time. Does he have a defense? Why was his knee on George Floyd's neck? And he's going to have to either testify, but if he doesn't testify, he's going to have to testify under the law. The law says you can remain silent. However, those jurors in there are going to want him to testify, because the jurors are going to want to know what was going through his mind. So seeing the witnesses are going to be witnesses. Maybe other officers might testify on behalf of Derek Chauvin, but the main and key witness will be the medical examiner. How did George Floyd die? Did he die because of the knee to his neck, or did he die because there was drugs in the system? And that's going to be the determination of what charges, if he gets off free or if he gets convicted of any charges at all.
Yeah, and you'd mentioned a good point too, during jury selection of that 2 weeks when they had all those potential jurors being questioned, that was something Eric Nelson had actually brought up was, will you, count it against him if he doesn't take the stand? He doesn't have to testify, Mr. Chauvin. So that's something that I also think a lot of people are going to be curious to see if that does happen here during this trial.
No, exactly. And under our law, we have what you call the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment is the right to not self-incriminate yourself, meaning the right to remain silent. So the jury, the judge, nobody in the courtroom can hold it against Derek Chauvin if he decides not to testify. Just because he's a police officer or a former police officer, he has just as much constitutional rights as any other person in our United States justice system. So if he doesn't want to testify, he doesn't have to testify, and the jury cannot hold it against him. However, doing trials, you have that big decision of whether or not he should testify or not, because at the end of the day, the jurors always want to hear from the defense attorney's client, because Derek Chauvin, this trial is about him. He's the main witness. He's the main person on trial. So even though he has his Fifth Amendment right not to testify, and the jurors shouldn't hold it against him under the law. However, jurors are human beings. And a lot of times in trials, the law gets thrown out the door, unfortunately, and people want to hear from what Derek Chauvin has to say. If he doesn't talk, he doesn't say anything, if he remains silent, the jurors might assume that he's guilty. This is because of the fact he didn't testify and defend himself. However, the law doesn't require you to defend yourself, but if he doesn't defend himself, some jurors might say, well, he didn't take the stand, he didn't say anything, well, he might be guilty. So that's going to be a key decision there, whether or not he'll take the stand in these upcoming weeks.
Now, lastly, I want to touch on something that we just witnessed happen. You know, Judge Cahill, a few times, not only during jury selection, but during these trials when they've brought up certain motions, has gotten a little hard on some of these members in the courtroom. And he did so this afternoon with, again, Genevieve Hansen, who is the Minneapolis firefighter. Had that conversation with her saying, you know, you need to answer these questions. You need to not have so much kind of emotion playing into it. So what are your thoughts on that? You know, why did he take that time and the initiative to kind of go over what she's supposed to do when she is taking the stand?
Because as a witness, you're supposed to answer the questions, no matter if it's from the prosecutor or the defense attorney. When witnesses come there, of course, some of them might be a little bit favoring towards the prosecutor because these are prosecution witnesses. So all these witnesses are going to be able to talk favorably for when the prosecutor is asking questions. However, when the defense attorney asks questions, the witness sometimes likes to fight back because that's an adversarial person to them, the defense attorney. So as you saw, the firefighter did fight back a little bit, did get emotional, but the judge had to reiterate that you have to answer the question. I don't care if the prosecutor is asking you a question or the defense attorney, because that's what our law requires. That's what we want. We want a fair and just trial. No matter how the public views, no matter what social media says, the judge is there is to make sure that we have a fair trial because the world is watching this trial. So that's what the judge wants to do. So that's why the judge reiterated to the witness, make sure you answer the question, no matter what the question is. Answer the question because that was what you're sworn to do. So when you take the stand, they swear to they hold a hand up in the air and they say, we swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, no matter who's questioning you. So that's what she took the oath to do, and that's what she needs to do, and that's what the judge was reiterating for her to do.
Now, any final thoughts that I haven't touched on here today that you took away from the day on number 2, or thoughts going into tomorrow either?
I mean, this is right now, it's a really pro-prosecution trial. The reason why is because these are prosecution witnesses, and these witnesses are going to testify on behalf of what they saw, and the prosecutor is doing a good job by hammering the fact of showing the knee on on George Floyd's neck, hammering the fact that multiple witnesses are seeing this. I think the police, the fire person, that person was great for the prosecutor because she was able to testify that she wanted to render medical aid. And that's a key factor there because the jury can be wondering, why wasn't she allowed to render medical aid? So I think right now you're seeing a lot of pro-prosecution witnesses and is highly favorable for the prosecutor. But once the defense starts, it's going to shift a little bit. And that's when the jury is going to be thinking, wait, is Derek Chauvin guilty? Or maybe he's innocent because of the defense witnesses are coming up. So this trial will go back and forth, teeter-totter throughout this trial. Like I said, a trial is like almost like a fight. One side gets a punch in, another side gets a punch in, and you go back and forth. But eventually, at the end of the day, once everything's said and done, once all the evidence is turned in, the jury will have a verdict and we'll know what their verdict is. But right now, the prosecutor is highly favorable because it's mostly their witnesses. They get to testify.
Yeah, and again, it could go on for many more days here. So we do appreciate you, Benjamin Taylor, for joining us live here, giving us some insight to the trial on what we've been seeing and what we could see in the future. We do appreciate you taking the time to talk with us here on News Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and don't forget, we will continue to keep you up to date on the latest with the trial as we continue to have you covered gavel to gavel. I'm going to send a few of you into a quick 2-minute break, and we'll have more coming your way here on News Now from Fox when we return. And for those of you not in break, it does look like we do have a possible fire happening. This is live. Of course, News Now from Fox is always live, raw, and